ogbonge plan wey go change the game. That na 7 for 7 agenda.
7 promises from leaders and 7 citizen codes.
Equality, democracy, entrepreneurship, employment, peace and security, inclusivity, justice, meritocracy. Now the Niger promises.
But without our own discipline, duty of care and tolerance, respect and true leadership, transparency we all need, environmental awareness, resilience in no go walk.
7 promises, them don't talk am. 7 codes, now we go do am. No they wait, no they look face. Join body, make we run the race. Now you and me, now you and me, now you and me, go fix our Niger. Leave bribery, wash your hands. Come out from mago ways. Talk true when you see security concern now all of us.
No they complain about Niger, complaining no they change our mode. If you be true Nigerian, if you be ogbonge Naija, if we want better tomorrow, now we go make them work today.
7 promises, them don't talk am. 7 codes, now we go do am. No they wait, no they look face. Join body, make we run the race. Now you and me, now you and me, now you and me, go fix our Niger. Akwa Ibom, Bayelsa, Cross River, Delta, Edo and Rivers. Oh, Akwa Ibom, Bayelsa, Cross River, Delta, Edo and Rivers. Oh, 7 promises, them don't talk am. 7 codes, now we go do am. No they wait, no they look face. Join body, make we run the race. Now you and me, now you and me, now you and me, go fix our Niger.
If we be true Nigerians, we go rise hand in hand, uphold the 7 for 7 agenda for Niger, our home, our pride, and our strength.
Powered by National Orientation Agency.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOPTV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOPTV, Voice of the People Television.
In a world where power shifts with every
It's a beautiful Wednesday morning, and we welcome you to VOP this morning. Good morning, and thanks for joining us. I am Chukuma Okoro. On the show today, we have lined up very interesting topics, for your listening pleasure. We'll go to the Southeast, where IPOB held pro-Trump rally in the states, 3 states, calling for Nnamdi Kanu's release. And again, Inter-Society accuses New York Times of falsifying Christian genocide report. White group accuses soldiers of blocking access to community amid Kaduna kidnap saga. Now, these are the major topics of discussion. And in the next 2 hours, we are going to interrogate the issues, the challenges, the prospects in those stories. But we also have other interesting trending stories. And I'm not alone in the studio. I have my beautiful people here with me. Moses Humphrey, good morning.
Good morning to you.
Jen Agoye, good morning.
Good morning.
I've practically introduced you people.
Yes, you have. Yes, you have. And it feels good to be alive. Feels good to be here. Another beautiful Wednesday morning. Well, there are other conversations that Nigerians are having. One of them is on sound pollution. Yes, and I put it mildly. But this is exactly what's happened. Now, a video from Ibeku, Umuahia, Abia State, surfaced online yesterday, and it featured a man barging into a church wielding a machete. And this happened while the church was having a vigil. Now, this clip captures the man gesturing aggressively as worshippers fled, and equipment was knocked over. Well, thankfully, no one sustained any injury. Now, the incident has sparked debate online, with some sympathizing with the man due to repeated complaints about loud prayers disrupting his sleep, while others urged authorities to handle such matters legally. Now, the National Environmental Standards and Regulations Enforcement Agency, NESRIA, regulations limit noise to about 85 decibels. It depends on where, all right? So, but calls for enforcement, soundproofing, or scheduling restrictions have been made to prevent similar confrontations. Well, according to NESRIA, there's the limitation of what is allowed differs from place to place. For churches, I think it's not even 85. It's around 75 decibels. That's the limit. And if you want to understand it, because I tried to get a better understanding of the decibels, 30 decibels for certain places. Now, 30 decibels basically is, the soft whisper you would have in a library. And then, that basically, and then 40 decibels can be compared to the sound from your refrigerator when it hums. And the conversation we are having now should be around 50 or 60 decibels. Yeah, about that, which is, and then when it goes, so that tells you that if this is around 60 decibels, what you can hear outside, then 75 shouldn't disturb anybody's sleep. But what we have is religious organizations turning their speakers out there. I mean, even if you want to mount speakers, put it facing inwards, because you're preaching to the people inside, isn't it? So let your speakers face inwards. I had a problem in a place I lived, and it was a small church somewhere on the street, and the speakers, 2 massive speakers, faced outside, basically facing my compound, and my apartment was just in front. The first apartment you would get to, and this thing would disturb my sleep. And sometimes I come back from work late, and then at the time I'm getting in to sleep at about 11 p.m., that's when they're starting vigil. And it goes on. They don't even say, okay, let's just pray till about 2 a.m. and stop. It goes on till 5 a.m. And I'm on my bed. I had to walk up to the convener, the pastor. I told him, look, this thing is disturbing me. Can you do something about it? Face it inwards, or you face it the other way. So it goes into the street. And we're like, oh, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. And then he did it. Turned it around, faced outwards, facing the street. That was just for that day. The very next day, he did the same thing again. And I went back again. I said, Baba, this thing is disturbing my sleep. Oh, sorry. He's a police officer. He did it. And then the third day again, I just gave up. I said, look, I called my landlord. I said, look, this man is, that's how he's been. He will always apologize, but he will do the same thing over and over again. So I just gave up until, in fact, it was one of the reasons I had to move out of that area, because the church was in front, and then there was a mosque on another street with their speaker facing the compound.
You were in big trouble.
Yes, I was in trouble.
Big trouble.
I was in trouble. But I understand that relevant agencies have had to shut down clubs, bars.
Yeah.
But how much? I think some religious organizations, but I doubt if it affects mosques really. I doubt if anyone has been shut down. Well, I'm not privy to that.
I think the thing about mosques is that they don't do it persistently.
Yes.
They just do the morning cry and it ends there.
No, they do. They do the morning cry. They do the 1 a.m.
That's what I'm saying.
PM.
And the morning cry, it doesn't go beyond like 5 minutes or so.
Yeah.
If I'm right.
Yes.
So they just do
it's
it
about-
and move on. Whenever they want to pray.
And then it was difficult to tell a lie if you're home. And anybody that calls you on the phone will know you're home.
Yeah.
Because they call you at that time.
Yeah, I
And
think
you
the
just-
problem is where they cite churches compared to where they cite mosques. Let's be very honest. You can't compare both. That's why we rarely have those issues with the other religion.
Okay.
But with Christianity, it's a common thing. And one mistake you did, next time when you want to move, find out if there's a church near the house, if there's a club, or if there's a mosque, because that's what people, check. Then what struck me with the story was when they said 83 decibels. And I was like, I was just hearing that for the first time. And I'm wondering, yes, we set out laws. You say you must not do this, but who even understands what 83 decibels is in layman's terms? And when I checked, they said it's the sound of a truck on a highway driving at 40 kilometers per hour. So I was just trying to signpost that with what is obtainable.
Or the noise from a marketplace.
A marketplace.
Yes.
And I was trying to signpost that with what is obtainable. But for me, aside the man's anger, what it just shows is how bad our society has gone. That people have to take laws into their hands or do the extreme before they can get justice or get things done. Because really, if these institutions that have been set up to, control all of these things are really doing the job that they are doing, people will not have to
I don't
go
think
the
it's about
extreme.
institutions. I think people need to report first off.
But
You would need to
if you have a
report
very big church in your maybe locality, your street, your next door neighbor, I don't know if there are avenues for people to even report anonymously because you will be targeted.
No, there is.
Okay, and they don't nab they don't expose the whistleblowers.
No, they don't.
Okay, so in that case,
The thing about it's about laws. Our
Yes.
people don't like obeying laws.
No, we don't.
That's the way we are. We don't like obeying laws until we are forced,
Yes.
to do that. But I'm happy that I have someone that can share my own experience with Moses, like what Moses passed through.
Yes.
I passed through it at some point in part of Lagos where I lived earlier. And, it got to a point because I was living with the landlady. And the landlady one night walked up to the church and said, and when she got there, she discovered that there were only 6 people inside that church.
You can imagine.
And my landlady asked the pastor, if only 6 of you can generate
This level of noise.
this level of noise, what will happen
When
if you were like 10, 15, 20, 30, like in most churches? They went back and forth and all of that. Very influential lawyer, I must say, my landlady is, at that point. So at the end of the day, she had her way. That church had to move from that street. They moved. But while growing up, as a fresh graduate, somewhere in Port Harcourt, there was, because it's not only about noise from churches and all of that, generators too.
yes.
Where I was living, I had this big man, whose generator was faced, the what do they call it? The exhaust was faced directly to my window. So anytime I come home, I have to shut my window and all of that and put on the fan. Satan punish me if there was no light.
Oh no.
I'll have to open the door and all of that. When they say that, that thing led me to think that, look, it is very easy to get acquainted with suffering, poverty, and all of that.
You just adjust.
I had just had to adjust because it got to a point that one day the man and his family traveled. the generator was not on. And one funny thing is that whether there was the NEPA lights,
they kept it on regardless.
So one day that they traveled and they couldn't on the generator, I couldn't sleep.
You were so used to the noise.
Because I was so used to the noise that the noise became a sleeping pill for me. Wow. So the moment I come back, and I got tuned to, that noise. And that day, I couldn't sleep all through the night because the generator. So I was like, something is wrong.
You see why we say a lot of people need help. They need to visit the shrink because we've gotten accustomed to certain suffering, certain things.
We get used to it without knowing
abnormalities.
I have Ghanaian friends that will tell me that I don't understand you Nigerians. You guys are so used to abnormal things that sometimes they wonder how we're made.
It becomes part of us.
It's part of us.
As a people.
It's a
so
conditioning.
I understand what this young man, is passing through. The noise could be like generators, bars, and some bars, like you said. It is by 10 o'clock. I also lived with a neighbor somewhere that the man had a bar. The man was running a bar. And it got to a point that when he closes at the bar, when they come home, the business starts again. So the man starts his own business at night from the house. They will put on the music, turn it very high and all of that. And we quarreled until the man stopped it. And so I understand what the young man passed through. So it's very difficult, to let people, you generate noise. If you generate noise, please be the one to consume it. Don't generate and allow
others. There are many angles to this. Just to push this a little further, you talked about a Ghanaian friend. I had a Ghanaian friend visit me at some point, and the person was alarmed how people were always running to catch up with buses. You know how a bus will. Talking about abnormal things that we get used to. There's a bus stop, for goodness sake, and the bus will see people there at the bus stop and go and stop in front and have the people run to board.
You discover that even if it's only one person or two people, that person is running.
They will still run.
We get used to it.
We get used to things like that. Now, that's on one side. The issue of the man, I think we should also talk about the fact that he barged in there wielding a weapon. Now, if somebody with the whole insecurity thing going on, if somebody within that church also had a weapon, he could have been mistaken for a kidnapper or somebody who wanted to harm them. Yes. And then we wouldn't be talking about the same thing now.
We're talking about people that killed each other or one another.
Exactly. So his approach, though it achieved the result he wanted, I think it was a little bit harsh. And we should have people report to relevant agencies and have the law take its course as against taking laws into our hands.
Yes, Moses, like you and I would normally say in programs like this, we don't know where this thing started.
I wanted
because
to say
it is not
yes.
Absolutely.
You never can tell if the man had
how
made
much effort
that he had tried time and time again to say, look, this is enough, it's disturbing me and all of that. But it's important. I think people should just, get measured with having to pollute the environment with noise and all of that. It doesn't help even our psyche because we are passing through a lot at this moment. Now, let's move away from that and still stay in the Southeast, where the Ohanese Youth Council always has raised the alarm over the 30 million naira expression of interest funds charged by the All Progressives Congress for Ebonyi local government election, warning that it could lead to the looting of local government funds in future. Well, the national president of OIC, Ibuayaka, who was reacting, to the development on Tuesday, alleged that the process could shut out youths and people of integrity from the race. Ibuayaka urged Governor Francis Mwifu to ensure a level playing ground and open door policy for all aspirants in the upcoming local government and councillorship polls. He demanded that the chairmanship and councillorship nomination fees should be slashed to 150,000 and 50,000 naira respectively, warning that those who pay exorbitant fees may be inclined to embezzle local government funds after assuming offices. Well, it's that is where we are. That's how we are wired now. You see people paying 100 million naira for presidential forms, 50 million naira for governorship and senatorial, and probably 30 million naira. And you begin to ask, where do people get this money from? But to be very clear on this, my thinking is that the governor wants to shut out a lot of people.
Yes.
And probably pay the money himself to ensure that these people stay loyal to him.
Of course.
Because how many people, you know what 30 million naira is? Who will have 30 million naira?
That's just for the expression of interest form.
Just for the expression of interest form.
The nomination form might be higher.
Might be just higher, So That's another way of governors are not ready to let go of local government. They are not about to do that, So this is one direct way of telling even the federal government, the central government, that look, please stay away from local government because we want to control and be in charge of it. But does it help us? Answer is no, it doesn't help us. By the time somebody doles out, or the governor doles out 30 million naira, for each local government, for expression of interest. So let's look at the expression of interest and the application form itself. It could be like 50 million naira for chairmanship. And the first thing the person will do is to collect the 50 million naira. Of course, 50 million naira is nothing, considering the amount of money that they get every month. From what we hear, they share 0. some trillion of naira between the federal, the state, and the local government. So they have a lot of money. It has become an SPV, special purpose vehicle for governors. Local government administration that I'm talking about. And there is nothing we can do about it until we get to a level where the National Assembly will say, look, local government, you will now be under the authority of the central government and not that of the state government. But if you do that, will it be better? Because we also see how the central government is trying to control the state governments at this point. So it boils down to the credibility of individuals running the system. There is no system that is foolproof. If you go to the United States of America, we have had very decent presidents. I'm not trying to say that the person there is not decent, but he has his way, of going around issues to the extent that the other time he said he could also run for a third term. And when they said it's not possible, he said, well, the vice president could run, win, and I run as vice, and after that he'll resign. So just trying to, is it ingenuity now or disingenuous creativity? That is what we see play out here in Nigeria, where people, try to circumvent policies, principles, without actually having to break the law. This could be just one of them.
Definitely, it's an avenue to keep your own people, your own cronies in power. And 30 million, I don't know how much it was in 2023, prior to the elections, local government elections, 2022 and thereabout. But I know that for the APC in 2023, APC had the highest expression of interest and nomination forms in the country.
Yes.
Presidential elections. It was about 30 million for the presidential.
30 million, are you sure?
30 million for expression of interest. Then the nomination form, I think nomination form was about 70, so everything came up to about 100 million.
100 million.
And basically what that tells you is there's no way you would have people with genuine interest to serve get into office if they have to cough out 100 million naira just to participate in elections. And we are not even talking about campaigns and the rest of them. They will still spend on banners and posters and, mobilization and the rest. So it's a problem. It's a problem. Now, who then will make the governor bend? The governor is the leader of the party in the state. So who would make him bend? Is there a law that will compel the governor to say, okay, bring the prices down so everyone can participate? I don't think there's any.
Nobody, because
so he would have his way regardless.
Regardless what we are saying now, civil society organizations, NGOs will just talk, and the governor will say, after making the noise, keep quiet. Because that is the way it is structured.
It's unfortunate. It's unfortunate that that's where we are.
I agree with what you said. I share your sentiment about the fact that local governments in Nigeria, a lot of young people have lost touch with them. We forget that, especially in a state like Lagos, where there's so much money. There's so much money at the local government councils. And that's why you find out that during election days, people don't come out really for local governments to vote on the days where you have to vote in your councillors. People don't even know their councillors. Maybe I should confess, I don't even know my local government councillor. But it's a big issue, and that's where a lot of the siphoning of funds go into. Imagine you having to pay 30 million naira for expression of interest. What that means is that the lines have been shrunken, that is just left for the sponsors and the wealthy people. Those are the two sets of people that will have access to those funds, and be able to do their bidding.
Yes.
So it also means that the ordinary man, the average person who actually does have genuine interest to serve the people, is cut off. So whether we like it or not, this is just a ploy. These are just strategies to ensure
just
that
to control the local
just
government.
to control the funds, the Commonwealth, and to ensure that they have the say. Because if someone sponsors you with such an amount of money, it means that when you go in there, the first thing you have to do is to do his bidding and ensure that you give him returns on investments. So how would you even go in there with the
politicians now see politics as investment.
Yes, it's a huge investment, and we really do have a long way to go. Really do have a long.
Oh well, let's touch on another story now. Troops of Operation Hadinkai Joint Task Force Northeast have arrested 3 suspected recruitment agents of the Islamic State of West Africa Province (ISWAP) in Banki Town, Bama local government area of Borno State. Credible security sources disclosed that the suspects were arrested on Saturday, January 17, 2027, following actionable intelligence provided by a prominent resident of the town. The sources said intelligence operatives were deployed to Banki in a covert operation leading to the arrest of the suspects, while they were allegedly attempting to recruit and move young persons for terrorist training. According to the sources, the suspects were involved in recruiting youth aged between 17 and 20 from Banki Town for ISWAP elements operating in Adamawa State. Preliminary investigations reveal that the suspects were former ISWAP members who claimed to have repented. And I take that again for emphasis. Former ISWAP members who claimed to have repented about 5 years ago, but were allegedly re-engaging in recruitment activities. This further buttresses what we have been talking about. When you talk about de-radicalizing these recalcitrant individuals, you're de-radicalizing within 6 months. I don't know where that is done. I mean, you're trying to get off an ideology within 6 months. It's not going to work. It has not worked. And we have only continued to deceive ourselves and allowed insecurity to persist in the country. So they raise their hands in surrender. We take them in, and by we, I mean the government now, at different levels, state and the federal. We take them in and, give them food to eat, give them a roof over their head, give them good clothes, and then push them out back into the society that they have tormented. So the people whose brothers and sisters and mothers they've killed will see them. And then, of course, they have fear of them. And they come around and say, okay, they want to learn how to do one trade. And they start to interact with the people. And I say this, I've said this here before. If you have tasted power, like real power, you would not want to let go. Power that makes people tremble at your presence. You would not want to let go of it. So these people, with their guns and everything, have had people tremble at their presence, and you want them to let that go. We are deceiving ourselves in this country. And there's a ready market for recruits, really, with out-of-school children, hanging around. It's just an opportunity for people to easily delve into crime. And the economy, of course, not, people finding it difficult to provide. It's unfortunate that this is happening. And of course, this is happening at different levels, especially within northern parts of Nigeria.
Well, some of the times when we talk about these things, it gets so frustrated because I don't even know what to say again. Is there anything we have not said about this de-radicalization and all of that? The people involved understand. So when you put everything together, it gives you the impression that, look, it lends credence to the fact that, look, a certain group of people are interested in this insecurity. They don't want it to go. They like it festering because one way or the other, they benefit from it. And if it is not instant benefit, it speaks to an agenda over time. People will get used to it and they will surrender and all of that. That is what it looks to me like, because you cannot be, don't be surprised that in the next we are talking about people, who are being paid. Levies are paid to people that we have, people that have killed others, we bring them, pay them levies, reintegrate them to society. Something that we should have done earlier by having some kind of, build a structure where these things, we criminalized all of these people by not allowing them, to even access good life at the earlier stages of their life. That is the problem. So it gets to a point where you criminalize them, you go back, to try to make amends, and you don't do that. You keep doing it. For how long are we going to do this? It's quite unfortunate.
Yeah, I agree with you, but I always like to say as well that it's not really a security problem we are facing in Nigeria, as far as I'm concerned. It's actually a governance problem. Because when we talk about insecurity, have we ever bothered to ask why these bandits, why these, what do you call them, recalcitrant militants, why they operate in certain areas? It's because those people most times are sympathetic to their causes. And they also do not thrive in comfortable communities where there's poverty, there's hopelessness. People feel that the best way they can, have a sense of belonging is to buy into the ideals of these people. I mean, the bandits and these militants. So as long as we still have those
I think what you are talking about is basically the Stockholm syndrome, where people get used to their sympathizers.
So used to
over time, but I think there is a vacuum that they provide.
Yes.
Because the government on its own has failed to provide those things. Because you see, like in Hamas, if you go to Gaza now, what Hamas does is that those things that government is not able to provide, the people, Hamas as an organization provides those things. So people get used to it, and that is what is happening here, more like.
Oh, well, let's quickly run to the papers now and take headlines. Nigerian Tribune is up. Governor Yusuf's defection. Kanu APC chiefs warn of forced marriage travails. Tinubu set to meet Kwankwanso after session with Yusuf. Barayu, Gandhi's roads remain key issues. NNPP leader may get top government appointments. And then the window headlines. WEF 2026, Edun advances Nigeria's interest in Davos, says FG will rely less on debt, focus on driving investment. Dezani's trial in £100,000 bribery case begins in London to last 12 weeks. Constitution, see, there's a time frame to that, meaning it's not going to run for
forever.
Yes. All right. Constitution review. Meanwhile, Godwin Emefiele is still having issues. Okay, don't worry. Okay. Constitution review. We will begin clause by clause consideration January 27. Senate. State police special seats for women top list. State police special seats for women top list. Report reveals low awareness of Nigeria's 2025 tax law among business owners in states. And then we also have PDP presidential ticket opened to all Southerners, including Jonathan Turaki. NWC visits Namadi Sambo. Court orders INEC to publish David Mark's ADC list for FCT area council election. And on health, artificial saliva made from sugar cane, promising solution to severe cavities. Reports. Okay. Well, those are the headlines on the cover page of Nigerian Tribune.
Yeah, on the front page of the Punch newspaper today, alleged terror financing. Malami faces long detention as DSS intensifies investigation. Secret police signal tough stance, prepare court action to detain the ex-AGF further as terror financing case unfolds. And still in the front page of the Punch newspaper, businesswoman Achimogu kicks as EFCC seeks $13 million for feature. DSS frees Ogun pastor associates after public outcry. EFCC quizzes Benue officials over alleged 4.6 billion naira fraud. Domestic refiners move to cut petrol imports. Nigerians spend 1.54 trillion naira on beer, others in 9 months. Nigeria's ECOWAS exports fall by 13% after Sahel states exit. Talking finance, states hosting IDPs, $12 million World Bank loan. How 5 soldiers, policeman killed in Zamfara, ambush. Federal government doubles January bond borrowing to 900 billion naira.
Okay, let's quickly run through the Guardian newspaper with the window headlines. PDP chair meets ex-VP Sambo, says ticket open to Jonathan, others. FG employers may clash over planned increase in employee compensation levy. Rivers Assembly shuns Pandef peace panel over Fubara's impeachment. Now the big story itself. Electoral Act, gaps in e-transmission, vote buying sanctions, spark calls for reform. Court orders INEC to recognize published ADC's list for SCT Council election. Lagos to divert traffic as repairs resume on Lekki-Epe Expressway. Most stories from the Guardian newspaper. Davos. Nigeria pitches fiscal discipline as EU leaders condemn Trump's new colonialism. Sanwo-Olu Ezekwesili Bika over Makoko demolition, alleged operation. FCT workers' strike continues as union faults government's compliance claim. Presidency accuses IPOB of peddling Christian genocide propaganda. Guess the $9 million is working. Trial of driver in death of Anthony Joshua's friends adjourned till February 25. Now, that's it from the Guardian newspaper.
And that's pretty much how far we can go on newspaper headlines. We'll get into reviewing those headlines much later in the day at 10 a.m., I beg your pardon. But in the meantime, IPOB holds pro-Trump rally in Southeast, calls for Kano's release. Let's get into this conversation, talk about it, make sense of it when we come back from this break. Stay with us.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is Africa News on Voice of the People Television. We don't just bring you the news. We analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
From the views on the street,
we go to bed empty hunger,
to the blaring horns of a hustling city, the loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lodge.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents.
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
Representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people.
Voice of the People, you can hear me now. My name is Patrick Doyle, and I wish that you continue to echo the voices of the people. Big up VOP TV.
My name is Suibifa Dokubo. Please keep watching VOP TV.
Hi, my name is Kwekumali Ikenda Onyekwena, and I am with the Voice of the People TV. Now, if you're looking for the veritable channel for information, politics, robust discussions, you don't need to go far. VOP has you. VOP will always have you. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Patrick Diabwa, aka Ibani Chuka. I'm an about the Eagle King, and you are watching VOP TV. Stay with us.
2564 is coming up on Barney 9, right? 2564 Atlantic.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secret. facts. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing.
And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Mr. Ofamiloni, and here's to VOP TV. Keep watching, stay tuned, do not touch that dial.
Arara, my name is Made Kuti and you're watching VOP TV. Keep watching.
Welcome, my name is Zika Davis. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, boys, viewers, everybody, boys and girls. This is VOP TV. Do you know what that means? Voice of the People TV. You don't have a voice, don't come here. You better make sure your voice is heard.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice. In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television. Don't just react, understand. Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I. From social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count. The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
Welcome back and thanks for staying with us. Now, this is VOP This Morning. The indigenous people of Biafra, IPOB, on Tuesday held a peaceful rally in 3 Southeast states of Abia, Anambra, and Ebonyi to mark the infamous January 20, 2027 massacre of its members and Biafra agitators by Nigerian security operatives. Well, IPOB members were holding a rally to mark the inauguration of President Donald Trump of the United States of America, USA, during his first tenure, when security personnel opened fire on them, killing scores of the pro-Biafran agitators. Well, a statement issued by the IPOB Media and Publicity Directorate on Tuesday evening said the remembrance rally was very peaceful. According to the statement, IPOB members held prayers at strategic locations in the affected states during the rally. It also said that participants at the rally called for the release of IPOB leader Nnamdi Kanu. Well, we've been joined in the studio here by Mr. Somi Oranta. Mr. Oranta is a philosopher and an entrepreneur as well as a public affairs analyst. Good morning, Mr. Oranta, and thanks for joining us.
Good morning to you.
We appreciate your presence. We also have beside him Barrister Darlington Agommo. Barrister Agommo is a public affairs analyst. Good morning, Barrister, and thanks for joining us.
Good morning, Mr. Koro, Jane, and Moses.
Good morning. All right. Barrister, let me start with you. IPOB members in the Southeast held a rally to commemorate the January 20, 2017 massacre of its members. You know, you recall that year, 2017, that's about 8 years ago, you know, where they were holding a rally to commemorate, in fact, to rejoice with President Donald Trump, you know, on his electoral victory and swearing in into office. And all of a sudden, according to reports, you know, Nigerian security operatives opened fire on them. And 7 years later, they are commemorating that day. What's their reaction to events of that day and events that have happened in the past 5 years regarding the agitation itself, the trial of the IPOB leader Nnamdi Kanu, and how the Nigerian state, you know, has treated that agitation that spans more than 20, 30 years. In fact, as a matter of fact, a lot of people believe that, look, the issues that gave rise to the agitation or the issues that gave rise to the civil war have not been addressed up until this moment, and that they are widening and deepening and even going beyond the Southeast region and other states, you know, other regions of the Federation. Let's have your broad reaction to events as they are captured by you.
Yes, the development is a welcome one because the IPOB members, what they have been talking about, have now come to realization. Most Nigerians did not understand what these guys were up to before. All the things they said about Nigeria is what we are seeing today. The thing is that you cannot live in denial for too long. With this peaceful rally and all that, Donald Trump should be made aware of all these things. They should articulate all these things and then make sure that he gets the attention of Donald Trump, because in his first coming, as a U.S. president, that was when this thing happened. Okay. And now he has come back, and the issues are still there, and these guys are being persecuted. So Donald Trump should be made aware. And the Nigerian states, in fact, I should say that it is a shame on them, because what these guys stood for, what they have been talking about, is what the same Donald Trump have come to address in Nigeria. You can imagine. Eh? Is it not irony that the same man they were commemorating his inauguration and all that is the person that have come to save Nigeria? Eh? So on that score, the Nigerian state should carry the shame and recognize these guys for what they were talking about. If they had listened to them, maybe Donald Trump wouldn't have come.
Okay, now, Barrister, so talking about informing Donald Trump of the development of what happened in 2017 and what happened yesterday, and the fact that you are saying, look, if they had listened to these people, Donald Trump probably wouldn't have come.
Exactly.
Now, it's going to be a major topic of discussion, but you wouldn't be available. So I just want you to run briefly through. Wouldn't it also give the impression, like the federal government is saying in the newspaper, that, look, the idea, you know, of Trump coming into Nigeria was initiated by pro-Biafra groups, IPOB, that they are the ones that are making the issue of Christian genocide become prominent in the United States of America, especially to the Trump administration operators. So wouldn't it, as a matter of fact, spike, this thinking that, look, these are the people behind it?
Fine. Please, what they did, is this for the good of Nigeria or for the bad of Nigeria? Don't tell me. If the idea came from them, the federal government should congratulate them because that is the national service they did. What the federal government could not do, IPOB members or Davido'S invited Donald Trump to come and do it. So why are they not attacking Donald Trump? If what he came to do here was is not in the interest of Nigeria, why should they not own up? In fact, they should be praising themselves that they have done a national duty for Nigeria. IPOB members, when they accuse you of being responsible for Donald Trump coming, beat your chest and say, yes, we thank God we did it. Yes. That is what they refused to do. They now invited somebody who came to do it. And let me tell you, remember they have proscribed IPOB as a terrorist organization. So if actually they were a terrorist organization, would Donald Trump have listened to them? All this is a shame on the federal government. A group they should recognize for who they are, what they represent. You are not demonizing them, vilifying them. But elsewhere, outside here, they are recognized. So if they accuse you that you are the one that brought Donald Trump, beat your chest and say, yes, we did it. And he came for the good of Nigeria.
Okay. All right. So thank you very much. Let's bring Mr. Somi Oranta into this conversation. Mr. Oranta, how do you react to this rally, where IPOB elements, members of the IPOB, are commemorating the massacre of their members? Is it something that should be encouraged, or is it going to bring back bad feelings? Is it going to generate some kind of, animosity once again between it and the Nigerian state? Especially when we hear, according to Barrister, that IPOB has been proscribed. But we also hear, anyway, the case is in appeal. So presently it's been proscribed. So is it going to kind of, this commemoration that they did, how do you think that the federal government will react to it?
Well, in the first instance, as a nation, we must be able to value human lives. You cannot say to someone who is grieving over the loss of friends, brothers and sisters, you cannot tell them not to, remember or commemorate the loss, the pains and all that, because they are the ones that feel the pain. But I also want to thank the Nigerian government and the armed forces for not, once again, attacking IPOB members, because that could have led to other fatalities as well. Because you will recall that IPOB was never they were never violent prone until the government of Buhari radicalized them. So, but the fact that they decided to commemorate, the situation of how they lost their members during that issue with issue with the federal government authorities, I think I am glad that nothing happened, because they could actually, the military men could get trigger happy.
Do you think that the federal government backpedaled now because of probably Trump is involved and because of what Trump has done in recent times, talking about the Sokoto intervention?
You can't rule it out. You can't rule it out because, there is an organization in the US that have there's an app where they are recording everything on its own, recording every killings that occur in Nigeria, every killings, even the ones the government refused to admit, the ones they tried to hide or compel people not to, to underreport it. They are recording these whole things. So I think that might have played a role, because for the IPOB members to come out and do that protest, it cannot, I'm happy that there was no issue, after it.
Okay, Barrister,
Yeah.
Legally speaking, what do you think is IPOB's real motive for fighting or clamoring for Nnamdi Kanu's release? Is it violation of his rights, or do you think it's because of political persecution?
Nnamdi Kanu was wrongly jailed from what we are seeing today and what is happening, there are those who did worse things than Nnamdi Kanu. It's on record. Nnamdi Kanu was wrongly jailed. Seriously. His rights and everything was flagrantly disobeyed. The man who was so ebullient, who was so happy to go and kidnap Nnamdi Kanu from Kenya, is now facing the same thing that he accused Nnamdi Kanu of. Can you imagine? Can you just imagine this poetic irony in life? You can see. Whatever you sow, you reap. If somebody had told Malami that you go through this thing one day, he wouldn't have believed it. The very man who orchestrated Nnamdi Kanu's kidnap and all that, even when the court said he should go, that Nnamdi Kanu should, Malami insisted that Nnamdi Kanu must be brought back and face some spurious charges. The same thing EFCC did to them. When he left the court, they arrested him on the court immediately and took him back to prison. So that is how life is. So with all this development, the whole world can now see that Nnamdi Kanu was wrongly jailed. All the things he was saying, nobody said that it is wrong or no, it's not true, it's not happening, no. Is it not the same thing that you are witnessing today? Imagine if the federal government had called these people, like they have been dialoguing with Toju Bello and other terrorists. If they had called IPOB and said, come, my people, come, what is wrong? What are you people talking about? What happened? For a dialogue. Maybe this thing would have died down. They will not give them the assurances and all that. And maybe they will step down. Like they did this protest yesterday. Did anybody die? Did they kill anybody? Were they carrying gun? That was exactly what they were doing. Before the federal government under Buhari started using gun to kill all of them.
Barrister, talking about the release of Nnamdi, recently, there's been this engagement, this collaboration between the U.S. government and Nigerian government security agencies. And, before then, U.S. said, before we backpedal, on our threat of having to take out these people, there are certain things that we need you to do. Exactly. And we understand that one of them was the release of Sunday Jackson, the farmer that was jailed by the Supreme Court in Adamawa. Is it Adamawa in Taraba, somewhere in the northeast? Yeah. And we saw him released. He was granted pardon and clemency. Do you think that release of Nnamdi Kanu might at some point come in the table?
He's already on the table.
Between the U.S. government and Nigerian authorities?
Okoro is already on the table.
How so?
Whether the U.S. will put the amount of federal, it's already on the table. Nnamdi Kanu must be released. No. Because it is obvious that that man was wrongly jailed. From these terrorists that are walking all over the place.
But I want us to be factual.
The factual is that it's on the table already. Okay, at a point, it will come up.
But for now, it hasn't come up.
It's already, discussions are going on.
Let's be very clear.
The government
at the point it will come up, or is already on the table.
Hold on, I told you now that discussion is going on behind closed doors. Okay. It's not something that we just wake up and...
Between the U.S. government and Nigerian
No. Nigerian government and some Igbo leaders.
Okay. Yes, my direct question is, do you think that at some point, it might be on the table? U.S. will say, look, if you do this, we need you to do this.
I said it's already on the table.
Which table now?
Both Nigerian government and the U.S. government table is there. It's part of it because the Igbo leaders of thought and some other concerns are already talking about it, but it's behind closed doors. Until that discussion is concluded, we are still talking about it. We are still raising that issue. Because we are now seeing that, yes, from all indication, this man was wrongly jailed. Because people have done worse things. Mr. Okoro, some terrorists are occupying part of Nigeria in Sokoto and Plateau State, as I talk to you now. 3 of us. Did Nnamdi Kanu take away any part of Nigeria and say this is Biafran land when he was agitating? Tell me. Some people are occupying Nigerian territory, Nigerian land, as I talk to you today. Who are those people? Did Nnamdi Kanu go that far?
But Riley Moore, U.S. House member, was in Nigeria on a fact-finding mission, and he visited Benue and Plateau.
Yes.
And when he went back, he said he saw over 600.
Exactly.
Exactly. Internally displaced people.
Exactly.
Now, since he went back to the United States, do you think that it's also on the table that American government might say, look, Nigerian government, if you want to show sincerity, if you want to show intentionality in fighting this problem, these people must go back to their home.
Exactly.
No, I'm asking, do you think that...
It must. Look, it's not a question of do you think. It must. Mr. Okoro, it must for Nigeria to get back on its tracks. Because you cannot have your citizens living in IDP camp and then you go to bed every night and sleep and wake up. And you swore to protect them. You don't even need US to tell you this. You don't need US. So are they going to live in IDP camp forever? No, tell me. The people of Benue and Plateau, are they going to live in IDP camp forever?
Barrister, you seem to be missing my point.
What is the point?
My point is, at this moment, those people are still in ID camp. My direct question is, do you think that at some point it will be on the table discussion between Nigerian government and US government?
I just told you that yes, it must. Do you need someone to tell you that? As a government, do you need someone to even tell you that? Let's be sincere here. These are your Nigerian citizens. And I ask you again, are they going to live in IDP camp forever? Would they go back to their home? Do you need anybody to tell you to go and do the needful? More so when the people occupying their villages and their homes are foreign terrorists.
Okay, all right, thank you very much. Let's return Mr. Somi Ranta into this conversation. Mr. Ranta, I want you to tell us, do you think that, the same question that I asked Barrister, I want your reaction to it. Do you think that at the moment, the release of Nnamdi Kanu might be on the table when Nigerian government and US government are holding collaborative discussions? Is there a possibility that they might just consider and say, look, you need to release this young man because he was wrongly jailed according to reliable information or the information that we have, or even according to evidence available to us?
I certainly cannot say specifically.
Okay.
But I suppose it should be on the part of the discussion. I suppose it should be.
Okay.
But I cannot say specifically because what the American government is trying to do is to ensure justice, equity, and fairness, especially to the downtrodden, to those who are being marginalized, in Nigeria. That's what they are trying to do. So, with what has happened to Nnamdi Kanu, certainly it was against international law. It was against the principle of justice, equity, and fairness, even though at the international level, those who are the superpowers decide what is equitable, what is fair, and what is just. Understand me? So that's the way I see it. But if it's not already on the table, it will come to the table.
Sometime.
Yes.
Okay, as we round up this discussion, now, Barrister, I would like for you, because I understand that you have to move on to other things. What's your concluding thought on this matter? And I would like for you to factor in the fact that, look, the agitation itself is still alive. If we have people, pro-Biafran groups still saying, look, releasing Nnamdi Kanu, we are still being marginalized and all of that, how far do you think that they can drive this agenda?
The earlier APC government take away political sentiment out of this matter, the better. Because even if APC leaves office tomorrow, the next government will inherit this problem. So the earlier they release Nnamdi Kanu, the better. Let them stop all the political sentiment that within Nnamdi Kanu's release, we will not have our way in the Southeast. He will be dominating those things are lost. They are secondary. The important thing is that Biafra land or whatever, or IPOP, is in the mind of the Igbos as I talk to you today. These other people that have done worse things, Mr. Okoro, what have you done to them? That is the first question. What Nnamdi Kanu was doing and what the people have done so far, which one is better? It was the activities of these people that made Donald Trump to come and bomb Nigeria. Didn't Nnamdi Kanu invite Donald Trump to come and bomb Nigeria? So you should be considerate in whatever you are doing. That is what I'm saying here. These people have done worse things that everybody can see. Yet, they are being pampered. They are being behaving as if it is their right, But Nnamdi Kanu was agitating for what? Self-determination. Is that not the cause of the matter? Did they ransack any village? Did they say that Muslims will convert to Christians before he can lay down his agitation? No! A simple matter that is not recognized by the United Nations. That is why no other country in the whole world have seen IPOP as a terrorist organization, except Buhari's government. So what does that tell you? That is where injustice comes in. You pamper your people who have been killing and maiming and destroying people's land and property. You pamper them, you cover them. But one young man who said, no, what you are doing to us is not good. We want self-determination. You now judge him. Is that fair?
Okay, all right. All right, then. Thank you very much, Barrister Darlington Agomo. I understand that we'll have to let you go, but we still have in the studio here with us Mr. Somi Oranta. We'll go for a short break, and when we return, Inter-Society accuses New York Times of falsifying Christian genocide reports. Stay with us, we'll be right back.
Emeka Balasi was born in Ezinifite, Agwata local government area of Anambra State in February 1969. He has been a human rights and democracy campaigner since 1994, when he joined Civil Liberties Organization, CLO, Nigeria's premier human rights and pro-democracy campaigner. Balasi became a volunteer member of Amnesty International Nigeria in 1995, and later served as this group coordinator of Onitsha Pre-Group. And from 1996 to 1998, he was an international associate member of Human Rights Watch, USA. Emeka Balasi is a criminologist and graduate of Security Studies with a second-class upper division from the National Open University of Nigeria, where he also obtained a master's degree in peace studies and conflict resolution. The various positions he held in different human rights and pro-democracy movements, as well as membership of several local and international NGOs and bodies, gave him the experiences, expertise, courage, inspirations, and aspiration to form the International Society for Civil Liberties and Rule of Law, Inter-Society, in 2008. This is why himself and his group are not taking lightly the latest report referring to him as an Onitsha-based screwdriver salesman whose data to the United States government were derived from secondary and unverified sources. However, in a statement on Monday, Inter-Society accused the American newspaper of spinning a perfidy of lies in its report. The statement, co-signed by Balasi and other Inter-Society officials, said it was shocked and totally disappointed at the lies injuriously credited to the organization, saying they were never part of the interview that lasted for not less than 3 hours. New York Times lied when it falsely claimed that our board chair admitted that he often does not verify his data. The statement reads,
Truth, not speed. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is African News on Voice of the People Television. We don't just bring you the news. We analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
From the views on the street,
we go to bed empty hunger,
to the blaring horns of a hustling city, the loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lodge.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents.
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
Representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people.
Voice of the People, you can hear me now. My name is Patrick Doyle, and I wish that you continue to echo the voices of the people. Big up VOP TV.
My name is Suibifa Dokubo. Please keep watching VOP TV.
Hi, my name is Kwekumali Ikenna Onyekwena, and I am with the Voice of the People TV. Now, if you're looking for the veritable channel for information, politics, robust discussions, you don't need to go far. VOP has you. VOP will always have you. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Patrick Diabwa, aka Ibani Chuka, Amayanabo the Eagle King, and you are watching VOP TV. Stay with us.
2564 is coming up on Bunny 9, right? 2564 Atlantic Tower.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing.
And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Mr. Ofamiloni, and here's to VOP TV. Keep watching, stay tuned, do not touch that dial.
My name is Made Kuti, and you're watching BOP TV. Keep watching.
Welcome. My name is Zika Davis. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, boys, viewers, everybody, boys and girls. This is VOP TV. Do you know what that means? Voice of the People TV. You don't have a voice, don't come here. You better make sure your voice is heard.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
The International Society for Civil Liberties and Rule of Law Inter-Society has accused the New York Times of misrepresenting facts and falsely attributing statements to its founder, Emeka Umeagbalasi. In a report on claims of Christian persecution in Nigeria, the rights group said it was shocked and totally disappointed by what it described as a perfidy of lies contained in the report published on Sunday by the American newspaper. In the report, the New York Times claimed that Umeagbalasi admitted he often does not verify his data and that his findings were largely based on secondary sources, such as Christian interest groups, Nigerian media reports, and internet searches. It's also alleged that he referred to Fulani people as animals and advocated confining them to one state, a suggestion the newspaper described as tantamount to ethnic cleansing. Well, the newspaper article claimed that the United States relied on information produced by the Onitsha-based trader to justify its first official missile airstrike carried out in Nigeria on December 25, 2025. Well, we do have joining us, we still have with us in the studio, Somil Ranta, and also from our Benin station, we have a comrade Purpose Osanwi joining the conversation. And we actually have Emeka Umeagbalasi, founder of International Society for Civil Liberties and Rule of Law, popularly known as the Inter-Society, joining the conversation. We seek to hear from the horse's mouth, as it were. Good morning to you, Mr. Umeagbalasi.
Thank you, brother.
Well, good to have you join the conversation. I hope we'll be able to have this conversation with the audio feed. Well, now let's talk about what you have done. Let's just give us, in 1 minute, take us through a quick catalog of reports that your association, your non-governmental organization has done, you know, the Inter-Society. What sorts of reports, what would you say are the high points of your publication? In 1 minute, please, just a few of them.
Systematic and coordinated attacks on Christians and churches across the country in the past 16 years, 2009 to 2025. That's it.
All right, so about crisis. All right, I'm struggling to hear you. I just hope this will. Well, now let's talk about that report, the interview. Let's talk about the interview.
You didn't get what I said.
Yes, you may repeat that, please.
I said you asked me to say something in 1 minute. I said it's simple. It is about systematic and coordinated attacks on Christians across the country by Muslim jihadists and the churches too.
Okay, so
That's the report.
That's the one that was reported by New York Times.
In the past 16 years. In the past 16 years.
Oh, you've been covering this for the past 16 years.
Yeah. That's what brought the New York Times to us. That's what I mean.
So the New York Times, okay, yes. So that's what brought the New York Times to you. Oh well. Talking about that interview, that you granted New York Times, it was revealed. And how do you react? I understand that Inter-Society is already reacting to the reports, the way it was framed, that you basically just get your sources, get your information from the internet sources without accurate data, without verifying your data. How do you react to that assertion by New York Times? Well, we still have Mr. Emeka Umeagbalasi with us.
Yeah, I'm still here. You know, network is becoming unfriendly.
I understand.
Yeah, so
yes. So how do you react? If you heard the question, how do you react to the publication by New York Times about you not verifying information, the way it should be before you put them out there, or the manner in which you get your information? How do you react to that?
I think without going around the cycle, I think it seems we are going around the cycle. The issue. Can you hear me, sir?
Yes, I can hear you. I don't understand the circle. We are just starting a conversation.
Yeah.
Trying to get the basis of it.
Yeah, so I think we have to look at the fundamental issues there. Our report on systematic and coordinated killing of Christians in Nigeria by Islamic jihadists. It's not something that started today.
Now, for some information to be considered viable, we need to x-ray the methodology of acquiring that information. So if New York Times is reporting that according to you, the interview that you granted, that you don't verify your information, you verify it by internet sources, which basically distorts the information and does not lay credence to the information that you put out there. And I'm asking the question, how do you react to that report? Does it offend you, or is that accurate? That you just check data from, you just assume information and put it out there? That's the question I'm asking. And you say we're going around circles. Can you clarify how you react to that report by New York Times? All right. Well, if it seems like the internet isn't making this fluid, or probably you don't want to react to that question. Okay. So tell us about what happened when you were contacted by New York Times, and you have said your society, Inter-Society, has said, look, what was published was a misrepresentation of your own side of the story. So give us your own side of the story. Emeka, do we have you online? Well, you might need to unmute your device so we can get your audio feed. I understand that you have muted your device. Can you do that for us, please? All right, we seem to have lost connection to Mr. Emeka Umeagbalasi, convener of Inter-Society. Well, Somi Ranta, talking about this publication, some Nigerians have reacted that the classification of Igbo trader in that report put out could not have come from a journalist in America, because that the usage of that term is not something that they are familiar with. Some have said that probably the report was put together from some sources here in Nigeria and pushed out there. How do you react to that? And what does that aim to achieve? Profiling, as it were.
Profiling, yes, I agree with you. And I also feel that the $9 million, lobbying funding is also at work. But I would like to urge Nigerians, whoever is behind this whole thing, to be mindful. To be mindful, because if you begin to create this kind of scenarios, nobody knows how it can get to. Trying to pitch one ethnic group against the other and all that does not pay anybody at the end of the day. Because we are Nigerians. You putting up that kind of game will not pay anybody. Just like you said, an American press, American writer will not be talking about screwdriver and all that, tagging the report, the Inter-Society founder as a trader.
Yes.
Trader. Yes, it is common with, it is kind of narrative that we push around here. But that does not make the average woman a trader, academically and otherwise, just like the other parts of Nigeria. So we have to be careful, because if we keep pushing this ethnic narrative, it could lead to something else.
Do you think that this is part of the lobbying?
I've said it already.
That was paid
I've said it already.
Okay.
Yes, but my concern is that you can lobby, but don't go into this kind of dangerous ethnic profiling, because pitching one group against the other, because certainly you cannot expect that America will, the Trump administration will not base their the facts on just one source, or like they said, a trader. Look, the Americans, they know Nigeria more than we do. We are like blind, so to say. Our intelligence community is, compared to what they have there, is blind. Because when the Americans, when they came to the border between Nigeria and Niger Republic to rescue an American citizen that was kidnapped, our authorities were not aware of it until the job was already done and on their way before they alerted us. So they have every information about what is going on here. They view Nigeria from satellite. So using all these, I understand that even the American government, Trump administration, is suing that paper.
New York Times.
Yes, for such malicious, publication, because they try to make the whole administration look bad before the American society or the world.
Intelligence gathering of the American society.
Yes. But I know that they mean a country that can go to another country and take actions without any casualty.
Such information from an NGO is enough to propel America to carry out such actions.
They must have their own. Even, what are we even talking about? Even Nigerian government told us that they too have intelligence which they share with the Americans. So then the US on their own did their own. For them to send a lawmaker to Nigeria. They spend time discussing Nigeria. How many times have our own lawmakers discussed this issue of insecurity in Nigeria? They spend time, they brought different people to share their opinions, their experiences, and all that. They are not like we do here. We don't mean business.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Somi Oranta. Let's connect to our guest in Benin Station. We have Comrade Purpose Osawoyi. Comrade Purpose, good morning to you. Welcome to the conversation. Now, yes, good to have you. You're smiling. Well, let's talk about this. Let's talk about this report. I mean, Nigerians have been talking about it since Monday, basically, about how a screwdriver seller, Igbo trader, gave information to America to carry out that December 25 attack, the bombing in Sokoto. Now, the inter-society itself has said, look, this was taken out of context. What the founder said and what was published is, not the same thing. But what do you think this aims to achieve, really? Because we know that inter-society may not have been the only organization that put out information. We have newspaper publications, different tabloids also churned out information on insecurity in Nigeria. What are your thoughts on this one?
Yeah, first of all, the way they presented the issue, it shows the New York Times to be already biased, just like the other presenters said. They are trying to do an image laundering to see that they want to discredit that report. Inter-society, the founder is not just alone. An NGO is not found. It's not found and run by one person. They have board and they have procedure. And to discredit that report and to say that to discredit that report, it's I think it is just a way to work for the room of the $9 billion lobby to change the narrative. Because from the fact on ground, it shows that what the report said is true. Another thing is, we might take this report now as because we are trying to do an image laundering thing, we might look at it as, yes, so how that report, we should look down on that report. But that also goes to show that tomorrow America will come and discredit any reports coming from Nigeria. As we talk today now, most of the data we have is not believe the international, the global world don't believe on data generated by Nigerians. These are some of the things that is driving that narrative. But you calling the researcher an Igbo trader already shows what you want to prove. Already show that from the beginning of the story, before you interview the founder, you already be biased. The interview was conducted just to discredit the work that the organization did, which is truly wrong. From my own, from the reality of ground, we have other reports. We have so many reports that have been reported.
Hello.
It is the Igbo, it is the IPOP people that are trying to promote the Christian genocide. And if you now look at this narrative, it's also trying to align with that first allegation that is about the IPOP, is about the Biafra that is promoting this Christian genocide. But the fact on ground knows that there's Christian genocide and we need to act about it. Instead of we trying to blame the messenger, why not let us take the message and work with the
All right, Comrade Purpose, thanks very much for joining us. Let me stay with you. The New York Times is a highly regarded tabloid in the United States of America, very influential by every standard. They have a way of influencing politics within Washington, within the Washington circle and all of that. Now, this report coming from New York Times, do you think that it is going to sway the Trump administration's perception, of what is going on in Nigeria? How far do you think, it will influence Trump's administration's decision in Nigeria? And I like the fact that you said there are also other sources. Which sources are you talking about? Are you talking about Nigerian government intel, American government intel, or reports from other NGOs?
Yeah, before the Trump action, people were invited to come and confirm some of the reports that the American people have. We have true life stories, and we have other people confirming it. So Trump acted not based on that report. There are other reports that is available to the Trump administration before he acts. The government cannot just act based on one report. They must have looked at the evidence and wait and take those decisions. Even the Nigerian government, they don't deny this, but they just said it is not Christian. It is a Christian genocide that they are against, but they are not against the burning of churches and the killing of innocent Nigerians.
Comrade, I want to take you up on this. Don't you think that this controversy has actually exposed a much deeper problem, which is the credibility of data finding and gathering in Nigeria? Who do you think should be responsible, ideally, for data on issues like this, such as kidnappings, killings, and the Christian massacres, as we term it?
Yes, just like I said before, data credibility in Nigeria has always been a questionable action when you try to present data. Most of the data we presented, it is often believed that either the data, there is an error or there is a fraudulent data that we are producing. So when this data came up, the first thing they want to attack is that credibility of that data. And if we agree that this data is not credible, that is going to affect other data coming from any other source or any other research. Even if the data is conducted by an institution, they are also going to question the credibility of such data. So that is why we also need to confirm those data. What we need to do now is let other agencies come up and confirm those data. If the data that is being brought forth, if it is correct or if there is error. But without you confirming those data, you don't have the legal right to say the data source is not is from the internet. So what you need to do is you now spend the resources and gather your own information to compare both data and see if this data is accurate. Instead of we just taking one side, trying to condemn the messenger and the message.
All right, let's bring this back to the studio now. We do have Mr. Somi Ranta. I'm trying to see if we can get a tweet by Riley Moore, a U.S. Representative. He tweeted, if we have that one, we can put that one up on the screen. He made this tweet here where he said, look, he said, horrific news. Armed radical Muslim Fulani attacked 3 churches yesterday and kidnapped more than 100 Christian worshippers. All right. He goes on to say, our brothers and sisters in Christ are facing an existential threat at the hands of the Fulani militants. More must be done to protect them. And I urge the Nigerian government to ensure the swift and safe return of all those who were captured. He basically quoted a Sahara Reports publication in that message. Now, this is from a message. This is a report that the government of Nigeria, the local government in that state, Kajuru local government area, and the commissioner of police over there denied. They did say there was no such thing, because by the time the police got to the venue, the area where the kidnapping took place, they didn't find any evidence of kidnap. Yes, there you have it. That's the tweet by Riley Moore himself. Now, do you think Nigerian government is doing the right thing by denying such reports, denying that there are killings taking place, Christians are being attacked? Is that the right thing, or shouldn't they ensure that perpetrators are brought to book? Wouldn't that, assuage anger? And messages like this.
You see, when things happen, and instead of looking out how to take care of the situation, going to the root cause of the problem, and you are looking at how to deny the effect of it, you are compounding the whole situation. You are compounding it, because what we are seeing, even as it is now, I will not be surprised if nothing happens to this police commissioner, that local government chairman.
We also have states where, you know, the governors have said, look, media, stop reporting these things because, you know, don't report these things.
But you see, I'm thinking that those who should pretend over the affairs of this nation, that spend, you know, the hard-earned money of this nation, taxpayers' money that even the citizens want to be taxed, even some more, they don't care about the reasons why they spend the money, how they spend it. How do you go to pay somebody to lobby to tell you that it is, the time is about to 10 o'clock now, to tell you pay somebody to go and millions of dollars to go and convince somebody that at this hour that is midnight in Nigeria, and it's so clear, it's not a waste of time. We've been doing this over time. We have discovered that when the government tells you deny something, what is being denied is usually the case. How could they even take it to the point of denying that kind of situation? But let's even ask, how did Kaduna State is highly fortified? How did they manage to to coordinate 3 attacks in different locations, 3 churches simultaneously, and carry all these 170 people out to wherever they took them to? What is happening? And then the government is denying it. That famous statement by the late Abacha, that when an insurgency, you know, lasts for more than 48 hours, that the government has a hand in it. I mean, he's showing with
everything playing out now, you know, do you think the government, I mean, when America got involved, there were talks that, look, this will be nipped in the bud, this will be dealt with because the government of America has gotten involved. But what we see play out now, do you think we will see the end to insecurity?
The matter has not even started. We are yet to begin the issue. Because you see, if the American government was thinking of collaborating with the Nigerian authorities, they now know that it will be foolhardy for them to cooperate or share intelligence with the Nigerian security architecture. Because a people that deny the existence of kidnapping situation coordinated in 3 locations all at once, 170-something people, you know, lives, some families of 12 that came to church were part of the people that were taken away. So how do you share intelligence with a system that denied the existence of such a thing?
Mr. Ranka, when you said that Moses asked a question and you said that we have not even started.
Yes.
Is it that we have not started solving the problem, or that the issue of insecurity is just about to start? Which one is it?
The issue of insecurity has not even started. It's warming up to
it's
start.
Going to get worse?
Of course it's going to get worse. Because, look, if you have a child that steals from you and you hide it, you're hiding this child. After stealing from, okay, maybe steals from people. Whenever he cannot find people outside to steal, he will even steal you, the parent.
Okay, so you know, we have not even, the problem of insecurity has not even started.
Then the American, of course.
Okay.
Then the American intervention, look, we have to be careful. Because the way it is, Nigeria is right now for the world to know that Nigeria is a terrorist sponsoring and enabling nation. Because the list of those who are sponsoring these people, look, that's why people are saying that Malami's arrest and rearrest and all that, it's just smell witch hunt. That's what people are saying. Because you are covering this that it's not happening, and you say this man is a sponsor, an enabler of terrorism, and you are covering the one that is so clear. So I don't understand. You see, we are headed nowhere. We are in a vicious circle. And it's terrible. In the 21st century, where information flows at the push of a button, that this kind of thing will be happening, and people are wasting time, wasting energy, discussing and spending money.
All right then. Well, this would be a good place to anchor this conversation. We'll pick it up again as we try to reconnect with Emeka Umabalasi, the founder of Inter-Society, so we can get his thoughts and his reaction to the publication of the New York Times. But in the meantime, let's get into another conversation now. Rights group accuses soldiers of blocking access to community amid Kaduna kidnap saga. Let's talk about this when we come back. Stay with us.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television. Don't just react, understand. Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more, tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count. The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as they hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
In a world where power shifts its every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. The Voice.
Welcome back. The human rights organization Christian Solidarity Worldwide Nigeria, CSWN, has insisted that more than 100 worshippers were abducted by suspected bandits during coordinated attacks on churches in Kominwali community, Kajuru local government area of Kaduna State, despite official denials by security agencies and local authorities. The organization said the alleged abductions occurred on Sunday when heavily armed assailants attacked 3 churches in Kominwali during worship services, forcibly taking over 100 congregants into the bush. In a statement issued on Tuesday, CSWN's research and press officer Ruben Buhari maintained that the abductions did occur and accused security operatives of obstructing independent verification of the incident. The group alleged that its fact-finding team was prevented by soldiers from accessing Kominwali despite presenting valid identification. Still with us to discuss this issue, we have Mr. Sonny Oranta. So logistically speaking, abducting over 100 people is not a small thing. So how is this able to happen? You know, how is it possible to abduct 100 people? And we keep saying that there was no intelligence report. And how do you even convey 100 people into a bush through a path, and we didn't even have any contact with security operatives?
You know, with Kaduna, highly fortified state, you have the NDA and all sorts of military formations in that state. That 100 and something, 170 thereabout, 160 something people will be taken away from 3 churches and moved out of which bush? Where had they moved? How did it come to be that these same security men who are now stopping people from going to verify?
All right. Okay, sorry, please. I would like for you to hold your thoughts there because we have an eyewitness joining the conversation. Comrade Isaac Tanko. Comrade Isaac Tanko, if you can hear me, please unmute your device so we can get your audio feed. And tell us, you are an eyewitness. I mean, that's how you have been described. Tell us what happened according to your own observation.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Can you hear me clearly?
Loud and clear. Go right ahead.
Okay, good morning. Thank you for having me. It is a sad event that occurred on Sunday. Though the media and the security and the state government tried to conceal the information, unfortunately, the communities were unable to be patient and wait for the government, because the day this thing happened, immediately the next day, the local government chairman went to that community alongside the divisional police officer. They confirmed these reports, but they told them to be calm as they are going to rescue those people back.
Sorry, please. Let's get that clear. Let's get that clear. You're saying that the local government chairman and the divisional police officer who have denied the abduction in the papers actually confirmed the report when they met with you guys.
Yes, they confirmed the report on Monday because they went into that community and interfaced with the community. And the community confirmed to them about the kidnap of 177 people. So on their way back, that was when they met Mr. Ruben Buhari, who was going there to ascertain the kidnap, which is on behalf of his organization. But the police and the military and the local government chairman denied them entry, telling them that there is an order from above that no one should visit that community. Now, I think why the community insisted and came out with the news is on the 11th of January 2026, these assailants visited that community and kidnapped 20 people. But this was not on the media, and it was not even on the social media, because they were forced not to talk about it. And these villagers, on 11th of January 2026.
This year?
That was, yes. They visited that community and kidnapped 20 people. Now these villagers gathered money up to 2.6 million naira and paid as ransom, and the 20 people were released. Exactly a week later, they returned on the 18th, that was last Sunday, and then kidnapped 177 people.
Now, who told the villagers not to publish that information? Do you know do you have names?
Well, I think for security purposes, they cannot mention names, but that is the fact of the matter.
No, you're saying they. I thought you were within the community at the time.
No, I went to the community. I was in that community yesterday. I was in that community for 2 hours yesterday.
Okay.
That was when I verified, because this information of kidnapping 20 people has not been on the public domain. I was reliably confirmed, I was reliably told by the village head of that community, alongside some of them who were able to escape on Sunday, about 11 of them, including the village head. He was part of the 11 that escaped from the hands of the kidnappers. And then some of them escaped with injuries because they were severely beaten. And then out of the 20 that were kidnapped, there was an aged man that was severely beaten. He's still in St. Gerard Hospital receiving treatment as I'm talking to you now.
But we hear that the government is talking about names. They're saying, look, where are the names? The church said they were compiling the names. But now you're saying these people are in the hospital. So why haven't you pushed out the names of those that escaped, so at least the media can speak to them directly and get first-hand information? Why haven't we seen that?
Well, I didn't know about that, but I snapped pictures and I spoke to the community leader. There is a video I recorded them. I snapped pictures. Even those who escaped, I was able to snap pictures of 2 or 3 people with, who sustained injuries on their way running back to the community.
Well, we'd like for you to share those videos and pictures with us in the course of time.
And yes, also, now that you have videos and pictures and probably names, have you shared them before you get to us? Have you shared them on social media to authorities and all of that? Because
yes, actually, I did share on social media. I did share on other platforms, and then even came out with the news of kidnapping 20 people and paying 2.6 million naira ransom, which was not on the public domain. It is now presently on the public domain because I shared that information on the public domain.
Okay, the 20 people that were kidnapped, how did you get that information?
I got the information immediately I arrived the community yesterday, because I went to that community to verify.
Oh, well, unfortunately, we seem to be having a network connection problem with
Comrade Tanko. Well, unfortunately, we seem to have lost connection to Comrade Isaac Tanko. I would have loved to ask if the kidnappers have made any demands already, as that's from the over 100 that they kidnapped. We'd like to know if they've made demands and plans that you make it.
I understand,
Comrade, welcome back. Unfortunately, the network is acting up. Now, for those that have been kidnapped, even though we are having denials from representatives of the government, have the kidnappers made any demands?
So far, the kidnappers have not made any demand. If there are demands made, as of yesterday, when I left that community, there were no demand made already. Okay. But if there are demands, maybe they make demand through the government or the security agencies. But yesterday in the evening, the Kaduna State Police Command released a press statement confirming that the attack, the kidnap, did take place. They later confirmed it and released a press statement.
Interesting. So one starts to wonder why the initial denial. Unfortunately, Comrade Tanko, go ahead.
Let me add this, please. I'm sorry to say this on air, but it's the fact. One thing that has made this insecurity lingered is political correctness. Each time you have leaders or politicians come to talk about this issue, people try to censor their conversation and refuse to come out with what exactly is the problem. Now, since inception of the administration of Governor Ubasani, I am sorry to tell you, the present governor has been engaged in heavy PR, censoring and hiding most of these atrocities happening in Kaduna State. As I'm talking to you now, like in Kauru local government, Chawe Chiefdom, there are about 138 people that are still in captivity from October last year to January this year, and none of them has been rescued, aside from the number of people who were killed in the course of this kidnap. Yesterday, day before yesterday, there was an attempt to kidnap people from one Gerti community in Jama'ah local government. Unfortunately, fortunately, the community repelled and were able to rescue 4 people who were badly injured. As I'm talking to you now, in Kachia local government, very close to Kaduna town, it's just about an hour drive, there are informations or confirmed reports from high office holders in that local government that there has never been a record of killings in the history of Kachia local government like it is going on today. So that is what we have been facing. And the fact is, nobody, and I mean nobody, should ever tell you that these things don't have religious correlation. That is what we have been faced here in the Northwest. And successive governments from the northern extraction, the Muslims particularly, have been using power to sustain religion. And not just the kidnapping, because when this kidnapping and atrocities started, they were merely targeting Christian communities, and nobody was talking. Nobody was shouting. It is only when it became very wild and they begin to kill Muslims and killing Christians, and that is where you begin to see the elitist Muslims from the north and their Islamic clerics coming to say that they should find a solution of ending this criminality. But I'm assuring you, if it has stopped only in the Christian domain, honestly speaking, none of them will ever come on air, none of them will ever come to the media and say there are atrocities in the north.
All right, Comrade Isaac Tanko. Unfortunately, we've stretched this beyond the allotted time for this program. But thank you for the work that you're doing. Thank you for bringing this information to the fore. And I ask that you protect yourself, stay safe, and we'll reach out to you again as we get more, as we'll need more information on what's happening in Kaduna and other parts of Nigeria. Thank you once again.
That's welcome. Thank you.
Well, thank you also, Somi Ranta. Thank you for coming on the program, and we must appreciate Comrade Purpose Osawanyi for joining us from our Benin station. Thank you very much, gentlemen. This is how far we can go on VOP this morning. Newspaper review comes up next in about a few minutes. We'll be looking at the papers and making sense of the headlines. I am Moses Humphrey, and I worked with Chukuma Okoro and Jane Ogoye. Well, join us again at 10 for newspaper review. Bye for now.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I. From social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing.
And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world, because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV, channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand. The streets.
We go to bed empty hunger.
To the blaring horns of a hustling city. The loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lawn.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents.
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
Representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people.
Voice of the People, you can hear me now. My name is Patrick Doyle, and I wish that you continue to echo the voices of the people. Big up VOP TV.
My name is Suibifa Dokubo. Please keep watching VOP TV.
Hi, my name is Kwekumali Ikenda Onyekwena, and I am with the Voice of the People TV. Now, if you're looking for the veritable channel for information, politics, robust discussions, you don't need to go far. VOP has you. VOP will always have you. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Patrick Diabwa, aka Ibani Chuka. I'm an about the Eagle King, and you are watching VOP TV. Stay with us.
2564 is coming up on Burning 9, right?
2564 Atlantic Tower. What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing.
And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Well, thank you very much for joining us now. This is Newspaper Review. I am Moses Humphrey. And of course, my colleagues here, Jane Ogoye and Chukuma Okoro with me. And Chukuma also doubles as an analyst. So Daily Fanimo also joins the conversation this morning. And we also have Barrister Darlington Agumwa. Well, thank you for joining us, gentlemen. Virtually, we have Comrade Purpose or Sanwai. He joins the conversation from our Benin station. Well, thank you very much for joining us, comrade. Now, let's dive into it straight away. The Guardian has these headlines. PDP chair meets ex-VP Sambo, says ticket open to Jonathan, others. FG, employers may clash over planned increase in employee compensation levy. Rivers Assembly shuns Pandef peace panel over Fubara's impeachment. And the big story on the cover page of The Guardian, Electoral Act, gaps in e-transmission, vote buy-in sanctions, spark calls for reform. Court orders INEC to publish ADC's list for FCT council elections. Lagos to divert traffic as repairs resume on Lekki-Ekpe Expressway. Davos, Nigeria pitches fiscal discipline as EU leaders condemn Trump's new colonialism. Sanwo-Olu, Ezekwesili bicker over Makoko demolition, alleged oppression. FCT workers' strike continues as union folds government compliance claim. Trial of driver in death of Anthony Joshua's friends adjourned till February 25. Presidency accuses IPOB of peddling Christian genocide propaganda. Now, I would like for us to start off with the big story here. Of course, it's Electoral Act as published by the Guardian newspaper. It says Electoral Act, gaps in e-transmission, vote buy-in, sanctions, spark calls for reform. And the rider to that one, lawmakers unlikely to reform an act that benefits them, says Yakasai. Very quickly, Mr. Fanimo.
I've said it since last year that there are certain things that needed to be injected into the Electoral Act for us to have credible election in 2027. Now, up till now, the issue of beavers and IRF is still at the level of operations. It's just an operational tool. And so it's not enforceable in law for anybody to say you want to challenge why that particular instrument is not used during electoral process. That we need to make sure that it's transmitted and embedded in the Electoral Act. The second issue is vote buying. What is the level of reprimand, penalty for vote buying? Go to any polling unit on election day. It is so ubiquitous that you don't need anybody to direct you to where this thing is done. And the way they do it is so ingenious. There is a corner where a party will have his money and his agent. There's another part of that arena where another party also has his own. So what they do is, if you are sympathetic to party A, you signify your intention that you want to go and vote. And as soon as you press the ballot, you raise it up for the particular party agent to know that you have voted for party A. And when you are challenged, it's easy to escape by saying you don't want the ink to spill over to the next, and then that man registers you as one of the people that voted, and you go back and take whatever is due to you. Those things. Now we need to. And another thing again is, it's not just these laws being part of the electoral law towards 2027, but what about enforcement? That is where the issue is. You see policemen idling away at the polling unit and looking away when all these infractions are committed. So what is the level of reorientation, retraining we plan for these law enforcement agents to ensure that whatever is happening at the polling unit that is against the rule of the game should be challenged, and people should be arrested and allowed to face the music. We have seen issues where some party stalwarts will be arrested, and before the election day ends, they will be released.
So consequences, no consequences.
No consequence for infraction.
Barrister Darlington.
Yes, before you blame the police, you should ask yourself, who are their line managers? Who gave them directives? Because if the ruling party is interested in winning an election and they are doing everything to win that election, there is nothing the police can do. Seriously. 90% of the time, they are acting on behalf of the ruling party. 90% of the time. And so I cannot really blame the police. If the ruling party were to say, look, in this election, there should be no infraction and not, and they mean it, nobody will foment any trouble. But here, all the security agencies, we have seen that they are partisan. Clearly partisan, including the military. And so, if such a thing is happening, how can we have a credible election? It can never happen, except the political ruling class determine that, yes, we don't want this type of thing. That is the only way we can be free. Or they give us electronic voting. You can vote in your house. When America was conducting the election, we are all counting their votes from here. We are counting their votes from here. And so, why can't you bring that technology? Is it rocket science? But because they don't want that kind of system, it will not favor them. That's why they are looking the other side. And so, I will blame the ruling government because they are the ones delaying this thing. Why can't we have something that APC can give Nigeria and say, yes, it is under our watch that we have credible election? Under our watch.
Okay.
Why can't we have it?
All right, Barrister, personally, I think it goes beyond the APC. You know, because even under the PDP, we also had flawed elections.
Presently, who is in charge?
Barrister, hold on.
But don't go back to
Barrister,
PDP.
I have to go back. I'm a historian.
You must not.
Barrister, you don't tell me what to say. Don't tell me what to say.
You'll be calling PDP.
It goes back beyond the APC. Because as a matter of fact, under the PDP, we had flawed elections. Yaradua came and said, look, the election that brought me to office was eminently flawed. And he now set up the OIS commission that looked in, and that was why we started talking about all these electoral reforms and all of that culminated in the Electoral Act. Now, for me, the real issue is not even the Electoral Act or the electoral reform or the electoral law, as we say. It boils down to the characters of the people, you know, that are managing both the electoral process and the country itself. I'd like to go back to 1993, where we had the June 12th elections. You know, did we use technology? No. The answer is we did not. Did we use electronic transmission? The answer is that we did not use electronic transmission. It was, up till today, it's been adjudged as the best, free and fair and most credible election in Nigeria because of the characters that ran the umpire, now the institution of the umpire at that time. So it tells you how we have gone down as a people. And I would like to relate it to historical instances. When we talk with regard to technology itself, when we talk about technology and the advancement of technology that was brought about by civilization and all of that, you recall that in the olden days, people tend to see civilization as, something that has benefited mankind. It is this same civilization. In the olden days, we used to have 10 years, 20 years war, and just about 5 people would be killed between wars, between the Kanem-Borno empires and all of that, because we're fighting with spears and all of that. But it is this same civilization that brought weapons of mass destruction, where people are killed, in their millions.
Just one missile.
Just one missile.
In the comfort of your
country.
So
when we conducted, Barrister, hold on. When
the
we
population have increased. So
Barrister, when we conducted the 1993 election, we didn't talk about electronic transmission. Yet that election was adjudged the best. Now I'm talking about the electronic transmission of vote. It still boils down to the characters involved. Let us look, for instance, MBA. Barrister, you're a lawyer. My wife is a lawyer too. I was with her when she opened her app and voted for a candidate of choice, and it was recorded. So we didn't know to go back and forth and
confront
in the comfort of her apartment, in comfort of our bedroom. She opened the app and voted. MBA elections, and it went like that seamlessly. So we can do it. So it boils down to the characters. And see, if you like, make the electoral reform, sign it like 200 times. If people want to circumvent it, they will still circumvent it. There will always be measures around it to circumvent it.
And no party is immune to rigging.
So it boils down to the character of both Nigerians and the people that are conducting the elections. To me, these are the real issues.
All right.
But the real issue here is that you are now presently in government. Give us something that can go for your name.
All right.
Something you can say, yes, I did this thing. That's what I'm saying.
All right, Barry.
Don't, if you continue to go back, that we can never move forward.
We're not going forward.
We cannot move forward. You don't know where you're coming from, you never know where you're going.
We must know. That's what now that
that's not what you're saying.
Yar'Adua did something before he died.
Okay.
What happened? Why not deepen it? He had left the state. You that met it, deepen it. Make it more credible. That's what I'm saying here.
All right then.
The advantage of doing it, what we need to do here is to encourage them and to also let them know why they must do it.
All right. Comrade Osawanyi, let's have your thoughts on this one.
Yeah, I will talk about electoral reforms. We spend money, we try to have the best reform. Who finally take the decision of what will be reformed are the same people who are players of the politics. The National Assembly, they are being the major bulk of our problem. Because what they approve, what they now finally review is what is going to carry out. Like when you talk about the June 12 election that all of us are linked to, it was because that election was conducted by a military, a disciplined military. That is why we have that success story. But now everybody planning the electoral reform, all they are stakeholders and they are interested party. They want to put on paper what will make them retain power. As for the security, we have an IGP of police whose tenure has been elongated. If somebody elongated your tenure and the election is coming for that person, definitely you're going to be singing, you're going to be working towards that person that giving you that grace. Because our problem is not the reform. Just like somebody said, it is our character. It's a Nigerian thing. Every Nigerian is interested on how do I circumvent this whole issue to benefit myself. An average Nigerian want to, if they have the power, they can change the law to make them remain in power forever. Until we begin to start making these records, like the electronic voting, yes, but we trust that system. It's only in Nigeria that you are conducting election. People will not move from place to place. You cannot go. You only move from your house to election. Everybody will be watching. At the end, the result will not be credible. Why? It is because one, we have the trust issue, and it is a character that we don't believe in the system. Yes, Yar'Adua did something, and Jonathan built on it. But since APC came into the power, they destroyed the system. They destroyed the will of the people. Last election, people who doesn't believe in the Nigerian electoral process went and registered and they voted. And 80% of them were also discouraged. Some of them even destroyed their voters' card. That was the only time they have voted in their life. And the INEC could not give them what they want and could not justify the decision that they took. So the problem we have is that because the people in power, they take the most decision, definitely they are making a decision that will favor them. We used to have a National Assembly, but now I don't think we have a National Assembly. We only have a National Assembly that when the Senate, what the Senate say aye, it is the Senate word that people will take. We need to keep on going back, and I don't believe in review the electoral reform, because even if we review it 10 times, INEC will still come and do what they want, and they will come and tell us this or that. For me, where the president is the only person now who will want to do this thing and write his name on a platter of gold, because on the golden plate, because he has the power. I think he's the I don't know how to use it. He has all the power to do what is right. But if he's not going to do it because he's interested in 2017, every money we are spending to do the review, to do the processes, is a waste of funds, because at the end, it is what they want that they will tell us at the end of the day.
Thank you very much for your thoughts there. Now let's get into another conversation. Now this is also taken from the Guardian newspaper, and it says presidency accuses IPOB of peddling Christian genocide propaganda. And let's see the writer to it. Ohaneze false New York Times linking Igbo to U.S. bombing in Sokoto. All right. Earlier in the day, we had a conversation. Unfortunately, the internet did not allow that one to sail smoothly. A conversation with Emeka Umeagbalasi, the convener of Inter-Society. But, gentlemen, how do you react to this headline? Barrister?
Moses, please. This thing that they are accusing us of, is it in the right direction or in the wrong
Barrister,
direction?
are you a member of IPOB?
He said the Igbos.
No, he said IPOB.
No, IPOB. Yes.
I'm from the southeast. Hold on. I'm from the southeast. Okay. And I should be concerned when things like this are being peddled.
Okay, but you're not a member of IPOB.
When things like this are being peddled, I feel concerned. Are you getting what I'm saying? No country in the whole world has seen IPOB as a terrorist organization. Now, it is an embarrassment on the part of the federal government that a group they proscribe is now influencing a whole world power to carry out action in Nigeria. A very big embarrassment. They shouldn't even say this. If they have wisdom and intelligence, they should not say this thing. This is a group we proscribe. So how is America listening to them? And to come to it, what Donald Trump came to Nigeria, is this for our own good or for our own bad? The man came to help us to do something nobody could have done in the last 15 years. Please, is it a bad omen for Nigeria? That is the question. Because I know that if Donald Trump did not do what he did, maybe what we are seeing today wouldn't have happened. Because all of a sudden, the federal government have woken up against the terrorists. Is that not true? There are activities now against them. So who made it possible? When people want to talk, please let them reason. Let them reason. Those people who want to reason before you talk. If I thought it was IPOB that did it, what they did, is it for the good of Nigeria and the federal government or not? And so, if it is for the, why is it that the federal government is not challenging Donald Trump? Say, why did you bomb Nigeria? Who told you to come? That is how to start, and not to be talking anyhow. So I should sit down here and condemn IPOB. If I thought they are the one that did it, what they did, is it for the good of Nigeria? That is the first question. If you answer that question, you can go ahead and talk. By the way, if you have done the needful, will Donald Trump come in? If you have done what you're supposed to do as a federal government to protect life and property, will anybody even enter Nigeria? Both terrorists and Donald Trump, will they enter Nigeria? So please, when they want to talk, let them reason before they talk, so that some of us will not interrogate it. That's what I'm saying here.
All right.
Okay, that's what the barrister is saying here. Moses, I'd like to have a say on this, but I'll start with the technical question that you asked barrister, whether he's a member of the IPOB. And unfortunately, he was unable to wriggle himself out of it. Well, when you say indigenous people, you know, IPOB has an organization that represents the indigenous people of Biafra, you know. But everybody that comes from the southeast, by extension, is an indigenous Igbo person, indigenous Biafra. And I think the southeast is the only region in this country that, by geography, you know, it's a pure race. You don't have people that say, within the Southeast, the 5 states of the Southeast, you don't have people that say, I'm not Igbo, I'm Igbo, I'm not Igbo. You have other fringes. You don't have people in the fringes like Delta Rivers, who at one time, when it suits them, claim they are Igbo. When it doesn't suit them, they claim they are not Igbo. But the Southeast, the 5 states, you don't hear anybody say, I'm Igbo or not. So indigenous Igbos, yes, in the Southeast. Now, that said, you know, it's laughable when the presidency comes out to say that, look, it is the activities of IPOB, you know, that brought, that escalated the whole issue of Christian genocide to the Trump administration. It's laughable. And I always have a problem with the people that handle the president's information. They make little of issues. They make little of themselves. And this is laughable. Trump didn't need to hear from IPOB to understand that, look, there is Christian genocide in Nigeria. Reverend Dachomo, is he an Igbo man? The man is from Plateau State. He's not an Igbo man. We had a bishop, a bishop of which diocese now, in one of the dioceses in Plateau State that went to the United States of America, the first person that met Riley Moore and had a session with the Congress. He is not even an Igbo man. These people made formal representations, you know, to the House of Representatives, to committees in the United States of America, to the evangelicals to say, look, this is what we are passing through here in Nigeria. So I've not heard that IPOB made a formal representation to either Congress, in the Capitol, or anywhere. But here we have a presidency, you know, for lack of what to do, have come out to say, look, it is the IPOB. They cannot wish away Christian genocide. Everybody understands. No matter how they belittle it, no matter how they try to wish it away, the Trump administration understands that there is Christian genocide in Nigeria, and it is not coming from IPOB. By the way, well, if IPOB people have been killed, like Inter-Society that we talked about, Emeka Umar Basile records through Inter-Society that about 17,000 people, youths of Igbo tribe, have been killed in the past 15 years or more in cold blood. Some of them are abducted in the streets of the Southeast, taken to prisons in far parts of the North where nobody knows about them. But he was able to break in and discover all of those things. And all of he has worked very closely with Amnesty International. And Amnesty International will not put out such information if they are not verified, if they didn't do thorough research in all of those things. So when the presidency comes out to say, oh, it is the IPOB that is telling Trump administration, well, they are just making a fool of themselves, as far as I'm concerned, because the truth is there. And it's self-evident, they understand it.
All right then. Animal.
You see, this idea of locating a particular group as the ambiguity of the intervention of the US government, as represented by Trump, shouldn't be an issue. The issue at stake is, are people being killed? And these people, were they armed enough to repel these attackers? Who withdrew their arms in the guise of saying we want to mop up arms in the hands of non-state actors that made them vulnerable? And who are these assailants? Are they coming from the south to the Middle Belt and elsewhere? We have identified them. They are a particular group in Nigeria. So it shouldn't be a thing. If a group decides to say, look, enough is enough, stop killing my people, and they know that within nobody is answering their calls, then if they have opportunity of escalating it beyond the shores of Nigeria, because the first law of nature is self-preservation. Mm-hmm. And they don't want to be killed. They don't want their women to be raped. And then intervention came from outside the country. Should it be anybody's problem?
I wonder.
The problem should be those who are killing, making sure that they stop killing. Mm-hmm. Nobody wants to be left vulnerable. Nobody wants to be left without any support. So if anybody is shouting that please come and help me, and help came, then it shouldn't be anybody's problem. So this idea of I think it borders on, and I'm not even interested in the political aspect of this thing.
Now,
it's about humanity.
The statement you made, stop killing my people, just takes me back to the conversation we had earlier in the day when we spoke about the
particular
Kaduna killings, you know, certain individuals, the divisional police officer, the local government chairman saying, look, none of that happened here. There was no kidnap and the rest. Meanwhile, people were kidnapped.
No.
And then we had an eyewitness who said, look, when it happened, they came to the community and they said, okay, we will ensure their release. But then they reported in the papers that none of it happened. So you start to wonder, those whose responsibility it is to protect the people, to protect their people, how well do they intend to protect their people? If you hide the information of people being kidnapped from public domain, does that mean you don't care about their lives?
This is where state policing is relevant. If that DPO was part of that community and his sibling or his relative was part of those kidnapped, would it have denied?
The local government chairman is answerable to the governor.
Yes.
So what is there to say that a GPO also will not be answerable to the governor?
Because
it goes back to the character of the individual.
They have been giving directives to hide this thing because of Donald Trump. They want to give the impression that the kidnapping and the killing have stopped against Christians. That's just the simple truth. All of them have been giving directives. Don't escalate any of such thing when it happens. So that America will not believe that what they are complaining is no longer happening.
Now, what the eyewitness even said was that about a week ago, 20 people were kidnapped. Monies were raised from the community.
You can imagine. So because that one is a small number. It's a small number. That's why it did not make headline.
So yes, 20 did not make headline. Now 100 and something is out there.
So surreptitiously they are doing all these things. And when we say, they say you are tribalistic, you are this. But the people that are doing it, who came out openly and told you that convert to Islam or you'll be killed. They didn't hear when that man said, that ISWAP member said that. They didn't hear it, Abi. They did not hear that one. No. And they are going underground to implement what they said. And the federal government kept quiet.
All right, comrade, let's have your thoughts very quickly. And then there's another story that ties to insecurity as well. I'd like to have reactions to that one in a bit. But comrade, let's have your thoughts. I know you've reacted to this already. You have your hands on your head. I don't know. Are you feeling terrible for Nigeria? What are your thoughts, comrade Osanwayi?
Nigeria has made themselves a disgraced country. Like we were told when we were young, to defend one single lie, about 1,000 lines need to be said, and you need another 1,000 lines to defend.
To you, comrade Purpose Osanwayi. Unfortunately, we might have to try and rectify that and get back to you, and then maybe get your thoughts in at that time. Our engineers are working to restore your audio connection. Now let's talk about this on the headlines here. It's from the Punch newspaper. It says, States hosting IDPs eye $12 million World Bank loan. All right, Jane, please take us into that story.
States hosting internally displaced persons are set to earn up to $12 million from a World Bank-backed loan if they meet a series of strict data, governance, and integration benchmarks under a new federal project targeting displacement and host communities. The funding forms part of a $300 million concessional credit approved by the International Development Association for the Solutions of Internally Displaced and Host Communities project, and it's signed between the federal government and the World Bank.
There you have it.
I disagree.
To what exactly?
I disagree.
To what?
That money should not be used in such a format.
But
they should be talking of sending these people back to their home seed, ancestral homes. Who is occupying them?
Barrister, are you saying what you want, or are you saying what it is?
That is what I want. That's what should be.
Barrister, we are discussing what is.
It's okay for
hold on, please, hold on. We should not encourage such a thing. Why should you be in IDP camp in your home, in your country? The people that are living in their homes, where are they from? Please tell me. World Bank and the whole world should come to the aid of these people and send them back to their home, their ancestral home. Let them go back there. That is the first thing you should be talking about. Not sending money to them in IDP camp. The woman, Mrs. Remi Tinubu, went to give them in $1 billion the other day in IDP camp. What would they be doing with that money in IDP camp? No, tell me. Is that conducive for them? How long are they going to live in IDP camp? Why terrorists are occupying their homes? What kind of thing is this? Look, World Bank, this is not a good suggestion at all.
Right.
Talk of how to rehabilitate them back to their homestead. They are the farmers who are growing food for us in their farmland. Let them go back to their homestead. That's the first thing you should talk about.
All right then.
All right. Now the main issue here is that there's what I might call seed money.
Seed money, yes.
Seed money.
300 million, but then 12 million first.
12 million first.
Out of 300 million.
Out of 300 million. Now the people in government will practically ensure
that they have IDPs.
That they have IDPs, so that they will have access to this money. That is the issue. You know, that is the issue.
And that's the progress.
Now, what barrister
is
saying,
not progress.
what barrister's point of view is that, look, this shouldn't happen. I quite agree with him. But the reality on ground is that, look, barrister, you will not stand up here and go and remove those IDP camps, IDPs to their homes. It is still the call of government to do that.
Should we blame, why, if World Bank is, if this money is not made available, if there's no $300 million made available, do you think we'll have states where, IDPs are, where people are kept in IDP camps?
Now, this is an eye-opener. It has simply told us probably why governments, don't want those people to go back home. Because there is money to be made.
Are you serious?
There's money somewhere. Apart from government, look, and some of the NGOs, you know what they do? What they do is they don't want conflicts to end. Because that is how they survive.
Exactly.
They go to war-torn areas, they go to conflict zones, take photographs and pictures, and by the time you know it, it's in New York Times, it's in Washington Post, it's in the Enquirer or Guardian of London.
Yes.
And what happens?
Like Makoko,
money
the
flows
governor
in.
is accusing them of
Money flows in from donor agencies, international organizations, and all of that. And they use it to sustain their PR campaigns over time. So it is not just about IDPs alone.
Government should put them this thing. Make sure there are no IDPs in Nigeria. Government should preempt it. So that you not accuse the NGOs of making money out of these people. Government should preempt it because that is what you swore to do. Do you know the mindset, the psychological, emotional trauma these people are going through in their own country? To make matters worse, the people that chase them out of their homes are terrorists from foreign countries. How do you live with that? Please tell me. Do you know what they go through on daily, weekly, monthly, and yearly basis? That is the height of humiliation. Seriously. So World Bank, please, talk of sending them back to their homes. They came from somewhere before they ended up in IDP. They were living somewhere. Let them go back to their home. That's what I'm saying here.
All right.
If the environment is not conducive, they cannot return back.
Make it conducive. Make it conducive.
Now
you have the power.
You mentioned something in the course of this review that they will continue to populate IDP camps for inflow of cash. It reminds me of what happened during COVID-19 when there was no single patient in Akure, and surreptitiously they imported 3 cases from Lagos to Akure to keep the place alive. Unfortunately for them, they didn't know I'm a journalist, and they spoke while I was there, and I saw it live as they were bringing those ambulances, 3 of them, to transport them from Lagos at the roadblock, the military checkpoint at Owena. So that is what they do. And I am not surprised that this is happening. So the question now is,
but this is at the
you can now see why
the detriment of the people.
Yes, this is at the detriment of the people.
When you are doing all this, do you know the unpatriotic spirit you are building up?
On other people's misfortune in this country.
And you are talking of patriotism.
3 days after the COVID-19 lockdown, a particular governor, still serving, said he released 200 million naira to UCH. And the CMD of UCH came to deny that they should bring evidence. Up to now, no evidence.
Beyond this, I think
look at that traditional ruler at the serving town.
In US, yes.
You thought it's Nigeria that people forget.
Money and all of it. But we see countries sustain wars, simply because they want to sell arms.
My worry here is that government should preempt these things. Don't give room for these things. Like I keep saying, it is the society that prepares the crime. Then the criminal just commits it, and you turn around to blame him. Preempt it, to plug that loophole. That's what Donald Trump is doing with you said and all that. He said that they are doing unnecessary with that policy, and he cancelled it. So you as a government, you have said that this is what they are doing. Why not stop it? Don't give room for IDP so that nobody will cash in on them. It's as simple as that.
IDP camps have come to stay. It has come to stay.
Oh, so who will stay there?
Because
it feels
who will stay there? Who will stay there?
Who will stay there? And that is why Boko Haram, Lakarua, and all the rest will not
continue to perpetrate.
Because it is those people that chase people out of their community. To become IDP.
Okay.
If there was no insurgent, there would be IDP.
So basically, those in government just...
So it's a revolving cycle that makes people wealthy.
I disagree.
So $1 billion out of 300 million.
I disagree. Government should take action. That's what they swore to do. Yes, they should take action because that's what they swore to do. Because, look, those people in IDP, they will turn out tomorrow to torment everybody. I hope you know. They are breeding children in that place.
They are breeding children.
Children will grow up and start asking questions. By that time, you now realize what you have done to yourself. Those children will grow up.
Are going on
they are growing up in that place, in that environment. So when they grow up tomorrow, what will you tell them that some people are occupying their homes, Abi, and they will clap for those people and say, yes, we are well done. You are breeding future terrorists there. You don't know.
All right, let's get the thoughts of Comrade Purpose Osawanyi. Please, I do hope your audio has been fixed. Talk to us.
Yeah, I think the first thing is let the government secure those people who might return back to their original home. That is because IDP is not supposed to be a permanent thing. It's supposed to be a temporary thing while you try to fix the initial problem. So just like we like most of those things that happen here in Nigeria, people see it as business. They are thinking about the business aspect of it or the profits aspect of it, not thinking about the impact of what this will happen to, this will cause in the future. Like somebody just said, these are children. They are developing in a very chaotic environment, hostile environment. This children tomorrow is going to become somebody, and this environment is going to mold who they are tomorrow.
Exactly.
So the only thing we want to do is make their home safe and return them back to their home. Any investment you want to do for them, do it in their original place, so that these people the process of healing will start from that process. But the other thing you are doing is just a waste of investment. That is my simple opinion.
That's it.
All right, then. Thank you very much, Comrade Osawanyi. Now let's just run through a few headlines here before we call it a day. Let's just take some headlines from the Punch newspaper, and then we could just react to whichever one tickles our fancy individually.
Federal government doubles January bond borrowing to 900 billion naira. 5 soldiers, policemen killed in Zamfara ambush. Nigeria's ECOWAS exports fall 13% after Sahel states exit. Malami faces long detention as DSS intensifies investigation. Secret police signal tough stance, prepare court action to detain ex-AGF further as terror financing case unfolds. Businesswoman Aichimegu kicks as EFCC seeks $13 million forfeiture. DSS frees Ogun pastor associates after public outcry. EFCC quizzes Benue officials over alleged 4.6 billion naira fraud. Nigerians spend 1.54 trillion naira on beer, others in 9 months.
Beautiful. How much of that did you consume in this table? Barrister, 1.54 trillion naira.
What is wrong with that? We are
consuming this table.
We are creating employment.
It has.
We are creating.
It could be healthy too.
I said we are creating employment.
Let's talk about it, because it's not about war, about IDP, about people stealing money, about corruption and all of that. Let us talk about beer. The beer we drank last year.
We are helping the economy.
I know some people would not like to be part of this discussion because, I mean, they have contributed maybe in millions, you know, to that video. They know themselves. 1.54 trillion naira.
1.54 trillion.
Look at the economic effects. The breweries now, they are smiling to the bank because of these people and their money. Is that not true?
Okay.
They are creating employment.
So who is not guilty on this table should raise up his hand.
Who is not guilty?
I don't know about
Who is not a contributor?
Even the Bible says, hold on. We cannot be all of us
subject to investigation.
Don't worry yourself.
Osamoyi is not.
No, you see, even the Bible said it that you should drink. St. Paul will say you should drink, but don't let it enter your eye.
So when you want to drink, you close your eyes.
Take something. Take something.
You know, I said it. People will defend their position.
I said it.
Those who don't, I know those who drink actual kai kai. We are talking of the beer, but some people drink kai kai. That's why they say and others. Is that not true? Some people drink kai kai, and I know
some people are also beneficiaries of kai kai.
They drink kai kai. So
to the extent that it's affecting their productivity.
Even some people whose ministry is already dead, they are reviving it with this alcoholic beverages. They are helping.
Thank God. This is a puta panel. And unfortunately, Moses cannot moderate because he's also involved.
And because he's also involved. You know, and what Barrister said, and others.
And others.
Beer and others.
And others include kai kai.
Can you refine it and call it either whiskey or brandy?
Or vodka.
No, there are those ones at the bus stop. Have you forgotten?
So you do go to bus stop?
There are people who go.
Do you go to bus stop?
Did I say?
How much of
it procures through somebody
gets back into the economy, the Nigerian economy? 1.54 trillion naira. How much of it gets back into the Nigerian economy?
Sir, it's within the economy.
It's the economy you are talking about here. It's the economy you are talking about here. That money is for the economy now. Is it not the breweries that brew the drink that are benefiting from that money?
So if we could get into the story and see how much was consumed in each state, you recall that people have been people have been trolling Peter Obi for building the Sab Miller. You know, they said the only thing he left in Anambra is the brewery. Now that brewery has contributed to 1.5
economy.
Significantly.
I don't need to my people in
not just marginally.
They will contribute more out of this money. My people from the southeast, they will contribute more out of this money. Is that not something?
I don't know.
You also contributed in Lagos.
Are there health implications? We should get a doctor on this board to tell us the health implications of such massive consumption.
Moses, there is health implication of drinking excess water. Water.
Even water.
What's your definition of excess water? Excess water is just opening your mouth at the tap and allowing it to flow, which cannot.
So what is excess beer?
What
is excess beer?
What is the tolerable volume?
Osamoyi, please let's get your contribution.
The beer itself, you have forgotten that one important job it does to men. It helps them to revive their ministry. If your ministry is going down, when you take beer,
I disagree with you. Beer even kills that ministry. What you are talking about? You are not speaking from a point of experience.
Yes. Okay. Osamoyi, Purpose, please. Let's get your thoughts in 1 minute, and then we'll call it a day.
Yeah, the Bible says, wine maketh the heart of mortal men rejoice.
Oh, exactly. My brother, you are in the spirit.
It's company.
You are in the spirit. You are in the spirit. One bottle for you. You are in the spirit.
If not for that ministry, a lot of us will be battling mental health, depression.
Are you telling me?
And so many things. So like we are advocating that state where people drink beer, their tax should be spent in that state because we are, especially us from the south, we are contributing almost the highest because it's part of our daily diet.
Exactly.
At least one bottle a day is good for your health.
Exactly.
There you have it. There you have it. This is what you get when you have men on a table.
But bosses, because of time, please, I want to say this thing. You see what Malami is going through. Nobody should have sympathy for him because of the charges against him in his head. This is an attorney general of the federation. For you to be filmed,
yes,
it's an accusation.
You may say that, but should we have the state? Should we have persecution? Should we have people?
Hold on, I am coming. Hold on, I'm coming, please. This was one thing he did when Nnamdi Kanu was kidnapped in Kenya. And the court said they should leave him. This man insisted.
What Moses is saying, does it look like two wrongs should make it right?
Oh God, look, I am coming here. Look at the accusation. What is wrong?
They are absolutely
Hold on. What is wrong in here? Is there an allegation on him or not? There is. So, a man at that height, should you be accused of sponsoring terrorism in your own country? And
that's the point. In detention, why DSS is investigating.
No, they have already found that there is a prima facie case.
Now they have intensified investigation, and they are keeping him in detention.
So gather more evidence. That's what they did.
Why they are keeping him in detention? They said that being outside, that he might
compromise. Exactly. So
he might interfere.
Yes, it's the same thing he did to Nnamdi Kanu. In fact, they should detain him in Sokoto prison so that they can meet themselves here.
All right.
That's what I'm saying.
Okay.
There's nothing wrong.
This would be a good place to anchor the conversation. Sports comes up next. Thank you very much, Comrade Purpose Osawanyi. Thank you for your contribution and your thoughts. Barrister Darlington Agumo, thank you as well. And Dele Fanimo, thank you for your contribution. Chukuma Okoro, I must say thank you to you as well. He makes a comeback later tonight at 6 p.m.
Well, I'll travel around Nigeria with my guests to bring you interesting political stories.
All right. Interesting. It definitely would be. Jane. Well, thank you very much, Jane Ogoye, for standing by me on this one. I am Moses Humphrey, wishing you a beautiful day. Stick around for sports. Bye for now.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpeon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, with the sport.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is African News on Voice of the People Television. We don't just bring you the news. We analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV, channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice. In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand. The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories. From missing funds to policy failures, we ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more, tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
In a world where power shifts with every headline,
In a nation full of questions,
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing.
and together we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world, because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
When I first heard VOP, I thought they were talking about me because I'm a voiceover personality. But no, this is Voice of the People TV, and you are riveted forever because this is the place to be.
Yo guys, your boy Chela. Shout out to VOP TV. I love you guys.
Salut, salut tout le monde. Suspect 95. Là, on est sur VOP TV. On passe un bon temps. J'espère que vous kiffez. On est au Afrima. On est ensemble. VOP TV.
Don't see me like a fool because I don't do giddy giddy giddy. VOP, you don't know somewhere from Ghana representing live and living color. Yeah, Beam Nation President. Outside with it. Bless up.
Hello, this is Milo from Ivory Coast. Keep watch Voice of the People TV. Regardez la voix du peuple, la télévision de la voix du peuple. Que Dieu vous bénisse. À très bientôt. Love you so much.
Hi guys, what's up? This is Gaze Baba. I am watching VOP TV. Usually you be told to not touch the dial, but I tell you to touch the dial and increase the volume. You're like, keep it locked. It's Afro Gospel. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Shego Aronzo. You're watching VOP. Don't change the dial.
My Joe, fine girl. My Joe, fine babe. Only are you, but on the Fuji was. Yes, don't touch the dial. This is me, Dr. Adiwala Iba. Keep watching VOPT.
My name is Made Kuti and you're watching VOP TV. Keep watching.
Welcome, my name is Zika Davis. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, boys, viewers, everybody, boys and girls. This is VOP TV. Do you know what that means? Voice of the People TV. You don't have a voice, don't come here. You better make sure your voice is heard.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice. In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get drum. Hunger no get religion.
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television. Don't just react, understand. Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more, tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count. The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour. Acide hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not speed. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is Africa News on Voice of the People Television. We don't just bring you the news. We analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
From the views on the street,
we go to bed empty hunger,
to the blaring horns of a hustling city, the loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lodge.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents.
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
Representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people.
Yeah, so what a way to start up a show. We keep saying it all the time. If we let Eric Chow go, it will be very, very dangerous to the national team. But we can say from the entertainment scene to the business sector, from sports administrators, sports-loving fans all over Nigeria, the impressive outing at the AFCON recently concluded was very, very commendable. And also people have been saying, yes, we can say this is the AFCON side that the Super Eagles did well. Goal scoring wasn't a problem, but the latest public figure to join the long list of those celebrating the Super Eagles and distinguished is one man, music producer, Puffy T. Welcome to the Sports Republic Show. You are in the best place to be at all time. It's time for us to give you sport and news all over the world and everything that transpired in the course of yesterday and also for today. Just as he unfolds, we start off this one by saying the entertainment mogul, who is described as the Super Eagles man, he loves the team, and he said the AFCON campaign went well and with a collective brilliance and technicality that they did so well. Moving on, under the leadership of Mikel, Super Eagles displayed tactical and collective brilliance for the world to see. But let's talk about the man who we should know on this day. He is Puffy T. And Prophet said something. He said, everywhere in the world, it's all about the Super Eagles. Impressive performance. It's not just about another bronze, but as some may say, but a statement of strength and character. It proves that we are still a force to reckon with in African football, and that Nigeria never back down. That's coming from Prophet, who is a producer behind a hit song, Yahooze by Olumente. You know that song, Yahoo, I know the song. And then he's just saying a lot, and he's saying this team needs a special commendation. In his words, he said, the players of the day for me were Ademola Lookman, Akko Adams, and heroic shot stopper Stan Nwabali and Alex Iwobi. They all did well, but these four are exceptional for me. By every measure, this campaign deserves an 8 out of 10. They were strong. They were inspiring and also full of promise. He praised the Super Eagles for recovering quickly from, the Morocco heartbreak, and then he continued by saying, although the semi-final loss was very heartbreaking, they showed resilience, they bounced back, and then reminded us that the setback is just a phase. He urged the coach to pay more attention to strategy and game plans. Prophet said, only that at times the team acts above par. Football on the continent is evolving, and we need to step up our game, interchange and strategize, and have a very quality style of play. But nonetheless, we still remain a force to reckon with. He stated this, and also he said, he recalled that more of our developments should be going into sports, and that for Nigerian football, if Nigeria is to rise by 2027, in the words of the man you have on your screen, he said, we must act now. We have to invest in youth development and in our league, building academics for young talents. Well, let me talk about this in a bit quickly. On the part of asking question and then rating-wise. If you ask me, I'll tell you, the Super Eagles had a very decent AFCON tournament. They did so well. They were spectacular at some point. They felt like they were going to win it, but they got to a phase that we said, no, this is the end point. I wasn't really thinking we were going to leave that game. I felt like we were going to beat the Moroccan side. But what would have happened if we had gotten to the final? That would have been a case for another day. But from Prophet, who is also an entertainment man, he loves football and he believes that Super Eagles have all it takes to win it. But on the fact where he's advising the national team, the federation to invest, they need to invest. Now we had the news. We've now moved our ranking. We'll talk about that later on. But how far we want to go determines, or should be determined by the Nigerian Football Federation. And if you ask me, all of the players did well, yeah, but I could say my top four. I'll go with Calvin Bassey. I'll go with Alex Iwobi in the Super Eagles team. I'll go with Akko Adams, like he rightly said. So I think, okay, Nwabali, that works. They all had a decent game. They all played so well. Bruno Yemechi, all of them were under, good pressure. If there was a word like good pressure, but they did well. But if you ask me, these four players, for me, my opinion, are also exceptional. But from Prophet, he believes that Nigeria has what it takes to go out there and shock the world. Now, the next project is what we're talking about. We are on the news of our coach, which we'll be talking about very soon. If we let that man go, if Nigeria let Eric Chell leave, then it shows that we don't have a project to be built. Because I look at the national team, I look at the Nigerians that we have, because people are saying, let's talk about the African Nations Cup, let's talk about the Ivorian side, MFA, he's an Ivorian, he came under Gassé, he won the Nations Cup with Ivory Coast, now we're seeing another man, Pap Chouar, also winning with the Senegalese side. What is going on? Why can't we have our Nigerian legends or ex-international man on this job and get it right? How many of those players, ex-internationals in court, how many of them have revived themselves? How many of them wants to be like the next big thing? How many of them are putting a lot of effort? You can actually count. You can count. You talk about one of the biggest names, if not the biggest name, JJ Okocha, not because of, or not for the sake of individual accolade, but for personal reasons and then pride's sake. You cannot compare JJ's time with some of those players. He was decent in what he was doing, but we cannot talk about JJ being the coach of the Super Eagles, because for me, what he did in Delta State wasn't even good enough to say, yes, you are a good man and you're ready to go. So if you ask me, it's a lot to be looked into and there's a lot to be talked about. Does Nigeria have what it takes to let their home base ex-players man this job? We'll be looking into all of this talk points on the show today, because Eric Chell happens to be one man I will be talking extensively about. Now, let's talk about Eric Chell quickly. There's the news about, during the Nations Cup, we recall, I don't know the kind of contract Eric Chell signed with the Nigerian team. I don't know. Like the coach, if I know, I would have told you. I don't know personally. It's not because you're a sport presenter. I feel like we didn't scrutinize that contract. So I don't know what deal he has with the Nigerian Football Federation. For a manager to be old, I don't know. He wasn't talking. He went to the Nations Cup being old, like 2 to 3 months or thereabout. And during the Nations Cup, when we got to a phase when we eliminated Tunisian side started saying we're interested in you. And how much does it earn in Nigeria? $50,000 that we're also owing Pesero at some point. We couldn't hold up to that task. And Eric Chell now is being old. He signed a contract last year, January. But I'm looking at the national team. If they need to make things right, they have to put things to Barry. Why am I saying this? As it stands now, the Franco-Malian, the tactician, who is currently under contract with the Nigerian Football Federation, NFF, until January 2027, has attracted growing interest following his impressive outing with the Super Eagles. He's been a decent coach if you know him. But reports indicate that Eric Chell has already turned down an approach from Tunisia, preferring to remain focused on his current Super Eagles assignment for now. Despite his existing deal, sources close to the situation have told reports that both Angola and Gabon are keen on luring Eric Chell with lucrative offers as they look to strengthen their squad in the upcoming international competitions. Meanwhile, Eric Chell is expected to meet with officials of the Nigerian Football Federation in the coming days to discuss his future. The talks are understood to be aimed at reaffirming the commitment, clarifying long-term plans, and possibility of reviewing contractual terms amid rising external interest. If you know this job well, if you follow this game well, you would understand that Eric Chell has been an integral part of the Super Eagles within a short period of time. But the outcome of the meeting could prove decisive in determining whether Nigeria can retain the highly rated coach or face a potential battle to keep him beyond the short term. We have a contract for 2027. So I would say maybe they are thinking he should be the manager of the Super Eagles when we play at the next Nations Cup coming next year. But I look into Eric Chell's contract and I'm looking at offers he's getting. If I want to advise him, before I even talk about advising the coach, I think he loves Nigeria to start with. Because it would take a very brave man to get on the job and say yes to the Nigerian Football Federation, knowing fully well that Nigeria at some point were down the pecking order and it was a big pressure for us to make it to the World Cup. So the route was spoiled already beforehand. A national team that says, someone asked me on the other day on the radio, when I was on the radio, and said, Kizzy, please, I'd love to call me and tell me, possibly explain on the radio, why is Nigeria the giant of Africa? And I'm like, okay, we'll talk about it for another day. So Eric Chell knows the quality, so he's been decent. We saw his gameplay in Mali, quarterfinal, Nigeria semi-final. That's a progress on his job. Now, I felt he would have said yes to a Tunisian side because every manager wants to be a manager or coach who has handled the team at the World Cup. I'm not saying an African team can win the World Cup today because it's very far from the truth. That's not possible now. I'm not saying, they say the game is, it changes, but no, I don't personally, in my opinion, I don't see any African team winning the Nations Cup in the next possible 10 years or 20 years or so. Because they need to put in a lot of things right. Not just about the Moroccan side playing the best organized football, but you could say the Senegalese. But they'll all be at the World Cup. But you can see, you will see for yourself. But Eric Chell took the job by storm. He owned it. He said, I will take this job regardless of whatever it is. So I love the fact that the Nigerian Football Federation did not place an ultimatum on him to take us to the World Cup because it was a shambolic place already. But he tried what he could do. And we saw how the World Cup qualifiers went. Victor Osimhen got injured at the start. Pesero struggled. He got off. Finidi George came. He didn't stay a long time because homegrown coach, we don't believe in our own. We know that. And Finidi George came and they left him at bay at some point. And then who? It took Nigeria a long time for a team that wants to be serious about the sports world to get a coach for the biggest brand of the team. And we got Eric Chell. Now, we signed a contract. We all came here and we celebrated the coach. We're all happy. We're jubilating. We're jumping up. Yes, we have a new coach. The word they told us before then was enterprising coach. So when I heard Amadio Penny, former NFL president, saying we have an enterprising coach coming, I was like, oh, enterprising. Last I heard enterprising was in the business firm. Enterprising coach. And they brought Eric Chell. When I saw Eric Chell, he was known for that coach that had water poured on his head at the last Nations Cup, Ivory Coast, 2024. I was ready to play 2023. I mean, 23, I was playing 24. But we looked at Eric Chell's pedigree. We looked at the style. Even when it felt like it was not working, you could see he was decent. You know what the problem we had before? We were conceding, right? but we were not dominating. Nigeria national team is the playing side. If you know the game, take it back to 94. Okay, let's say we take it back to 98 when we won our first Nations Cup. The structure was massive. We kept on that structure. We kept on moving that structure from the, you know, the Shegun Odegbami, our chairman Chuku, who's late today, all of those players, Owoblo, Felix Owoblo, you know, taking it from that record, we had a very decent team. Owoblo scored Morocco now. They will not forget him in a hurry. 1980, you know the story. But I checked it out and we got to 94. We had a very phase. We had a structure. Not about who was ruling at that point. And the team was great. The Benny Roja, the Eguavon, the, Okechukwu, you know, looking at the Chidewano, and men along the bench. So the team was, you know, Finidi George, Samson Siasia, JJ Okocha, who was the man to scheme to replace Samson Oli, had to succeed him in the team. Of course, he did. Olia is late today of blessed memory. You look at the team, Amunike, Amokachi, all of these guys, Rashidi Yakini, we had the squad. We had the depth. We knew we could hurt any team in the world. At some point, we became the 5th in the world. The record today is 26. I should not be celebrating it. So I felt like we had a structure at that point, but looking at the way it goes now, that structure is lost. And now maybe Eric Shell is trying to get it back. But why are they wasting time to give this man his pay, and possibly because of what he's having now, Angola, lucrative offer. You know what's lucrative? HRs will understand what I mean. When the word lucrative comes, it means they are not ready to pay you under par. They're not ready to pay you less than you're earning. They should pay you more. So with $50,000 we are struggling. One question I want to ask you on the show today, have you ever heard that the Nigerian Football Federation, one member is being owed? I've never heard it. We've never been on the show on TV to tell you that Nigerian Football Federation, blah, 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 this one is being owed. We know they hear this kind of news. They're not owed. It's either the players are being owed, bonuses, they are trying to boycott the game, the manager is owed. I don't know how it works. I don't even know if the staffs are owed as well. Because the glass house is a place, they are very compacted. They look hard to be broken in seconds. But anyways, we want to believe that they will do what is right. But now, under pressure, Super Eagles in good hands, coming from the NFF president. He's saying Eric Chell is in good hands, that we should not panic. We did not win the Nations Cup, but we can see how much we are talking about Eric Chell, because he has showed us that we can be better. We conceded, and he went back to look at it. Conceding was a problem, but we're having the flair. We are dominating, we're playing the best game, we are scoring goals, and then against Tunisia, against Uganda, Tunisia, on all those games we conceded. And when it got to what? The round of 16, he said, no, it's time for us to quit this. Mozambique, you saw the result. Against Morocco, you saw the result. So Algeria, you saw the result. So we had a very, very decent outing, even though we did not win the Nations Cup. I just wish we did to make it 4 times on the face. But Eric Chell, I want to believe that Football Federation would have to do all they can to give him that upper hand to manage the team. But moving on, let's talk about the NFF president, Ibrahim Musukuzo. He's come to say something. And the Super Eagles are also on the verge of losing Eric Chell. But Nigeria Super Eagles are close to returning on autopilot and will definitely achieve a lot of success under the present technical crew. And that's been headed by the Franco-Malian tactician Eric Chell. And then the president says, we are in good terms. Everything looks okay. Kuso also, who is the president of sub-regional bloc WAFU B, opined that with what the Super Eagles have shown at the 35th AFCON tournament, in which they finished in 3rd place, the 3-time African champions have turned the corner from a huge disappointment of consecutive FIFA World Cup misses and now set to rise to a new height. NFF man says, he said, actually, when we landed in Morocco towards the end of last year, our objective was to win the AFCON trophy and be the champions of Africa. But today, we finished in the 3rd place and won the bronze medal. Instead, we missed our target, but my joy is the way our team played. They played with zest and patriotic fervor and showed resilience and character. Big kudos to the huge support we have and the motivation that we continue to receive from the federal government through the Nigerian Sports Commission. Without the support of His Excellency President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, and the government as a whole, we would have not been able to do anything. The NFF is proud of the team, very proud of the team, and we're proud of the team campaign, and we'll continue to do our best to encourage, support, and motivate the team as we go forward. As the head coach of this hard-working technical crew, Mr. Chell has done exceedingly well within the 1 year he has been with us. He has shown enormous capacity and will continue to work with us as we'll continue to work with him. Okay, sounding new, but the NFF Supremo's evaluation of the 48-year-old strategist comes against the backdrop of the groundswell of support for Nigeria to continue with the manager that she signed on in January last year. In the middle of, I think that's in the middle of, tottering FIFA World Cup qualifying campaign. But in 1 year that followed, that man has led Nigeria's A team in 17 competitive matches, losing none. From a no-hope situation, he steered the Eagles to stand a chance of qualifying for the World Cup on the final day of the qualifying series and ultimately got a playoff ticket. Progress was halted via a penalty shootout, which also botched the final appearance of the AFCON. But it was also the same route the team took the bronze at the Stade Mohamed Casablanca on Saturday. So let's give Eric Chell all of the accolade that he deserves. But President Gusau said, if you coach Nigeria, you must win everything. A pragmatic Chell told CAF Online 2 months ago that realization and imbibed ethos has continued to guide his work, in which he has won 11 of 17 competitive matches and drew 6 in regulation time. It's a very decent record for me. In Morocco, Chell guided Nigeria to its highest ever tally of 14 goals in a single AFCON. No team has done that. Nigeria, set of players, I mean. With the team unbeaten in regulation time and in any of its 7 matches, and showing class and character in games against fellow continental powerhouses. We saw Tunisia, we saw Morocco, we saw Algeria, and then who will jointly host next year's AFCON final? That's Tanzania, Uganda, I mean to say. So, looking at this one, alongside Kenya, also, there's a news about that. But it's a joint Nations Cup. But victory on Saturday meant Nigeria has now mounted the podium in 17 of its 21 appearances at the AFCON. The only times she has failed to medal were 1963, 1982, 2008, and 2021. So we need to bring Eric Chell. We need to keep Eric Chell. We need to understand that Eric Chell is a man that we shouldn't be joking with. Why do we want to see? Why do you want to get to a phase and then why are we even talking about keeping Eric Chell? I felt like what he has done should have given us the edge. What he has done, what he has put into power should make us understand that he's good to go. Why are we talking about letting the manager stay or letting him go? Is this a talk point? It's not a talk point for me. It's not a talk point. Why do you want to? Why are you thinking of keeping this manager? Why? See, this is not a political affair. I tell you, this should not even be in the news. They should have done it within reach, just behind the scene. We don't want to hear stories like this. You should keep Eric Chell. Because these countries know, Gabon know, the Gabonese, they know, the Angolans, they know that we are not consistent in what we do. With what he has done. So it's not even about winning the trophy. Because I think he was given an ultimatum, take us and give, I think semi-final, that was the phase they gave him. And he got to the semi-final. Pesero was given a project of semi-final, he got to the final. So these coaches have done well. Pesero might not be the fantastic coach. I think the only problem we had with Jose Pesero was the fact that I think because he was not giving Nigerians the flair that we deserve. But you see the way we see. If that Morocco game, I'm still looking at that very game, we were scared because I watched how we played against Tunisia. I saw how we stole the show. I saw how we played against Algeria. We pressed them to the level that they were sitting in deep. But we got to a Moroccan side. I don't know if it was about the fan base. It was about the vision. I don't even know what happened on that day. Eric Chell, my friend, got scared. Is it Al Nouri? Is it El Kunoz that you guys were scared of? Who? Was it Akimi? So, was it Mazraoui? See, the Moroccan side, Al Kawi Ayoub, they came out well for us. Saibari. When I think about this Nations Cup weapons, many things played out. We don't want to talk about it on the show today. A lot of things played out. I said it on one of my, a show away from the TV. I said it. If the Senegalese will be fined deeply, the Moroccan side should be touched as well. They can't go scot-free with this. I don't rate this Nations Cup over 10. Maybe I could give them 4 or 5, maybe, just to be respectful and not be nasty. 5 over 10, maybe. You saw Ivory Coast. What happened, right? A Nations Cup where a goalkeeper drops his towel, the goalkeepers need it, and someone is picking it up, fan base. And the one that got me surprised was at the final, one Moroccan player will get Jesus Christ inside down, decided to carry towel. I see that towel. He wanted to give it to Edouard Mendy. And Saibari was changed. And Saibari, who I respect a lot, plays for PSV end of end in the Dutch side. I respect him a lot. He was standing, he got a firm gate, he did not get fence. He was standing right in front of the man. do like this one for them. Did they block the man? May not give men the towel. That man was doing the job. A Moroccan stopping a Moroccan. Do you understand it? So a lot of things. Is it about the ticket sales? Is it about what they did in the stadium? Is it about what they did to some country? Come on, you know, a lot. It's a lot, right? It's a lot. Like that's why the news happened yesterday. That I think that we heard about. The news was out concerning about Morocco 2013 or 2030 World Cup on Jeopardy. Let me see if I can get that on my mobile because I heard that, and it's just a news that we just might see that one slip off their hands. The World Cup, we are talking about it, and then see, it's a lot. Morocco also are on the verge of bringing Andres Iniesta to be their coach. We'll be seeing how that goes. We'll see Morocco. I don't know if they would actually understand what they've done, but if you tell me they don't know what they did, that's not true. They know from the players to the coach. They did a lot in this Nations Cup, and I felt like they should have owned up. It didn't really go as planned, but I love what Saibari did. Saibari later went to the hotel of the goat side of the Senegalese and went to meet Mendy and said, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. And that went so well. So if you look at it, you understand that from every perspective. Okay, there's a post as well. Maybe tomorrow we should bring this one. One small boy, Moroccan international, I think his name is Yasser Al-Zabiri. He said something, he posted on social media. He said, Africa doesn't deserve Morocco. What? This is like, I don't know. This is like the height of it. Now we are hearing that there's currently a major concern within FIFA that both clubs and country will replicate to what Senegal did against Morocco by leaving the pitch when feeling disadvantaged. That's why we never said what Senegal did was right. But I tell you, this is the news. The two options to host the 2030 World Cup. The final is either Madrid or Casablanca. It used to be Casablanca, but no more Casablanca to say. Why? The Santiago Bernabeu reputation and past success works in its favor. And I'll tell you, the images from the AFCON final are becoming an issue for Morocco's bid. So Morocco might slip off, they might be missing. Why is everything going Morocco? We'll talk about it. The AFCON is coming up in 2 months' time. Still Morocco. Everything is Morocco. Morocco. Anyways, Monaco lose yesterday, so I should not be talking about Morocco, anything I do Coco. Let's leave that. But let's talk about this one now. We told you the news. Why Super Eagles players? Let's talk about this. The Super Eagles news where our players left the tournament before the medal presentation. And we will tell you. But I must give commendation to one man, Alex Iwobi, who stood his ground, who used the medium, the DHL logistics firm, and did something that was extraordinary. Iwobi stayed back and allowed his players, allowed the rest to leave. Iwobi stayed. Osime, Ejuke, Ako Adams go score now 2 goals like Sinai right. He's in form. And I love the coach. He did so well. Even gave Ejuke some playing time. So, see, Nigerian players were decent at the AFCON, but Iwobi stayed back. And you know what he did? He made sure he got that medal, the bronze medal, because the medal was supposed to be given to them at the 3rd place, and they said, final. We know if you go Casablanca to Rabat, you know the distance. Have you been to Morocco before? You understand? Because we couldn't make that move. And Iwobi stayed back. He got the medal. He made sure he sent the medal to all of the people, all of the officials, the players, each like one after the other. They all got it via DHL respectively. And you look at that's selfless of Iwobi. But the president of the Nigerian Football Federation, NFF, Ibrahim Gusso, has explained why the Super Eagles players were absent from their medal ceremony at the AFCON tournament. Nigeria clinched on the 3rd place on Saturday after defeating Egypt 4-2 on penalties, but the players were not present to receive their bronze medals following Sunday's final between Morocco and Senegal. But moving on, speaking on the issue, Guzo said that players were unable to stay back for the ceremony due to the pressure from their club sides, who demanded their immediate return after the playoff match. If to say Ako Adams not traveling for scored that goal. But according to Guzo, who was quoted in the post X, and that's quoted on X, on Twitter, I think it was done that was on Monday, by journalist Osasu Obayonawana. The situation was not unique to Nigerians, as Egypt faced the same challenge. But Gusso said the players could not wait to receive their medals on Sunday. Their clubs were already after them to come back after Saturday. I have the medals in my possession, and it's the case of the Egyptian side too. Now, he said, we have the medal, and we need to send the medal. So they needed to leave because of why they needed to go back to their club bases, and that's okay. Tonight is a very big game coming up, Marseille. Mo Salah playing away from home. He'll be going to France to play. So he's handled the game. We've seen Salah in the lineup. So maybe Arne Slot might allow him to start. But before we talk about the Champions League, let's still tell them more stories. Yaya Toure has named impressive team at the AFCON. Yaya Toure, who is also a quality player, world-class player, you must say, a former Man City and Ivorian midfielder, Yaya Toure has named the Super Eagles of Nigeria as the most impressive national team at the just concluded Africa Cup of Nations tournament played in Morocco. Eric Chell, far sorting side and scoring side as well, had an impressive unbeaten run in the tournament until their unfortunate semi-final loss to host Morocco 4-2 on penalties. And I know, I think we'll talk about this very soon. How does Brahim Diaz feel? He's not sleeping well till date. May not forgive him. But reacting to the overall tournament display, in an interview with Blair Charles reporting this one, Yaya Toure, who won the African Cup of Nations, or rather African Football of the Year award for hooping 4 consecutive times, had praises for Algeria. He said he loved what he saw, and the host Morocco as well, who he felt were impressive at the tournament for their gameplay. According to the Saudi Arabian assistant coach, Morocco side, who were unbeaten in the final by Senegal in a dramatic fashion, were very direct and pragmatic in their play. In the words of Yaya Toure, he said, "I've been seeing the AFCON and I've been there as well. I've been impressed with Algeria. Unfortunately, they were kicked out by Nigeria. I'm impressed by the team with Regragui, who is the manager of Morocco. Very pragmatic, very direct, and a very nice playing style and a very quality counter-attack." However, the former Barcelona player named Nigeria as the standout team of the Benin tournament. Then the former Barca star again said he was impressed with Nigeria because Nigeria played good football. When you see the stats, you can see they have scoring power and they play like the usual Super Eagles, full strike, full attack, playing very well, playing good football. The most impressive is that they did so well, and in my opinion, it was Nigeria. The football that they were playing, the goal they were scoring, the players winning all of the duels was good to see. And that's coming from Yaya Toure. Okay, but Yaya Toure also admired the Congolese team as well as his Ivorian team, but admitted that they were young and naive. He said, well, Congo was also good. And like Congo, they were doing well until they were kicked out by Algeria. I think Ivory Coast team was a young team at times, but a bit naive. But anyways, it's part of football and experience. What naive? How naive were they? See, I watched the Ivorian game. I think Diomande plays for RB Leipzig. It was MFA having to tweak his team. Those Ivorian, okay, let's even look. Okay, I think that was dropped. The youngest player was dropped. Sebastian Haller, who scored a goal, was also not part of this very one. But I think he plays in one of the Dutch clubs, treasure. So, yeah, but I look in the Ivorian team. Amad Diallo was on fire. Sekou Fofana was coming. He was being given game rotation. Seri was having game rotation as well. He played less of the game. Who else was in the midfield? I think they had Sangare. So, what are you saying? What's the naive? You had a decent squad. They were good to go. I watched them play. The Adore, the man who plays in the right back, they look compact. The corner and the left back, they look good to watch. They were good. They were fantastic. But were they naive? They had some senior players within them. So that's his opinion. But for me, I won't go with Yaya Toure on that very part. He's an Ivorian. They won the last one. So they won the last one before this one. So because if you go by the way it goes, the last one was Morocco hosting it and then Senegal winning it. So they won the last one or previous one before this. So I think that goes well. Now also let's talk about this. The Nigerian Super Eagles ranking, national team footballs-wise, the Super Eagles has risen to 26th place globally and 3rd on the African continent of the latest FIFA Men's World Ranking released on Monday. The advancement follows the team performance at the 25th Nations Cup in Morocco, where Nigeria finished 3rd. The team moved up to 12th position from 38 to 26 after accumulating the highest point again in the latest ranking, plus 79.09, reflecting consistency result across 7 matches at the continental tournament. Under coach Eric Chell, Super Eagles won 6 of the 7 matches and then defeating Tanzania, Tunisia, Uganda, Mozambique, Algeria, and Egypt respectively before losing narrowly in the semi-final against host nation Morocco. Nigeria ranked behind AFCON winner Senegal 12th globally and Morocco 8th, making the Super Eagles the 3rd ranked Nigerian side or African team in the world. Algeria and Egypt occupy 4th and 5th position on the continent as well. So, but the FIFA World have come to say, FIFA said the team's performance at the tournament contributed significantly to the ranking points acquired in the circle. You have on your screen the increase highlights the impact of AFCON results and national team standing, with multiple African teams recording upward movement following the competition. Cameroon, which reached the quarterfinal, also rose 12 places. I think 12 places, for the 5th. Morocco also in the news, but Algeria moved up to 6 spots to 28. Egypt gained 4 places to 31. Cote d'Ivoire climbed 5 positions to 37th. And Congo DR advanced 8th position to 48. So look at this one. You have on your screen Morocco, Senegal, Nigeria, Algeria, Egypt, Ivory Coast, Cameroon, Tunisia, Congo, and Mali. World ranking, Morocco is big. World ranking, Nigeria is far from it. On African charts, yes. But look at this. See, I'm scared of this one because with Brazil, we always been top 5. Maybe HR should take note. When they go up top 5, I lose my job. How about that? I love Brazil. They play the samba football. They are so good in what they do. I love to say that Brazilian side has lost their flair. The Jogo Bonito samba, we were talking about, I was having a chit-chat with Ikechukwu and Afiz before I got on TV to talk off air, and we had this conversation. Why can't we see the Brazilians do what they, look at their recent players, the Savao, look at Palea, what's the name, Rafinha. They play like Europeans. No more samba, Jogo Bonito, Ronaldinho dance. Now, but I'm scared of number 1. Because they are one of the favorites to win this World Cup coming up in some months' time. Spain, Luis de la Fuente, Lamine Yamal, Ferran Torres, Zubimendi, Merino, call it a team, Rodri. These sides can hurt any side in the world. But if you look at top 10, does it work for me? Is it correct? It feels so great to see Moroccan side number 8. What have they done? They've done so well. For every time they find themselves in tournaments, major tournaments, they always own up. Spain, Argentina, France, England, Brazil. Top 5. Ronaldo's, Portugal, 6, Netherlands, Morocco, Belgium, and Germany. So we bring back the other one. Let's see where Nigeria is ranked. And so you can see that it's not worth celebrating for me. But I should celebrate them because the movement was high. You know why I was celebrating them? I was celebrating them because it was not easy to get to this phase. Because now, quick jump. I think we were 36 or thereabout. From 36, now we just enter 26. So kudos to the Super Eagles. Let me give them the rank. But this man, where they put for this picture, I don't think he's sleeping well. Vinny said we will have to let him settle in because everyone is talking about Brahim Diaz. He's been on the stories, talking, and the rest of that. He's one man we should be looking at and saying, let's pity for this man. I mean, not pity for him. Pity for Brahim Diaz. It's just what it is. But he wants to win the Nations Cup. He's so desperate. He wants a record for himself. And that's the talk for another day. But let's move on and give you more sporting stories as he unfolds at this point in time. The Champions League game played yesterday. We'll be looking into that. But quickly, one man is in the news, and his name is, who am I talking about? Lookman Ademola. Roman legend Roberto Pruzzo has advised his old club to sign Super Eagles forward Ademola Lookman from Atalanta amid the ongoing January transfer window. Pruzzo feels that Lookman, his stint at Atalanta is winding down. He's suggesting that a loan move to Roma could be advantageous for both parties. So we have to wait to know if Ademola Lookman will be joining the Roma side. Well, moving on quickly, let's jump to this phase. Speculation as well. Wilfred indeed is on the news. Man United linked up with move to sign Super Eagles keeper following his impressive performance at the African Cup of Nations. This happens to still be a speculation, but we tell them all if Wilfred Ndidi will be making a move away from Besiktas. He's currently injured. The statement reads he's injured, but Lookman now, he might, talking about Ndidi, might be on the verge of leaving the club side, and we have to see if he goes to Man United, but I don't think that would work. That for me happens to still be a speculation, talking about Wilfred Ndidi. But for Lookman, good one for him. Decent AFCON, decent tournament, but for this man you have on your screen, I will support him to move to bigger side if he can, but just in case he can't, may just stay for Besiktas play Super League football with Turkey. Maybe say Osimhen there and Onuachu still there. But moving on the stories, what next to tell you about this one before we talk about the Champions League? What next to say? We tell you this one. It's still also on news that Super Eagles teenage defender joins Leeds United. Who is the PR to this team? A wonderful player who has enjoyed a meteoric rise to club and country in 2025. His name is one man you know, Leonard Njenj. He plays for Rebel Star family, but now the Premier League club via a statement on the official website confirmed that the 18-year-old will join the academy set up after agreeing a deal that runs until the end of 26-27 season. So congratulations to that young man you have on your screen. Here, I know what he did. At the Chan, he had an own goal. We saw him at the Chan. He had this own goal, but that's a record for another day. But on the Champions League news, Champions League cover, while it comes with me reading from this phase. And let's quickly get into the Champions League sports. And what happened yesterday? The Champions League match day is good to be talked about. Now you have on your screen good results everywhere and there. Nice gameplay. Real Madrid got the better of Monaco. You know, goals. That's just get out of good result. Just more than halftime result. We did show you the halftime results. We just showed you, but Real Madrid were the better side, and they got the best of Monaco. But this one, Kylian Mbappe almost stole. He stole the show actually. You know, goals from Mbappe, Mastantuono, Keras on goal, Vinicius Junior, Bellingham. 80-minute goal proved decisive, and they did so well for themselves. So congratulations to Real Madrid. Another result that was quite shocking was that of the Arsenal side, where we did see. I belong to Jesus, man. This one. Great man. Talk about Gabriel Jesus scoring a goal. And then what about Arteta's rotation? Sucic, the better side or the best side in Italian football for me, Inter Milan, were not on their A game, but Sucic who got a start, and Zelinski as well showed their manager that yes, they are good to go with Bastoni, Acerbi, not all good on the game. Thuram was not so fantastic. DeMarco was, he tried, but not be like that. But for Gabriel Jesus, who scored a goal and a brace, and later he got off for Gyökeres, this man, the Swedish, his goal was fantastic to see. He carried himself well. And so the result again, so Arsenal 3-1 away from home. 100% record continues for Arsenal in the Champions League, and they did so well. Club Brugge also got the better of Carras and Martin in the early hours, 4-1. While with this, Bodo claimed a shocking result as well, 3-1 to Manchester City yesterday. Haaland is just like 8 games, 1 goal, so bad that they've not scored. But this one, another one, this is the most shocking of them all. Hoj scored, and then Ryan Cherki could not give them all they deserve in the Champions League. We did see also Olympiacos 2-0 against Bayern Leverkusen, and then Madrid 6-1 against Monaco. Sporting Lisbon, you could call them Sporting CP. That's another shocking result against the champions, the favorites. One of the sides you can say, yes, they are good to go. They lost, and I'm talking about no other team but Paris Saint-Germain in the Portuguese world. Tottenham Hotspur, Thomas. Let's see, I don't want to doubt you anymore like Thomas. I must be frank with you. Under pressure eased for Tottenham Hotspur right now. So Tottenham Hotspur got the better of Dortmund 2-0 yesterday, while we did see Villarreal losing at home to Ajax Amsterdam. So all of this wrapped up on the show. But let's leave you with this news in the tennis world out of sort. Emma Raducanu beating at the Australian Open, and then that's the news for tennis world. The British international not really having a good time, a decent time, and I'm so sorry for the British Emma Raducanu. Elsewhere in tennis world, another top story emanating says that who is in the news? Near perfect Coco Gauff joins world number 1 Arina Sabalenka in the 3rd round. Thank you so much for being part of the show. It's time for me to call it a close. We have the media news coming up next right here on the show, and that's for 12. Do well to join the sporting guys, the sports team, later at 5 p.m. so they can give you all that transpired. But I must tell them they have to keep Eric Chell for me on the show before the NFL have to do what's right. Thank you so much for being this with us. You're still watching VOP TV, Voice of the Television. And I'll be doing this again with you come Wednesday. And that will be a very good time again. All right. Stay safe. Be good. Find yourself in space. Next Wednesday again, we'll bring this kind of show to you. But Friday will be the pidgin version of this week. And stay with us. Thank you so much.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is Africa News on Voice of the People Television. We don't just bring you the news. We analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more, tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpillon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People Television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, with the sport.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand. The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as they hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
When I first heard VOP, I thought they were talking about me because I'm a voice-over personality. But no, this is Voice of the People TV, and you are riveted forever because this is the place to be.
Yo guys, your boy Chela, shout out to VOP TV. I love you guys.
Salut, salut tout le monde, Suspect 95, là on est sur VOP TV. On passe un bon temps. J'espère que vous kiffez, on est au Afrima. On est ensemble, VOP TV.
Don't see me like a fool because I don't do giddy giddy giddy. VOP, you don't know somewhere from Ghana representing live and living color. Yeah, Beam Nation President, outside with it. Bless up.
Hello, this is Milo from Ivory Coast. Keep watch Voice of the People TV. Regardez la voix du peuple, la télévision de la voix du peuple. Que Dieu vous bénisse. À très bientôt. Love you so much.
Hi guys, what's up? This is Gaze Baba, and you're watching VOP TV. Usually you'll be told to not touch the dial, but I tell you to touch the dial and increase the volume. Like, keep it locked. It's Afro Gospel. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Shego Arunze. You're watching VOP. Don't change the dial.
My Joe, fine girl. My Joe, fine babe. Yes, don't touch the dial. This is me, Dr. Adiwala Iba. Keep watching VOP TV.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
Thomas Sankara was a remarkable figure in African history. He served as the president of Burkina Faso from 1983 until his tragic assassination in 1987. Sankara's presidency was characterized by his progressive and revolutionary policies, which aimed to transform Burkina Faso into a self-reliant and socially just nation. During his time in power, Sankara implemented a range of reforms to uplift the lives of the Burkina Faso people. He prioritized gender equality, education, healthcare, and agricultural self-sufficiency. Sankara believed that empowering individuals and communities was crucial for the overall development of the nation. One of Sankara's notable initiatives was the Village Revolution, which aimed to decentralize power and bring the government closer to the people. He strongly advocated for the grassroots democracy and encouraged local communities to actively participate in decision-making processes. Tragically, Sankara's life was cut short when he was assassinated in a coup which was led by his associate. Despite his untimely demise, Sankara's legacy continues to inspire many Africans and beyond. His unwavering commitment to social justice, self-reliance, and Pan-Africanism remain an important part of African history.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing.
And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world, because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
My name is Tao Familoni, and here's to VOP TV. Keep watching, stay tuned, do not touch that dial.
Arararara, my name is Made Kuti, and you're watching VOP TV. Keep watching.
Welcome, my name is Ika Davis. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, boys, viewers, everybody, boys and girls. This is VOP TV. Do you know what that means? Voice of the People TV. You don't have a voice, don't come here. You better make sure your voice is heard.
Well, hello and welcome to the Midday News and Voice of the People Television. I am David Edwin. First, the headlines. Court affirms Nenadi Usman's committee orders INEC recognition. CAN condemns abduction of Kaduna worshippers. ADC opposes release of 70 suspected bandits. Sanusi urges Governor Yusuf to sign death warrants. Ogun State government suspend Awujale's selection. Ondo government seals collapsed building site. INEC begins PVC distribution from January the 22nd. In the world of business, NCC grants license to 6 ISPS. And in sports, Gusau denies clash with CAF vice president. In the world of entertainment, Hilda Bassi sets a third Guinness World Record. And now the news in full. A court in Abuja has ruled, Federal High Court in Abuja has ruled that Justice Peter Lifu has confirmed the Nenadi Usman-led caretaker committee as the valid leadership of the Labour Party and ordered the Independent National Electoral Commission to recognize them. Further details will follow in our subsequent bulletin. Meanwhile, the Kaduna State chapter of the Christian Association of Nigeria has condemned the recent mass abduction of Christian worshippers in Kajuru local government area. On Sunday, January the 19th, 2026, about 170 worshippers were kidnapped from 3 separate church services. 6 victims managed to escape, returning home with injuries sustained during the attack. The state's CAN chairman, Reverend Caleb Maaji Bawa, described the abduction as regrettable, shameful, and disappointing, praying for the safe return of all those kidnapped and for divine intervention to end the wave of kidnappings and other crimes across the country. He also called on citizens to collaborate with government and security agencies to expose criminal elements in the society. Moving on, the African Democratic Congress has condemned plans by Governor Diko Rada's administration to release 70 suspected bandits in custody. The opposition party described the move as dangerous, unjust, and a betrayal of victims across frontline local government areas. Speaking in Castina State, ADC spokesperson Lawar Toko Batagarawa warned that freeing the suspects would undermine public confidence in the fight against insecurity, demoralize security personnel, and embolden criminals terrorizing rural communities. Meanwhile, the United States mission in Nigeria has expressed condolences to the family of Abubakar Abdullahi, the Muslim cleric who sheltered about 300 Christians during the 2018 Plateau attacks. Abdullahi, chief imam of Ngar village in Barkin Ladin, died at 92. In a statement, the U.S. mission described him as a courageous voice for religious tolerance, noting his actions during the crisis exemplifies compassion and peaceful coexistence. The late cleric was nominated for the Member of the Order of the Niger, acknowledged by former President Buhari, and received the 2019 U.S. International Religious Freedom Award for risking his life to protect others. Abdullahi often said that saving lives was a moral duty guided by compassion and respect for humanity. Elsewhere, the Emir of Kano, Muhammad Sanusi II, has urged Governor Abba Yusuf to sign the death warrant of convicted murderers, saying capital punishment would deter future crimes. The monarch made the appeal following the Saturday killing of housewife Fatima Abubakar and her 6 children. Sanusi also called for the speedy trial of suspects, stressing that once convicted, the governor should authorize their execution without delay. He condemned the attack as barbaric and senseless, describing it as a tragic reflection of society's failure to ensure justice and capital punishment. And in the southwestern part of the country, the Ogun State government has suspended the selection of a new Awujale of Ijebu land, citing rising tensions, petitions, and security concerns. The directive was issued by the State Commissioner for Local Government and Chieftaincy Affairs, Ganiyu Hamzat, to the chairman of Ijebu Day Local Government. The Awujale stool, a revered traditional institution in Yoruba land, was last occupied by Oba Sikiru Adetono, who reigned for 65 years, elevating the throne's stature. Hamzat said the ongoing selection has drawn intense public scrutiny due to the late monarch's legacy, as well as petitions and reports from security agencies and stakeholders, prompting urgent government intervention under the Obas and Chiefs Law of Ogun State 2021. Well, still in the southwestern part of Nigeria, the Ondo State government has revealed and sealed off the site of a collapsed 2-story building in Adigbola, Akure. The Commissioner for Physical Planning and Urban Development, Sunday Olajide, said the government will investigate the cause of the collapse to prevent future incidents. Olajide warns contractors against using substandard building materials, stressing that such negligence can lead to loss of lives and properties. He noted that no lives were lost, though several workers were injured, and said further actions will follow on the investigation's findings. Moving on, the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, will begin distributing permanent voters' card across the Federal Capital Territory on Thursday, ahead of the February 21st Area Council election. INEC says 128,396 PVCs will be handed directly to owners, not by proxy. The FCT resident electoral commissioner Aminu Kashimu Idris told reporters in Abuja that collection will continue at INEC area council offices after the initial distribution. Available PVCs include those of newly registered voters, transfer within the FCT, replacements for lost or defaced cards, and uncollected cards from previous exercises. You're still watching the Midday News right here on Voice of the People Television. We'll go straight to the analysis segment of the news. And joining us now to make sense of these stories and more, in the studio with us is Barrister Darlington Agumore. Barrister Darlington is a legal practitioner right here in Nigeria and also a public and political affairs analyst and commentator. Barrister, a very good afternoon to you, sir.
Good afternoon, David. How are you?
I'm fine, very well, thank you. How are you doing as well?
I'm okay.
All right, then. Joining us also virtually is Eugene Osigwe, a public and political affairs analyst and commentator as well. Mr. Eugene Osigwe, very good afternoon to you and welcome to the analysis segment of the Midday News.
Good afternoon. It's my pleasure to be with you this afternoon. Thank you.
Thank you so very much for joining the conversation. Well, let me start off with you, Mr. Eugene. Interestingly, the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, has said that collection of permanent voter cards across the Federal Capital Territory ahead of the February 22nd area council election is underway. And they've said about 128,000 PVCs will be handed directly to the owners and not by proxy. What do you make of this situation, particularly on INEC's readiness for elections in the FCT? I'm talking about the ahead of the elections, the FCT council elections in the FCT.
Well, thank you for your question. If you look at INEC, this PVC issue is a recurring decimal. It appears that when election is very close, they come up with this announcement of PVC available to registered voters. But what I don't understand is why we have to make a big deal of it, because this is the entitlement of every Nigerian who is qualified to vote to walk into any INEC office and have his PVC registered. So, like the past experiences we've had, I hope this one will be different. But although, fingers crossed, let's see how they're able to manage this under the new leadership of the INEC chairman. But subsequently, we know what the story is. The process is made so difficult to disenfranchise genuine voters. Let's hope that this one will be different.
Well, that has been the concern of genuine voters across Nigeria, and the FCT is not an exception in all of this. But again, I still want to stay with you on this same situation. You did say earlier, why do we want to make a fuss out of all of this? But interestingly, as it stands, 128,000 Nigerians are yet to collect their PVCs for an election that is in less than a few days from now. Again, the busy part of Nigerians on first election of the year. And of course, to think that the year started and people are going all about their business, not even thinking of wanting to go collect their PVCs. Is that a possibility that some Nigerians might be disenfranchised as a result of not getting their PVCs, even though INEC has said PVCs will be handed over to the direct owners directly? Should we pick that one?
When you look at the logistics for this thing and the bureaucratic process, I don't see what is new, what will happen differently from past experiences. Commuting is becoming increasingly difficult because of a high cost of movement.
Right.
And going to INEC offices to go and pick your registration requires some effort and some funding reasonably. So there will be some degree of disenfranchisement, and given the voters' attitude towards the behavior of political parties these days, that you will now have almost one political party in the country. So I don't see the motivation of somebody now wanting to say, let me stress myself, take time off to go and get a my voter's card, when people are already saying that the outcome of the result is already known, so why need to vote? So they have to do more than this announcement. They have to find a way of convincing Nigerians that there is need for them to get their PVC, and then the election will indeed be what Nigerians will expect.
All right, then.
But it will be a tall order trying to convince Nigerians at this stage.
Quite a major statement you've made there. Let's bring this conversation to the studio. Barrister, just a couple of seconds ago, you did hear Mr. Eugene say it would be a tall order trying to convince Nigerians at this stage, because Nigerians are still trying to grapple with what they would, eat and fend for their families for. And then you're talking PVC, and then you're talking election come February the 11th. From your position, Barrister, FCT INEC has said, look, 128,000 PVCs are with us, and we will see how best we can give it to Nigerians directly. Should we celebrate the fact that INEC is saying PVCs are ready for collection? Nigerians, come get your PVC. Let your votes count come February the 21st in the FCT.
The ball is now in the court of the owners of those PVC. They are now calling you to come and collect it so that you can vote The ball is now in their court. Let them go and collect their PVs because that is the beginning of a credible election. You need to vote to know whether the election is credible or not. So you go and collect your PVC. They are beckoning on you now. It's just for you to go and collect. If you now go there and they did not give you, please let us know. Raise it up. Go to the media and talk about it. If you go there and they didn't give you your PVC, then raise the alarm so that we know whom to call out. But you must have your PVC for you to vote.
All right, the barrister, how much of voter education do Nigerians truly need at this time? Owing to the fact that the last general election, according to some young Nigerians, was a disappointment to them, and they do not believe in the system anymore. How much of voter education does Nigerians need at this point to be able to regain their confidence, to wanting to truly cast their vote and believe that their vote is going to count at the very end?
Now, INEC need to reassure Nigeria because a new sheriff is in town in INEC. The new INEC chairman, the Professor Joe Shabi.
Yes.
Good. We need to give him a benefit of doubt here when he gave us all the assurances and all that. So it is now time to test his will and the statement he made to us. That is the only way we can now say, okay, I think things are beginning to change. But as for rigging and the flawed election, it must come to an end one way or the other. That's the truth. By the time the Western world start rejecting leaders who came into office through election rigging, through flawed election and all that, they will sit up.
Now, barrister, as regard testing his will and his promises made, and I'm talking on the part of the chairman of INEC now, the new sheriff, like you did call him, would his words stand for anything when there is no seemingly electoral reform as concerning the laws guiding our elections, not only on the part of beavers working, and of course having a law stating that, look, if this is not going to work, elections would not be recognized to this level. Electoral reforms is what I'm talking about right now. Should his words really mean something really strong for Nigerians to hold on to as against what should be law that Nigerians should hold on to?
I don't see why the INEC chairman should fail. I don't see why, because all the T's have been crossed, all the I's have been dotted. They are released over ₦1 trillion for him. So what is the problem? There's no need for him to fail here. And that's the truth, because what happened the last time, Nigerians are still grappling with it. So I wouldn't want Nigerians to vent their anger on this INEC chairman because of what the former INEC chairman did. And so he must be very, very careful. This is the test of his willpower to do the right thing. He must be very, very careful because they have stretched Nigerians' patience to the extreme. That patience should not burst out on him. That's what I'm saying here.
All right, then. Let's bring it to a particular point that is your forte, barrister. Interestingly, ruling from the Federal High Court in Abuja has just been confirmed as Justice Peter Lifu has affirmed the Nenadi Usman-led caretaker committee as the valid leadership of the Labour Party, and of course ordered the Independent National Electoral Commission to recognize them. Barrister, looking at this particular ruling, what do you make of this going into elections, general elections basically, with the Labour Party?
It is the right thing to do because the Supreme Court have earlier made pronouncement on the same leadership tussle in the Labour Party, where they disowned Abure.
Yes.
Good. So this particular ruling now is a validation of what has already been said. And the good thing here is that it now gives P2B have now a choice to make. if they cannot accept him in ADC, he can still go back to the party that made him and the party he made. That's the truth. Because that Ahmed is saying that P2B is welcome if he can come back. He said it. So with this ruling now, the coast is clear. That is just the truth. That is, if P2B cannot be accepted in ADC, he has a place they are beckoning on him to come. That's the advantage here.
All right, then. Let's take this conversation to Mr. Eugene. Again, like I mentioned earlier, this ruling by the Federal High Court as concerning the leadership of the Labour Party, do you think this will bring to an end, total end, the internal rancor within the Labour Party? And then what do you think might just be the way forward for the party that gained serious limelight in the 2023 general election? Mr. Eugene, are you there?
Yes, I said the most difficult thing for you to predict is how a human being is going to behave the next minute. Yes, the court has given their ruling. The one section is jubilating. That they are ruling, the position has been confirmed as the true leadership of the party. But again, the dynamics of how the human nuances is going to play out on the long run is yet to be foreseen.
Okay.
So let's hope, as Mr. Darlington has said, that the Labour Party will put its house in order and be able to at least support the candidate who actually made the party. It's not the party that actually made the past presidential candidate of the party, and support him and give him their support all the way if they are convinced that he is the right person to be there. So the factor we should be wary of is the nuances of the human behavior in any circumstances. That cannot be foretold in advance.
Okay, now you just spoke about the nuances, and then the question that comes to mind is, would the Labour Party choose, should the ADC decide to have Peter Obi as the presidential candidate? Now, we're just talking off the book now. Would the Labour Party decide to have to join this coalition to becoming stronger as against what every other person is envisaging as well?
Well, I think the confirmed leadership of the Labour Party is in full support of Peter Obi's candidacy of the party, his leadership of the party. Then now he has moved with to ADC. If ADC gives him the platform to run, I think the right thing to do is for Labour Party to support their own. First, they have to amend fences with the Aburi faction of the party and see how best they can ensure that they don't lose members at this critical time. So that will be the working dynamics of the new leadership of the confirmed leadership of the Labour Party under Namandi. And that should be the focus now since election is coming out. So they have a candidate in front of them, a candidate who is seeking another platform that he can have a wider spread and have a platform to actually contest and compete in the next coming election. So the first thing they have to do is to ensure that those who the court has confirmed should find a way of mending fence with those who have the court has said they are not the right ownership or leadership of the party.
Okay.
So that should be the thing they have to do, and so they don't lose grounds, they don't lose momentum, and they don't lose followership and membership.
All right, but again, I'm still going to stay with you, Mr. Eugene. There's been the accusation of the fact that there are moles set into almost every political party in the country by the ruling All Progressive Congress. Now, again, I say these are allegations by even members of some of these opposition parties. But from these particular directive from the courts now, is this a sign of the fact that truly there are no moles anymore in the Labour Party? Because again, the Abure-led faction was said to be working with the ruling party, and now there is a court judgment. Should this clearly be a statement indicating that the moles in the opposition is clearly not in the opposition before now?
Well, I think it will be a serious disadvantage if the confirmed faction of Labour Party thinks that even within them they don't have moles. This is politics, and politics is a game of trying to win an election. And in our own context, especially, every method and every tactic is permissible so long as you are able to win the election. So they have to be extra vigilant and ensure that, well, while they are opening their arms to reconcile, they should also be aware that politics in Nigeria, everything and anything is possible. So they should not rule out saboteurs even amongst them. So that is how they are going to manage that, or how they're able to manage that will determine the fate of the party on the long run.
All right, then. Let me bring this conversation back to the studio. Barrister, at this point, I'm not even talking about party politics anymore. I want to talk about the situation that it happened just some few days ago. I'm talking about the 170 worshippers that were kidnapped in Kaduna State. This, again, coming from the backdrop of the fact that we've seen both the state government and, of course, security operatives say there is no level of kidnapping of this rate in the states that happened on Sunday. Now, Christian Association of Nigeria is coming to say that, yes, there was this level of kidnapping in Kaduna State. Barrister, how do we juxtapose information gathering and verifiable facts from both the part of the government and, of course, the people themselves who are victims of this situation?
Anybody who lost APC should tell them to stop lying. This government came in with lies and propaganda, and they have continued. I don't see how such a monumental event can happen, and somebody is trying to deny it. Both the state and local government in that area, we are trying to say nothing happened. There was no kidnapping. Until the Christian body started publishing the names and all that. And now the police have owned up. As I'm talking to you now, police have owned up. Yeah, there was a kidnapping. So why was the initial denial carried out? Why? Probably they are afraid of Donald Trump. Everything now is tied to what Donald Trump will do or how he will react. But you cannot cover up a 6-month-old pregnancy now. This is something that happened. 100 people taken into the bush. Is that what you want to hide? Instead of you to put machinery in place to preempt such things, to avoid the future occurrence, you are trying to hide it. That means you will not be interested in rescuing these people. That's just the simple truth. Because they are people of nobody. You know, they are not important. And they are Christians. Is that not the only reason?
Is that what you think is playing out here, Barrister? Because again, looking at the fact that we're talking about over 150 people and across 3 different churches in a particular Sunday, being carted away by this unscrupulous elements. Barrister, is this, I don't want to use the word unfortunate, because how much of a fortunate situation are we looking at here when the security operatives on one hand said this never happened in this state, and then on the other hand coming to say, okay, we have intelligence right now that it happened?
Now, events that followed after is even what is making me to be more suspicious. A Christian body said they used their vehicle to trace these kidnappers and their victims, because they said they went through the bush.
Yes.
They were walking on foot. So tracing them is very possible. You can see when large number of people are moving like that, you can see their movement from afar. You will see them moving inside the bush and all that. The irony is that it was the security agents, police and army that said no, they should go back. The same people who denied that nothing like that happened. Can you just imagine? And they have come out to tell the stories, and nobody has denied it. So, you see, when you begin to hear and see this type of thing, you now wonder, what government are we in? This government, are they serious about protecting the people? With what has happened so far, do you need to continue to give the impression that you don't care? Because that's the impression being created here. You don't care. And then tomorrow you said there is no genocide. You are not marginalizing Christians. You are not maltreating Christians.
Oh, well.
The very thing that Donald Trump is crying about.
Well, one of the major duties of any government is the protection of lives and properties.
Yes.
Let's take this conversation to Mr. Eugene. Mr. Eugene, personally, this is coming from the backdrop of the fact that the Kaduna State government has clearly said that relative peace have returned to Kaduna State and they do not have this level of insecurity anymore. In fact, just about the same day, the former senator, I'm talking about Shehu Sani from Kaduna State, also said that Kaduna State is gaining all of the grounds when it comes to both insecurity, economy, infrastructure development, and that opposition figures in the state are just, on paper and not physical. How much of a lacuna are we seeing here when it comes to information gathering on the part of the security operatives, the part of the executive, and the people themselves?
Well, on information gathering, for such a thing to happen, you know that there was no intelligence, that you went to 3 locations to move that number of people within a specific period of time, and we were able to move them out. There was no, within this period of action, you were not able to call the security operation to action. Well, and the denial that followed immediately when the news broke is understandable, because the government may not want to create panic and send the whole state or those involved into a state of hysteria. So, but that is that. But, this government has lived on half-truth, telling us half-truth. So credibility and believing what they say, anything they say is taken with suspicion. So that aspect of trying not to create panic theory will not hold water, because many people now don't say anything the government says is being pointed to, is caused by the opposition. So that in itself has set apathy on people reacting to what anything government says. We take everything they say with a pinch of salt, because that has been the approach for almost about 10 years now, since the APC took over government. So it's an issue that I don't know how they are going to guarantee us that our life is safe and that we can go about our due businesses, especially in that part of the country. Even here towards the south, when this thing happened, the fear is also there that it could be anybody, because we travel across the country, even amidst insecurity, so anybody could be a victim. So when it happens, government should try as much as possible to admit the truth. There is no point denying what has happened, then coming out again after a few days to tell us, okay, it actually happened, confirmed by a security agent. What are you doing? You are robbing yourself of the little credibility you have before the people. So they have to find ways and ensure that, look, yes, these things are reality. Admit your shortcomings, admit your limitations, and ask and let everybody seek and see how we can put hands together and support the government, whether within or outside. If you continue to deny, you are giving everybody to lose hope and confidence in the ability of the security apparatus to actually provide security to the citizens. So if anything happens, government should admit, not denying and coming a few days or a few hours there to say, okay, it was true. Look at the time it has taken for you to agree that actually this thing actually happened in Kaduna State. And the issue of always blaming the opposition for anything that happens is what I don't understand. Opposition is there to promote its own idea, to discredit you, and to empower and to promote his own self. So the more opposition must be opposition. So government should now take responsibility for its shortcomings. I don't want to use the word failure. They should take responsibility for its shortcomings and begin to have an all-inclusive approach to these security matters. We should not point fingers at opposition at any happening that they just want the government to fail.
All right, then. Well, I'm going to come to the studio here. Barrister, still on the part of the shortcomings of government when it comes to security. The appropriation of 2026 clearly has indicated that security is a top priority of the government, and that is why there is a large chunk of figure appropriated for security in Nigeria. Barrister, looking at these level of funding that have been plunged into our security system, particularly since the inception of democracy, and of course, looking at the recent level of killings and kidnapping across the country, do you think that government is doing the right thing by not only trying to increase funding when it comes to getting of equipment and of course equipping the military, or is there something else that the government needs to do better?
What the government needs is simple. One thing and one thing only, the willpower. The same willpower that Donald Trump deployed in coming into Nigeria. David, I am telling you authoritatively, if not for Donald Trump, the Nigerian government was never willing to do what he did. That is just a fact. The Nigerian government is so docile, so laid back about this insecurity. And that was why Donald Trump said that we're a disgraced nation.
But Barrister, do you think that the willpower is not there for the government to wanting to increase figures that would be allocated for the security apparatus of the nation?
Mm-hmm. David, we have increased more than that before. Are you not aware? Look at how much we have spent in the days of Buhari. And even now, until Donald Trump who came to wake everybody up. The government was sleeping on this matter until Donald Trump came and he promised to come back. Maybe that is why they now started, in fact, they started naming some people who were sponsoring terrorism. Before now, did anybody talk to somebody like Malami and his co-travelers? That is what happened. So, in fact, I'm not even going to celebrate government yet until there is a logical conclusion of this thing. They should write out all the terrorists who are disturbing us. They should. Or else Donald Trump should come and help us.
Now, Barrister, on one hand, we are saying route out all these terrorists. In another breath, in Katsina State, 70 suspected bandits are going to be thrown into the public again. Barrister, ADC clearly, of course, as an opposition figure, is making a statement. But how much impact would the reintegration of these bandits into the society going to have on the people of the state and, of course, Nigeria at large?
Two things are driving this insecurity, David. The moment it is removed from the equation, this problem will be solved. One is religion, one is tribe. Tribalism and religious bigotry. What else made the Katsina state government to do what they did? They have sympathy for this boy because they are their people. They profess the same religion. That is all.
Same people who've maimed every other Nigerian living around them?
Well, they don't care. David, they don't care. Didn't they tell you that except you convert to Islam, you are a dead man, or you start paying for your security? Is that not what they told us? So that will tell you how they care about you. No matter what you do, as long as you are in their good book, you are their own people, they will continue to cover you and pamper you. That is just the simple truth.
All right, then, Barrister, before we just wrap it up, let's take it to Mr. Eugene. Well, again, Mr. Eugene, this particular story of releasing 70 suspected bandits in custody of the Katsina state government and, of course, Governor Diko Rada saying that, look, this guy should be brought back into the society for reasons, again, some have said has to do with ethnic bigotry and, of course, religious bias. What's your position with these kind of conversation? Plus, how much of an intelligence have the governor gathered as concerning security from these people that he's pushing back into the society?
Well, the governments, those in charge of government, do they actually know their responsibility in the first place? That's a question of a debate that we have to confront. Do they know their responsibility? Doesn't know what it means to be elected to an office or to have position of influence over a people? That is one aspect. The other one is that how can you take, say you have a bandit, a killer, a murderer, somebody who is raised to waste life, that he has been repented, rehabilitated, and you admit the person back into a society. How does that sound? I don't get it. It's so it's something that I can't wrap my head around it, because somebody has you are bringing the person back into a society, and a member of the society are victims of his actions. They see him, they see his family, and you want them to shake hands and say nothing happened. I don't know how that plays out.
Mr. Eugene, I'm sorry to cut you, but I want you to also juxtapose it with the fact that the Emir of Kano, Mohammed Sanusi II, has also urged Governor Abba Yusuf, on one hand also, to sign the death warrant of convicted murderers, saying capital punishment would deter future crimes. So on one hand, one man is saying, look, take away anybody who's killed anyone. And on the other hand, another person is releasing 70 into the society.
Well, and they are members of the same faith. That means that even among them, they have different opinion about their belief system. So one is advocating capital punishment. The other one is asking for forgiveness of somebody who has not actually repented. How do you know that the man has actually repented deep within himself? How do you know that? Can you oversee what is happening in his heart? So for me, I think that they should be treated as criminals that they are. And there should be no pardon in this case. So it's an issue that, as Barrister said, is influenced by both ethnic and religious sympathy towards their fellow brothers. And in fact, anybody who is asking for forgiveness of a criminal should be well examined. He or she may do such a thing when he or she is no longer in power. The case of, look at what happened during the time of what we are saying, that Malamiha cache of arms in his house were discovered. A chief or enforcer of the law in the country through the justice system. Then you can see the level of impunity we are dealing with in this country as it involves this banditry, kidnapping, and terrorism.
All right, then, thank you.
So if at that height you can have that, then you can imagine what happens across the whole ecosystem of leadership of our political system in the North.
All right, then, thank you so very much, Mr. Eugene, for your thoughts. Barrister, maybe in 10 seconds. On one hand, we have the governor of Katsina State, Rada, and of course the Emir of Kano saying two different things. The Emir of Kano is saying, look, governor of Kano State signed the death warrant charge on anyone who is a murderer. And on the other hand, Governor Rada of Katsina State is saying, look, I'm going to free these people because they have repented, so to say. What do you make of this in just maybe 10 seconds?
It will take a long while before feudalism will be wiped out from the memory of northern leadership. They believe that this Talakawa, this downtrodden, should be there to do their dirty job. That is why they have sympathy for them, because they need them. They need them to perpetuate themselves in power. Sanusi may be talking because he's well-educated and all that, he's well-exposed. But the greater number of northern leaders are not sharing that opinion. That's why they keep having sympathy for these boys. All right, then. That's just the truth.
All right, then, Barrister, thank you so very much for being here. We've been talking with Barrister Darlington Agumo, a legal practitioner and also a public and political affairs commentator on the analysis segment of the Midday News. Barrister, thank you so very much for being here.
My pleasure.
Also, Mr. Osigwe Eugene, a public and political affairs analyst and commentator, thank you so very much for lending your voice on the analysis segment of the Midday News as well.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
All right, then we'll take a very short break right now. When we return, the National Orientation Agency has said that the National Assembly should criminalize foil scooping. These and more we'll be telling you when we return after the break. Please stay with us. Glad to have you back. It is still the media news right here in Voice of the People Television. Now to more stories. The National Orientation Agency has condemned the dangerous practice of foil scooping from falling tankers recently witnessed at Liverpool Bridge in Apapa, Lagos. NOA is calling on the National Assembly to urgently enact laws that criminalizes the act and impose strict deterrent penalties for offenders. The agency Director General Larry Isao Nilu said foil scooping is completely unacceptable, posing extreme and avoidable risk not only to those involved but also to motorists, nearby communities, emergency responders, and national infrastructure. He noted that NOA has long conducted nationwide sensitization campaigns to warn Nigerians about the danger, but despite repeated efforts, some individuals continue to engage in these life-threatening practices. In another development, Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu of Lagos State has defended the recent clearance and demolition exercise in Makoko and other high-risk areas, saying it aims to protect lives, properties, and the environment. The governor has stressed that the government is not targeting entire communities, but removing residents from dangerous zones to prevent avoidable disasters. Our correspondent, Onyeka Ogolo, has more in this report.
Against criticism over recent demolitions in some waterfront and high-risk communities across the state. Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu says that the action are part of efforts to prevent disasters and create safer living spaces for residents, especially in areas close to waterways and high-tension power lines.
What we're doing is that we're not demolishing the whole of Makoko. We're clearing people not to get to Third Mainland Bridge and to stay off behind the high tension. We're aware that there are some local and international NGOs that want to profit from this. We're studying and we're going to show you evidences. They've made so much money from international people and that they've asked for so much grant and wealth into those places, and it's just for them to cover their own lies and the fact that they've not done what they said they were going to be doing. That's why they're all shouting and crying more than the bereaved. And we're here to face them and to let them see the reasons why we have to do what we're doing. And I've also given instruction that whatever additional support we can give to them, we've been on this for 2.5 years. We have evidence, we have videos, we have communication that we've done for them for 2.5 years. 2.5 years. And I can share them with you. And so we cannot, be a lawless state of people. Something has to give at some point because we cannot fold our arms and let calamity or disaster happen. You've done wrong, but government can still also show compassion and be compassionate about you. That's what this is all about. Is to ensure that we all can live in a safe and secure environment where your own right ends is where another person starts. And we have a global responsibility to ensure that we continue to keep this place safe.
He explains the government is not demolishing the entire communities, but clearing people from zones considered dangerous to public safety. The governor also addressed concerns raised by advocacy groups and non-governmental organizations accusing some of exploiting the situation for financial gains. He said the state government has gathered evidence over the past 2.5 years, including videos and official communication, to show that some groups collected grants meant for the community development but failed to deliver on their promises. Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu also said the government will continue to show compassion to affected residents, adding that the goal is to strike a balance between enforcement, safety, and the rights of the citizen. He assured Lagosians that his administration remains committed to building a safe and secure society for all. The Lagos State government says it will continue to engage community leaders and stakeholders while enforcing environmental standards as part of its broader plan to prevent avoidable disasters and improve public safety across the state. I am Monica Ogola, reporting for VOP TV.
Well, thank you so very much, Onyeka, for that report. And from there on, we'll move straight to some business stories. The Nigerian Communication Commission has licensed 6 new internet service providers, increasing competition in the market already under pressure from mobile network operators. The update confirmed through the NCC licensing database raises the total number of licensed ISPs in Nigeria to 231. Up from 225 in December 2025, despite shrinking customer bases and growing market consideration. The new licenses come as traditional ISPs struggle with cheaper mobile data plans and rising competition from Elon Musk's Starlink. NCC data also reveals a strong geographic imbalance, with 5 of the 6 new ISPs based in Lagos and only one operating outside major commercial centers from Owerri in Imo State. The figures highlight continued growth in licensing, but uneven participation and persistent gaps in broadband distribution nationwide. Still talking business, global oil prices fell below levels critical to Nigeria's fiscal planning on Wednesday as fears of an unsupplied market and renewed geopolitical tension weighed on investor sentiment. Brent crude slipped towards $64 per barrel, falling below Nigeria's 2026 budget benchmark of $64.85, while U.S. West Texas Intermediate traded below $60 per barrel. The decline reflects heightened market volatility driven by supply concerns and expectations of sustained output from major oil producers. And from business to go to sports, where President of the Nigerian Football Federation, Ibrahim Gusau, has denied reports circulating on social media that he had a public spat with Fazil Legjar, President of the Federation Royale Marocaine de Football. The unverified claims allege that Gusau exchanged heated words with Legjar, who is also the first vice president of CAF, during a CAF Executive Committee meeting held in Morocco at the sidelines of the 2025 African Cup of Nations. Gusau also dismissed reports that he commented on the officiating of the semi-finals between the Super Eagles and Morocco. Still talking sports, Qatar Stars League side Al Ali SC have confirmed the signing of former Super Eagles captain William Truss Ekong. The experienced center back has signed a deal with the club until June 2028 and will wear his preferred number 5 jersey. Well, congratulations to Truss Ekong there. From there on, let's move to entertainment. Nigerian celebrity chef Hilda Bassi has reached another major milestone as Guinness World Records officially confirmed her as a 3-time record holder. The chef shared the news on Instagram, revealing that Guinness World Records recently informed her that she had set 2 records running her jollof rice cookout. While she initially believed she only broke the record for the largest serving of Nigerian-style jollof rice, Guinness later confirmed the same meal also set a new record for the largest serving of rice overall. Combined with her earlier record for the longest cooking marathon, the achievement makes Hilda a triple Guinness World Record holder, an honor she described as both shocking and heartwarming. And with that particular story, we've come to the end of the midday news right here on Voice of the People Television. Do well to subscribe to our YouTube channel. On YouTube, we're at Voice of the People TV, and on all other social media platforms, we are at VOP TV Live. Thank you so very much for being a part of this broadcast. I am David Edwin. Do have a good afternoon.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice. In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television. Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is African News on Voice of the People Television. We don't just bring you the news. We analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOPTV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOPTV, Voice of the People Television.
Hello, beautiful people. Welcome to Spotlight on VOP TV, the place where stories come alive and voices matter. This is the show where we shine the light on creativity, culture, style, music, and purpose-driven people. And yes, people who are shaping the world around us. Yes, and trust me, I'm still your baby girl, Precious Akmanu, aka Call Me Pezzy. And today, we get plenty stories and gist to talk about. But guess what? I know and I'm sure that you are ready. So get ready, everyone, because we are about to write together true stories that inspire, music that moves, and people who make a difference. And yes, first on our list today, we are talking about social media was thrown into a frenzy after a video surfaced online alleged showing the fiancé of Nigerian singer Davido'S, the artist's name written on it, and the clip, which quickly went viral, was accompanied by a cryptic caption suggesting detachment and moving on. So sparking widespread speculations about trouble in the couple's relationship. Many online users interpreted the act as symbolic, with some linking it to unresolved personal issues between the pair. So while others criticized the move as extreme, the attention-seeking, the heated debate across platforms with fans and observers offering mixed reactions ranging from concerns to outright disbelief. So as of the time of reporting, you know, Davido'S has actually come out to say any statement or, you know, clarify everything. But then that was really, it was shocking. When she actually posted, you know, when his name was written on the book and you have to burn that book, it's crazy. You get what I'm trying to say? It's how will I even put it? You're dating someone, and why don't you just, you know, even if you're going to separate or anything, you should just be peacefully. Will you have to come out to start, you know, because I'm no longer together with him, I'm going to burn the book, I'm going to kill day. Why all these fights? I don't talk say this year, God. See, this year is just, in as much people want to be turning the violent type, shall be peaceful now, eh? Not be everything now you go, they quarrel, they fight, they calm down. It's everything's supposed to be done peacefully. But then that burning of the book where his name was written in, I don't understand why you did that. But though, it's your choice, and who's there to say? So yes, a lot of people have actually come out, and fans have actually come out to talk about the photos and what she did. So a lot of people have spoken about it, and let's take some comments of what people have actually come out to say concerning this. And yes, another person say, waiting concern us with this info this early morning. God, I beg go every day na breakfast I they say. Now you see, I want them now. It better say they in peace when they don't serve you the breakfast, because last night if they still give you your own share, you'll carry out with your heart. That's it. And we move regardless. And Ruthless Die said, I just want to thank you for this useful information. Oh my God. It has helped my life and made me who I am now. God, I beg go. And Lizzie of Valor said, if them tell una say rest, una go say the person they hate who in no favor quit. Who in favor, congratulations. Yes. Relationship not be by force you. I see the talker. If he favor you, if he not favor you, move on. It's not by force. You cannot come and carry somebody's son and put on your neck. He was a kilo day, kilo by. What is that? You want to keep somebody's son because of what? Relationship. Sis, wake up. Okay? All right. And we have a lot of comments. Let's take more and more comments of what people are talking about. And yes, we have more comments. Let's take more comments and see what people are saying. And Trend Witch Media said, wow, I just got a job with... Why Nigerians they hate? But funny enough, I think, there are sometimes when those days are gone, when people, when they are served breakfast and they come out to say, oh my God, he broke my heart. Why are we using the information for? No need of all these things. Move on. Maybe you feel good and feel okay, maybe because of the pains and everything, you still have to come out and say, but I don't think that it's a good idea. If you ask me, even if they don't serve me breakfast, but I'm not going to say, but even if they don't serve me breakfast, you can never, I will never do that, be that kind of person. Just say, oh, I'm no longer with this person. I'll come and start writing it on my social media handle. For what is it for? Let's take more comments and see what people are actually coming out to say, because a lot of people are saying, please, what do we need this information for? Just tell me why. And yes, another person said, how this one won't make governments change their mind on 7.5% where they want they deduct is well with you. For those paying, for us, we are paying tax. God will help us in Jesus' name. Amen. And let's take more and more comments. We have a lot of people talking about this. And yes, another person said, if you like, break or broke, woman go born, you join. And another person said, now you they vex with na book you they born. Now wow. If you want to pour your frustration on, is it on the book you now pour the frustration on? God. See, but one thing to talk about is about how women love. See, the truth is that women we're too well, I don't want to say too fragile, because we're also strong. We're also strong people. But this year, maybe we'll try the love with our head. That's just the truth. If you don't go put your whole mind, because if I still say this thing, people will come and say, Precious, they talk about this love thing, this one happen, or that one happen. You say women supporting women. I'm saying the truth, because women, we too they like fall in love. If we they fall in love, our whole soul, body, everything, being, can't leave God where He creates you. Can't leave God where He creates you. Can't carry your whole self, put inside the love. But come on, come to think about it. This is the new year, and we have to start thinking right, thinking well. You don't have to just, even if you want to fall in love, yes, fall in love, but do it the right way. So you will not be heartbroken, and they will not be breaking your heart. They're beginning right, center, left, backward, any way you see them. But trust me, I think it is best you do it the right way. I know, but make nobody come pressure you. Say, oh, because every other person don't inside relationship, make you yourself enter inside the relationship. Make nobody pressure you. This year, I know everybody saying the violence type. Yes, we understand. But if you want to be in love, do it rightly. Do it with the right person. It's better say you say single than enter into a relationship where they will give you bad boosts. You go there inside, you go there cry. Nobody's going to help you. All right. And yes, we have lots more of comments. Let's take more comments and see what people are still talking about this. And yes, somebody said relationship is another topic we don't want to talk about. The draining aspect, the unloving side of it, it's crazy, and that's why you have to keen on getting a kind partner. Like I said, very, very important. And it's HOD Dollar said that. He said that it is crazy, and that's why you have to keen on getting a kind partner. You get what I'm saying? Because it's not me, not be me, be this. If you go get a person who don't even care about you, hey, bruh, you're going to suffer. You are going to cry. We are saying this, and you don't think it's a joke. I've been a play, but don't take it for a joke. It's serious. An official fan corner said, nothing concerned me in 99 or 99. And Scholar said, I beg we they settle fella matter. Don't worry, I'm coming to that at Scholar. And Ricky Naira said, if person go down, small wife go just japa. Hey God. why you call am small wife? If person go down, you think so that is how people love because marriage they always say is for better for worse, but people don't like using the for better for worse. But definitely it's going to come, bro. There's nothing you want to say for better for worse, and you say no, it's not for better for richer and for richer. They play when money no come dey again. How you want to survive? See, is how you know someone is in love with you is for the person to stay committed to you from the beginning to the end. Even when you're sick, even when you're down, even when everything is happening, everywhere is crazy, the person has to stick with you. That person, just cherish that person well. Because not be every lady, feel do that kind of thing. I don't want to talk plenty, but that is just the truth. So let's take more comments and see. We have a lot of comments of what people are talking about. And yes, let's take more comments. And somebody said, if he favor you, quit, like me. If he favor you, quit. Okay, if he no favor you, no. If he no favor you, quit. Okay. And another person said, if person go down, small wife go just japa as well. Let's take more comments. A lot of people are talking about this, and yes, then we'll have to move to the next story. And yes, another person said, if you are relocating to planning to relocate and you need, all right. Another person said, strictly weight loss said, check out our weight. A lot of people. And somebody said, I beg check my bio and stream. See, we are talking about relationship. Now they carry all these places they come here. When are they come down? And another person said, this early pie, okay, is well. See now early morning, that's why they call it breakfast. What is now the meaning of breakfast? Is it not early morning? God, I beg go. And official said Ashake Badio is now showing on. Okay. And okay money said, see, you see my comment section, people one or two they do. One or two do for this my comment section. People should be coming down. Oh God. And another person said another single mother in the building. Oh God. Okay, and another person said, you people are just so dramatic is where. See, women, we are too dramatic, Sha, you understand? We like to carry our matter for our head. But it's I feel bad that this is happening, but then it is what it is. Life moves on, Abi. So my own advice to you, when they see they find love, and when I see one day inside relationship, think about getting married, Sha, do it with the right person. And be very careful. Shine your eye where. If they serve you breakfast, no mean say because say una two don't start for a very long time. No mean say una two go still end up. You understand? So if you're doing any relationship or you're getting married, try do them with the right person to avoid. Had I know, you understand? All right, and that takes us to our next gist. Enough of the heartbreak, breakfast, and the rest of them. Yes, and that takes us to our next gist. And what we're talking about next is Nigerian music heavyweight Wizkid and Seun Kuti have sparked intense online reactions. So following a heated exchange on social media, the disagreement reportedly began after Seun Kuti, son of Afrobeat legend Fela, he actually came out and said, Wizkid actually came out and said a lot of things, saying that he's bigger than Fela. And see, people when they support Fela, they plenty. You understand? Wizkid don't talk this thing now. Everybody does. Everywhere don't scatter. Everywhere don't tear. People don't they come and talk plenty things. See, Wizkid, now you do this one, though. And trust me, so fans of Wizkid for frequently comparing the Grammy winner singer to his late father. So Seun describes such comparison as disrespectful to Fela's legacy and cultural impact, so stressing that Afrobeat is more than popularity or awards. His comments quickly gained traction online, drawing mixed reactions from fans and fellow artists. So the situation escalated when Wizkid responded with a series of posts interpreted as direct shots at Seun Kuti, so pushing back against the criticism and defending his status in the music industry. Some of Wizkid's remarks, which many fans viewed as dismissive of Fela's legacy, further intensified the debate and divided public opinion, while the exchange has remained strictly verbal and online. It has continued to trend across social media platforms, with neither Wizkid nor Seun Kuti showing any signs of backing down. There's no stopping. So leaving fans eagerly watching for any resolution or further escalation. It's a lot of things. These people, I'm not sure they're ready to come down, because this is what they give, this is what they give. But come to think of it, why you go do like this? You go talk, say you don't pass Fela. Kilo day, hey God, father of all fathers. It's really funny. I just got to say this and I'm like, oh my God. Whiskey don't to do. You know, so when somebody say he big, but bruh, you need to be coming down, okay? All right, a lot of people and a lot of fans have actually come out, you know. Some people are actually defending Wizkid and some of them are also saying, you talk this one, you don't draw the line. You have drawn the line. This one is too much. All right, let's take some comments of what people have actually come out to say concerning this. We have a lot of comments. Let's take some comments. And Big Bird Cutie said, you see, they bring shame and insult to your papa. Where they heaven. Imagine your dad fight for your freedom. Fight for freedom. You wake up one morning, say na FC, you one day fight, bros. You know how much UBA pay. You better wake up. Oh. All right. And another Chidozie Benjamin said, Wiz doesn't find any trouble. You go attack person when he reacts. Una go say he no get respect. You pushed the boy to talk. They do episode on top your junior as well. All right. And these are Wizkid fans. And another person said, instead, make it they find how to renovate shrine to better standard. If they online, they do 7 days. Oh my God. There's nothing I will not see in this place. See, all these Wizkid, it's not when I just cook. It's a lot of things. When our Wizkid go come out, the FC people, fans go come out, Shogudi fans go come out, Kilo Day. All this fight is for what? All right, we have a lot of comments. Let's take more comments, and people are talking about this. Let's take more and more comments and see what people are actually saying about this. And even Fela is proud of Wizkid. That's shame. Hey, God. And another person said, now January we still do. Like, do you get it? We still there January. All these basketballs just they fly every up and down. Kilo day. Why don't they come down? And Bolu said, Wizkid's message is simple. I never disrespected your father's legacy. Stop disrespecting my own legacy. I worked so hard to build. Stop coming for my fan base. I worked hard to get their years of unending priceless love and support. Okay. And Ikechukwu UG said, be like Wiz don't pass Fela. Forget sentiments. But they don't drag you for a year. Just they calm down. Because if you start now, they go just at Ikechukwu. I know they. And Obai know Daddy Muna said, my father, now you be the only son. See how small picking they insult you somehow. It's crazy. And I am done. Black wifey said, Wizkid is savage. He never gets tired of breaking the table. Baba, they break table any day and any time without relenting. Do you get what I'm trying to say? And Cute Gem said it's too early to start the year with basketballs. I beg, go help me tell them because I know they shut us. Get it be this early January where everybody supposed they try fixing life. Basketballs on they fly up and down. Kilo J, well they calm down. Oh. And Kid Dyer said, why shall Kuti come? Hey God, hey Jesus. At Kid Dyer, I don't know why you are doing like this. Why? What is this? Comment section will never make. Una no will keep me. All right, to get more comments, and let's take more and more comments of what people are talking. And Jama said, if they start waking people to defend Wizkid at 2 a.m., please, you guys should wake me up. Oh. As a matter of fact, Wizkid is always right. Okay, and these are the Wizkid fans. And somebody else said, excess of everything is bad. I love Sean, but he overdid it this time. Okay, as well. And Niger brand influencer said, now why Wizkid know the quick talk? Because his mouth no good, bro. And his mouth no good, oh. And Style Smokey said, fear people that don't talk, you will cry when they talk. Oh, that don't be lie. See people when they don't actually say a lot. But actually, when they talk, they are actually saying a lot. It be like bomb. Let's take more comments. We have a lot of comments and people are still talking about this. And the Pious family said, my honest opinion, Big Kuti comes across as the kind of father who never wants his children to surpass what he achieved in life, simply because Fela was huge in his generation. But every generation has its own time. This is our era, and in this generation, at Wizkid Daya is bigger than your father was. Wow. And he said, just as Wizkid rose in his own time, his son may be even greater in the future of perhaps someone else's child will be will be. That's how life and progress work. With due respect, Big Kuti needs to let go of this entitlement mindset that insists his father must remain the only standard of greatness. Personally, I don't even listen to your music. Oh, wow. Oh, God. And much of your relevance today comes from riding on your father's legacy. So Wizkid, on the other hand, built his success on his own. That kind of rise is nothing short of grace. See, let's talk about this basically. You trying to, progress when from the scratch is a lot of people weren't born with the silver spoon or the gold spoon or whatever spoon you think of. Yes, a lot of people weren't, groomed with that kind of spoon. So they try to make their own legacy, try to build up themselves. It's hard work. Do you get what I'm trying to say? It's always hard work. And we actually appreciate this kind of people. Putting all those hard work to see that everybody's fine, that see your fan base growing and all this. It's hard work. So nobody's disputing the fact that Wizkid has actually put a lot of hard work in his career so far. So talking about Fela and those days that he's a father of music. He cannot deny it. You understand? We always remember him as a legend. You get what I'm trying to say? So, Wizkid is also building his own space and, legend and the rest of them. And he's also becoming a legend too. So, but then, make everybody just rest. This fight don't they too much. And I don't see this thing backing down anytime soon because everybody they bring their own heated, their own opinion about this whole thing. Like, social media is on fire. It's a lot. So, but then what I can say is that everybody should just find their space, continue with their space and make everybody just calm down. That is all I can say about this. All right, let's take more comments and see what people have actually coming out to say about Seun Kuti and Wizkid. And yes, somebody else said he has been poking Wizkid for long. As far as our generation is concerned, Wizkid is bigger. Fela is respected based off his legacy, while we are witnessing Wizkid legacy. And official Emperor Prince said he brought disrespect to his dad due to clouds and trends. Now he should bear the consequences. Okay, we have more comments. Let's take more and more comments. A lot of people are talking about this, and trust me. And Simply Nana said, "It go better for Seun. Go better for Seun and his papa." Why would he say that? Ah, God. See some of my comments, people should be coming down. And Big Bill Sound said, "If my daughter tell me say na Wizkid FC him, I go disown him." Hey, God, I beg go. And Bobby Murphy said, "Wiz is bigger than Fela, no doubt." Okay. And Tufab said he don't see reply where they crave for sins. Wiz way no get good mouth. That's why he's always quiet. Now see, his innocent wife don't collect joint. Oh my God. It's a lot of things. I just feel that if you're doing anything or you want to talk to somebody or speak to somebody, you should I've said this before, people should stop bringing people's family into this whole thing. You understand? If you're trying to, I'm not talking about chasing clouds or anything, but then, please, if you talk about anybody who don't offend you or anything, if you want to drag the person online, cuckoo drag the person, but no cuckoo carry the person family matter put for online. It's crazy because a lot of people who don't like the fact that you bring their family into situations that you were talking about. It's crazy because me now, I know that I'm saying this based on experience or anything. Basically, me. If you talk about me and talk about my family, if you want to talk about me, yes, just do that with me, not my family. Dragging my family and everything. It's crazy. A lot of people won't like that kind of thing. Do you understand? So I beg, make all this whole basketballs and everything, everybody they do, calm down. Make everybody just rest. Yes. And we still get plenty of people still waiting to see they talk about this because it's too much. It is a lot of things. A lot of people are still talking about this. And let's take more and more comments of what people are saying. And yes, some Call Me Dami said, Seun will be nuisance. Don't allow Big Wiz where they respect in Papa insult them. Okay, as well. And Frankie Stitches said, how is Seun a nuisance? Please, a well-knowledgeable and well-read fellow like him. Okay. And Tosin Capital said, yes, Wiz kid big pass fella. Okay. And Frankie Stitches said, at Tosin Capital, you know nothing about music. Oh, wow. That's a serious bass post there. Let's take more and more comments. We have a lot of comments and people are still talking about this. And yes, trust me, see, I see the talk till tomorrow. Make una they calm down. You see, this life, I don't know how you people see it, but this life not just JJ. All these fights and all this quarrel and everything una they do. you know, still like it doesn't still get you people anywhere. Last, you know, now if still no settle this matter, and I think I carry am go outside. But what I still advise is that you people should really calm down. Stop dragging people's family into issues like this, because this is where I don't know where this is leading, because both Wizkid, both Shelkity, everybody's just coming out to say a lot of things. Fela has lived his legacy, and everybody, yes, respects his music and respects him. Do you get what I'm trying to say? And Wizkid is building his own space, and everybody is like, you know, a lot of big fans of Wizkid, and they're also liking him, and he's also building his own legacy. So yes, make everybody, they do their own space, get their own make all this whole problem and all this whole talk about music and bigger than you and bigger than you. Everybody is good in their own way. Their music is different. They do their own music and they do it well. So make una just they relax, and all this whole dragging and issues and all this. Everybody they drag themselves. And yes, I will take a short break, and when we come back, we still have a lot of gist to talk about. Don't go anywhere, because we have more stories coming to you. Stay put.
Of the people, you can hear me now. My name is Patrick Doyle, and I wish that you continue to echo the voices of the people. Big up VOP TV.
My name is So Ibifa Dokobo. Please keep watching VOP TV.
Hi, my name is Kwekumali Ikena Onyekwena, and I am with the Voice of the People TV. Now, if you're looking for the veritable channel for information, politics, robust discussions, you don't need to go far. VOP has you. VOP will always have you. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Patrick Diabwa, aka Ibani Chuka. I'm the Eagle King, and you are watching VOP TV. Stay with us.
2564 is coming up on Burning 9 right now. 2564 Atlantic.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world, because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Hello, welcome back to the show Spotlight on VOP TV. And yes, we've been talking about a lot of things. And don't forget, I'm still your special baby girl, Precious Agmanu, aka Call Me Prezi. And we've been talking about a lot of gist, a lot of stories about love, about lots of things that have been happening, about Shelkity and Wizkid, and about the things that has been happening lately. So yes, next on our story list, we're talking about right now about Nigerian music star Davido and his wife Chioma Adeleke. So they became a trending topic on social media recently, following the circulation of a light-hearted video showing Chioma taking a few spoons of food from Davido'S plate in the clip, which was shared online widely posted by fans, and Davido appeared amused as Chioma casually reached into his meal despite having her own plate. So the moment quickly drew attention, with many social media users describing it as a playful and relatable display of intimacy between the couple. So while others famously debated relationship boundaries and food sharing among married partners, so although some online users attempted to frame the videos as controversial, so the general reaction leaned more towards entertainment than criticism. So supporters of the couple praised their chemistry and openness, noting that interaction reflected comfort and affection rather than disrespect. Like, you know, I've been saying this, Davido and Chioma, these couples are just so sweet. I'm serious, because tell me, we need to see this video. Before I start saying this, we need to see this video. Let's see this.
Yes, we are.
See, if your relationship never reached this stage, bruh, you never did relationship, I tell you. Because come to think of it, what's not to love about this too? You know, sometimes when you go to watch their videos like this, you go to smile. If you're not smiling, you're wrong. I'm telling you the gospel truth. I'm telling you the truth. But this couple, they are so adorable. Looking at the both of them, you know, the love they share and the rest. See, I don't tell her, say, intentional man no need by waiting that they do, you go no. They don't they tell you. You know, any of you, all these people when they want to enter in relationship, after small time they will go divorce. I know they tell you and say, see, I'm here. I don't want to use anybody as an example, but then it's actually beautiful seeing this too, and you know, sharing things together. If your relationship never reached that stage where you go to share things with your partner, you know, even if you may want to collect one spoon of food and the rest of them, and you say, see, it's supposed to reach time where you're supposed to share food, share all these kind of simple things. Not be any small thing now. No, I know what kilo day life not supposed hard. Do you get what I'm trying to say? You know, suppose that. You know, a lot of people have actually come out to say things concerning this. Let's take some comments of what people are talking about Davido and Chioma, his wife. Let's take some comments and see what people are talking about. And yes, Udochukwu Emeka said they want to be sure that the food tasty. They want to be sure that the food is tasty. Actually, you get what I'm trying to say? For their man to eat. Otherwise, they'll replace it. It's their caring nature. Oh, see, women, we are caring. Take it or leave it. So our men that will come and say, women, we too do. See, in as much as we are too dramatic, leave it for us. So, but there's this caring and kind nature that we carry. There's this presence that we carry. When we enter everywhere, we just shake. And that Ikwere said, we just want to be sure breadwinner food is very safe. Oh, well, it not be small. Oh. Before they will carry something, but then it's actually beautiful. And Ada Ikwere said, I've never done it, but when I get man, I must do it. I must do all. You see what I'm saying? But those of you, when they learn now, you get what I'm trying to say? This is the platform where you have to be learning simple things to be doing. You know, in your marriage, it don't be every time where you want a bone face. If you want to carry your man, come out, you go there. All these things are actually beautiful for those people that are trying to get married and are in their relationship. More than they learn. Because this was what I done the year since 2025 to this year where we want to enter. So it does still they fly. More than they come down this year. I beg. Those things you know that you're supposed to be doing. Be doing it. It's very important. You get what I'm trying to say? Let's take more comments and see what people are talking about. And yes, somebody said, we just want to be sure the food tastes good and it's safe for the head of house to eat. And Zaki Baga said, Joy won't finish us here. And another person said, love is sweet, oh, but when money enter, love is sweeter. I don't lie, don't be lying. And Oiza said, Davido is just living his own world. I'm telling you. There was a video I actually saw about Davido where Chioma was actually feeding him. Oh! Later now, somebody say, precious, you are vain. Allow me to be vain in peace. He went, who no like better thing? Let's take more and more comments and see what people are actually talking about. And yes, and Giddy Ayo said, the goats 002. We have more and more comments. Let's take more and more comments of what people are talking about. And Israel, the MW, said, video shot by me. Oh, so you did there, they chop at Israel. God help you. And Joy6903 was just putting up the smiles. And because who will not smile when you see these two lovebirds? It's beautiful. And winning said, it's love now, more bond. Amen to that. And Sexy Seno said, my baby and his baby. Oh, that's so sweet. And Shag It Win said, Lord bless us today. Let's take more and more comments of what people are actually talking about this. We have a lot of comments. And winning said, it's love. And another person said, my man's food is always the sweetest. Beauty, Mart, NG. And she said, we just want to be sure the food tastes good and is safe for the health of ours to eat. It is very... See, I still talk about this. Let's take more comments. A lot of people are saying things concerning this, and it's actually, you know, beautiful to see that these two darlings are actually living their lives and living the world. You know what I'm trying to say? It's actually beautiful. Love is a beautiful thing when you meet the right person. And Uche Nana said, I don't, please. Now you know. And his TV Graham said, their own sweet pass, even if it's same food. I'm telling you. And Big Five, Big said, to us who love whiskey and Davido, God will help us. We'll fight for whiskey and still fight for Davido. My God. And close by, Cassie said, this one, now my husband handwork. He won't get his eyes off my plate. Oh, and you see, these are the signs of love. When you see a person will love you, go no. Don't be by to come, they shout plenty. Somebody doesn't really desire you and you still stay there. Because say, well, God will help you this year. See, child this year, don't tell them, I'm going to try to get sense in Jesus' name. Amen. Let's take more comments and see what people are talking about about Davido and his wife, Chioma. And Hula Graham said, love is sweet, but when money enters, love is sweeter. And Oiza said, Davido is just living his own world and is actually beautiful. And see, Davido and Chioma, they are just, I don't know how to put it. 2025 just passed and a lot of good news, a lot of beautiful things, talking about their wedding, talking about the cars, talking about the beautiful, like just testimony upon testimony where they're just the here since. And trust me, celebrities are doing a lot this time around. And I'm telling you, they give us boosts, everybody. Even people when they're married, just they cry, say, God, please. But don't worry, if you're not yet married, just they prepare yourself. As if you don't drop video now, they learn. You get what I'm trying to say? I just they give you hints. Maybe just they learn from them as they drop, they drop video. And you know as you go take the feed your own man, they know as they take a feed your own man, and like that they take one. So maybe just get them for mine, but definitely yours will come to you. And yes, we're also talking about stories and gist. And next on our list, we are talking about social media users have been thrown into heated debate following a viral post by a man who recounted a shocking story about a former female classmate who recently got married. So according to the guy, he said that the lady got married recently. His former classmate got married recently, and the husband actually sent the parents of the lady abroad because of how she was a virgin again. And my question is, the guy said he knew this lady, before time, that this lady is this kind of person that has been all this everywhere, here and there. You get what I'm trying to say? And now the husband is sending the lady's family abroad to go visit, and just because to appreciate the lady for being a virgin. My guy, I want to get, is there something that is happening to our ladies that we don't know? Hey, God, it's shocking. Do you understand? So following a viral post by a man, he actually recounted a shocking story about a former female classmate who recently got married. According to the post, the woman allegedly told him that her husband decided to sponsor her parents' trip abroad as a form of appreciation for believing she was a virgin at the time of their marriage. So the revelation quickly gained traction online, with many husbands motive and questioning the values and expectations surrounding marriage in modern society. So while some commenters viewed the gesture as generous and cultural rooted, others criticized it as outdated and controversial. Because the guy, Oh, we need to see his tweet. Let's see this, because it's something we need to ask questions, because me, I'm even confused. I said, is this lady doing something? Because when the guy asked the lady said, that she did something, but she cannot spill to the guy. So please, even I say, you get something where I don't know where our ladies, they do. God, I beg, what is going on? And yes, she said, this morning I got a WhatsApp message from my former school friend. She got married late last year, and somehow her husband is sending her parents on vacation outside Nigeria. She said it's because he met her as a virgin and wanted to appreciate them for the moral training they gave her. I was shocked. Sis, how now? You get? So how did you turn back to virgin? You understand? She said she put one or two things together, but refused to tell me the full details. So when we were in school, the same lady nearly died one night when we rushed her to the hospital. It was there we discovered she had just used some drugs to flush a pregnancy. She almost died. She almost didn't make it. So now I've been thinking about how she managed to turn back to virgin to the extent that her husband is said, oh my God. See, to all our ladies, President General among the nation, and the song was supposed to sing for now. Because what is going on? Is there something that you about do that? Please, no one should come for me, because I don't have to settle this matter like this. Now since morning they settle this matter. I never even settle and cease. I beg nobody should come for me, because men they come and ask me, Precious, what is going on? I beg. It be like says nobody should ask me any question. Like I did, as I say, and that's how they show you. So, but then a lot of fans have actually come and people don't come and talk plenty things. Some people say that's true. You get the thing. A lot of people are saying it's true that that you can somehow turn back to virgin. I don't know whether they don't turn to Jesus, but God will help you. All right, let's take some comments and see what people have actually come out to say. We have a lot of comments, and let's take some. And yes, another person said, now Mumu, they look for virgin to marry. Abio. You think, see, is it about, like, I want to talk about this, basically, about this virginity stuff, and everybody's shouting up and down. So what would single mothers now say? Do you understand? People are all dragging this virginity stuff as if it's you understand, it's the root of every... It's good that you keep yourself as a lady. It gives you that respect. But then, if it doesn't still happen that way, it doesn't mean that you won't get married. Come on, don't think of it. A lot of people don't carry this thing for their head. Say, hey, if you know, more that they calm down. Life not supposed hard. Let's take more comments and see what people are talking about this. It's a lot of things. And yes, what White said, all my mumu friends, we don't put to marry virgin for their head. Una be zero. Marrying a virgin is not a bad idea, but no go think you smart past women and you can't be fooled. They play. Even say, I think that the ones where be virgin say that you go play you guy. And yes, another person said, you all have no regard for us on this internet. Oh my God. And another person said, Okada man said, avoid Igbo girls. No. Una won't start now. What you do Igbo girls now? Una don't carry una matter come this comment section. I take God beg una. Mona reset on herself this year. We just be say, even you will be girl, avoid them for your peace of mind. So what you do Igbo girls? Una don't start. Beautiful Igbo ladies like this that are flying up and down. And you are saying, don't start though. And yes, excellent Dozier said, have you all forgotten that all liars shall go to hell? Ew. Actually, the hellfire, now you go if you lie you. All right, let's take more comments, and a lot of people are talking about this. We have a lot of comments, and let's take more and more comments. And somebody said, "Omo ladies, what they do?" Saw a post this morning too on this same topic, and I'm surprised. Beck, this is the first time I'm hearing all of this. Actually, it's my first time. I don't know where all this whole thing is coming from. Because what is all this? How would you be doing things like this, and then you go back? Hey, miracle. God, I beg you. And Dassy Cheese 07 said, okay. And Crumbies Fried Noodle said, on today's episode of Things That Never Happened. Bro, do you get what I'm trying to say? And the Makers Energy said, why can't you just mind your business? It's the easiest thing to do. Mind your... Me, I cannot mind my business. If I see it, I'm going to talk. You cannot drag me. And Big Dossie said, story that never happens. Social medium and... It's not fake stories, ni. People are see, it's the truth, yo. Let me shock your bubbles. People do things. You self, you don't even know. I'm telling you. See, plenty things they happen. Now people see will tell you that thieves they now the one where they catch now be the main thief. Man just leave am for there. Man just leave am for there. Now be That's so it be. But then we have one more story, and before we call it a day. The next story we're talking about, a thoughtful, provoking question accent has come on air, and a lot of people are saying, what is the worst thing you can ever do for money? It has actually sparked widespread discussion across social media platforms. The question shared by a user and the conversation starter quickly gained traction as people from different backgrounds shared deeply personal opinions on moral boundaries, values, and integrity. Responses ranged from rejecting crimes and betrayal of loved ones to refusing action that compromise dignity, faith, or personal principles, and highlighting how individuals define their ethical limits. And my question is, what is that thing that you can never ever do for money? Me, if you ask me, I get plenty things that I feel no do for money. Oh. Hey, if you ask me, I don't feel steal. Number one, I don't feel key. Number two, if plenty. If I can't, they call them. But a lot of people don't come out, bring out their own idea. Say, they don't fit do anything because of this, do bad thing because of money. But trust me, money is good, but it's also the root of all evil. Now as you want to strategize your own, where you go there. You want there for the evil part or you want there for the good part. Now whether you go choose. All right, let's take some comments and see what people have actually come out to say concerning this statement. What can you do? What can you never ever do for money? Let's take some comments and see what people are actually saying. And Lake side said, steal. I can never steal for money. And Bambi now said, to take a life. Actually, I can kill for money too. And Razak Farouk said, make I betray. Hey, Jesus. And it's a berry girl said, nothing actually I can do. I can do anything for money. It's a berry girl. God help you. So you can don't worry. Okay. And Nikki Actor said, I don't understand you, Nikki Actor. We have a lot of comments. Let's take more comments and see what people are actually talking and saying about this. And Uche CKA Best Body said, sex with married woman. Actually, that one carries his own curse following it. So be very careful. And 7147 Jermaine said, I can't take another man's life. Oh, yes, you can kill. And On God always said, stop loving money. Bro. Is it possible? Now, as it's easy for your mouth to talk now, is it easy for you to stop? You yourself when they write down. Is it easy for you to stop loving money? But God will help you. And Pat Fidana said, anything for the money. Bruh, calm down. And another person said, kill or send someone to jail. To send someone to jail. Wait. Bruh, people don't go hurt you. Now, definitely you want to send somebody to prison. They play. They never hurt you before. This one don't be even comment. Let's take more and more comments. A lot of people are talking about this, what they can never ever do for money. And Harry J.O. said, as a guy, make I go bend over for another guy, or make I bend another. Ew! Somebody say, did I just say mwah? Hey, problem J. God, please. All right. Another person said, breast titties, I do it for free. And daddy, hey, God, I see to all my guys. God help you people. I cover you people with the blood of Jesus. I have a reason why I'm covering you with the blood of Jesus. It's not any talk about, it's the truth. And another person said, anything where be crime. Anything where be crime. Yeah, you cannot do it for money. Okay, we understand you at Frederick Constantine. And that's actually beautiful. Yes, and so you where they watch me, actually, what can you do? What can you never ever do for money? I don't talk my own. Me, I cannot steal. I cannot thief for money. And yes, thank you so much for staying with us on the Spotlight Show. I am sure you enjoyed yourself because I did too. And yes, to my amazing viewers, thank you so much for staying with us. It was a blast. Remember, if you're going viral or going global, please stay true to your stories. Don't forget to follow us on all our social media handles at VOP TV Live and subscribe to our channels for more exciting episodes and updates. Until next time, I am Precious Agumano, aka Call Me Prezi. This has been Spotlight. Catch you next time. Bye for now.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world, because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
When you say, make Nigeria no happen to you, me sef go say, make you no happen to Nigeria.
You dey bypass your light meter. You dey jump queue.
Yet, you dey wait make Naija change for you. My brother, my sister, you sef change.
Oh yeah. See that Naija pikin wey pack dirty wey block gutter wey dey cause flood.
Abba, Naija pikin, make we dey care for our environment.
Gen Z is no one work. Now quick cash them they find.
Just like that, boys don't turn Pablo. And girls?
Hablets.
Wetin dey happen?
We dey argue online, spread fake news with our full chest, divide ourselves on top religion, tribe, and politics matter.
But we go dey shout, no unity for Naija.
My brother, my sister, unity begins with you.
Someone japa, nobody wants stay.
But who go fix Naija if no be you?
Omo, you go stay o.
Naija dey wait for us same way we dey wait for Naija. That's why National Orientation Agency don bring this better ogbonge plan wey go change the game. That na 7 for 7 agenda. 7 promises from leaders and 7 citizen codes.
Equality, democracy, entrepreneurship, employment, peace and security, inclusivity, justice, meritocracy. Now the Naija promises.
But without our own discipline, duty of care and tolerance, respect and true leadership, transparency we all need, environmental awareness, resilience in no go walk.
7 promises, them don't talk am. 7 codes, now we go do am o. No dey wait, no dey look face, join body make we run the race. Now you and me, now you and me, now you and me, go fix our Naija. Leave bribery, wash your hands, come out from mago ways. Talk true when you see security concern now all of us.
No they complain about Naija, complaining no they change our mode. If you be true Nigerian, if you be Ogbonge Naija, if we want better tomorrow, now we go make them work today.
7 promises, them don't talk am. 7 codes, now we go do am o. No dey wait, no dey look face, join body make we run the race. Now you and me, now you and me, now you and me, go fix our Naija. Akwa Ibom, Bayelsa, Cross River, Delta, Edo, and Rivers. Oh, Akwa Ibom, Bayelsa, Cross River, Delta, Edo, and Rivers. Oh, 7 promises, them don't talk am. 7 codes, now we go do am o. No dey wait, no dey look face, join body make we run the race. Now you and me, now you and me, now you and me, go fix our Naija.
If we be true Nigerians, we go rise hand in hand.
Uphold the 7 for 7 agenda for Naija, our home, our pride, and our strength.
Powered by National Orientation Agency. Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is African News on Voice of the People Television. We don't just bring you the news. We analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
My name is Tao Familoni, and here's to VOP TV. Keep watching, stay tuned, do not touch that dial.
Arara, my name is Made Kuti, and you're watching VOP TV. Keep watching.
Welcome, my name is Zika Davis. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, boys, viewers, everybody, boys and girls. This is VOP TV. Do you know what that means? Voice of the People TV. You don't have a voice, don't come here. You better make sure your voice is heard.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I. From social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
Welcome to Kitty's Corner. Every weekend is a new journey. Join Auntie Oni as she embarks on thrilling adventures. Each episode takes the young explorers to a different fantastical world filled with exciting challenges, making new friends and learning valuable life lessons. The show begins with lots of excitement in a cozy storytelling mood. Fairies teach the importance of kindness, honesty, bravery, teamwork, or curiosity. Kitty's Corner is a delightful blend of fun, education, and imagination with catchy songs, interactive games, and heartwarming stories. Join Auntie Oni every Saturday, 10 a.m. to 10:30 a.m. on Voice of the People Television.
And here's to VOP TV. Keep watching, stay tuned, do not touch that dial.
Arara, my name is Made Kuti, and you're watching VOP TV. Keep watching.
Welcome, my name is Zika Davis. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, boys, viewers, everybody, boys and girls. This is VOP TV. Do you know what that means? Voice of the People TV. You don't have a voice, don't come here. You better make sure your voice is heard.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Well, hello and welcome to the African News and Voice of the People Television. I am David Edwin. Before we begin the news, I would urge you to kindly visit our website. It's at www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news stories. We begin the African News from Ghana, where President John Dramani Mahama will lead the Presidential Council of the Accra Reset, a Global South initiative working to strengthen sovereign capacity
and reimage international cooperation in an era of unprecedented global challenges. In a statement, the Minister of Government Communications, Felix Fosu, said President Mahama is expected to participate in the first Davos convening of the Accra Reset on Thursday on the margins of the World Economic Forum annual meeting. Other Presidential Council members attending the side event include President Abdel El-Sisi of Egypt, President William Ruto of Kenya, and President Felix Tshisekedi of the Democratic Republic of Congo. Vice President Kashim Shettima will represent Nigeria, while Prime Minister James Marape represents Papua New Guinea, amongst others. The meeting is expected to launch priority programs following the initiative's introduction of the 2025 UN General Assembly and endorsement of the G20 Leaders Summit in Johannesburg. The statement noted that the Accra Reset is timely amid intensifying great power rivalries, the collapse of the global aid narrative, unprecedented trade tensions, and the crisis of climate shocks, cost of living, pandemics, and conflicts. Still in Ghana, in another development, Ghana is negotiating to acquire Sekou Touré's residence, which hosted Kwame Nkrumah when he was in exile in Guinea, with plans to renovate the property and turn it into a heritage site for tourists and history enthusiasts. The move is reportedly aimed at preserving the legacy of Ghana's first president and transforming the property into a heritage site. Foreign Affairs Minister Samuel Ablakwa has assured transparency throughout the preservation process. Announcing the plans, Ablakwa said the decision was formally conveyed to the Touré family when Vice President Nana Opoku-Agyeman led a Ghanaian delegation to visit the family and tour Dr. Nkrumah's abandoned home in Guinea. According to him, the President Mahama's administration intends to renovate and preserve Nkrumah's Guinea residence, not only as an act of respect, but also to preserve the Osagyefo's legacy and create a full experience for tourists to follow his outstanding life from Ghana to Guinea. He added that the ministry was negotiating the terms and conditions and engaging preservation experts for this important assignment. Away from that report, Gates Foundation and OpenAI are setting up a $50 million partnership to help African countries use artificial intelligence to improve their health system. Called Horizon 1000, the partnership plans to work with African leaders to work out how best to use the technology, starting with Rwanda, with sub-Saharan Africa estimated to have a deficit of about 6 million healthcare professionals. Gates stated that in poor countries with enormous health worker shortages and lack of health system infrastructure, AI can be a game changer in expanding access to quality care. He described AI as one of the most transformative technologies ever developed. The founder has already set up a number of AI initiatives, while Rwanda last year established an AI health hub in Kigali. Gates disclosed that Horizon 1000 aims to reach 1,000 primary health clinics and surrounding communities across several countries by 2028. The launch comes as many lower-income countries struggle with major cuts to international aid budgets, reductions that Gates said had contributed to the first rise in preventable child deaths this century. Still on health matters, and in Tanzania, Tanzania's government says the Universal Health Insurance, that's the UHI, will guarantee every citizen a fair and affordable access to healthcare in a major transformation in the country's health system. The Minister of Health, Mohammed Nchengwewa, said the launch of UHI within President Samir Hassan's first 100 days will redefine the country's healthcare provisions and establish a new foundation for national health security. Hassan, who spoke at a meeting with executives of institutions under the Ministry of Health and frontline healthcare staff in Dodoma, stressed that UHI is not a policy announcement or political event, but a large-scale national system that begins operating from day one of its launch, leaving no room for half measures. According to him, it is a defining moment for healthcare rights in Tanzania, but each person has a role and direct responsibility to ensure that UHI begins with stability, is managed with discipline and prospects, and protects the dignity of the Tanzanian patient. Moving on, the United Nations Children's Agency, that's UNICEF, has warned that January's exceptional heavy rains have created a rapidly escalating emergency and turning unsafe water, disease outbreaks, and malnutrition into a deadly threat for children. This comes as floodwaters in Mozambique's Maputo province have submerged vast areas of land after weeks of heavy rains, and over 100 persons killed nationwide since the rainy season began in October 2025. UNICEF spokesperson Guy Taylor noted that the flooding was just not destroying homes, schools, health centers, and roads, but that the disruption to food supplies and health services threatens to push the most vulnerable children into a dangerous spiral. Taylor said the fact that Mozambique is now entering its annual cyclone season creates the risk of a double crisis. According to him, what happens is in the coming days will really determine not only how many survive this emergency, but how many can recover and how many can return to school and rebuild their future. And in Tunisia, Tunisian authorities say no fewer than 4 persons have died as flood swept across the country amid the worst torrential rain in over 70 years in some regions, with fears that the death toll could rise. The cloudburst inundated streets, submerged vehicles, and disrupted daily lives in multiple governorates of the North African country, with emergency services struggling to respond to the scale of the flooding. Civil protection teams said several areas were cut off by rising waters, particularly in low-lying neighborhoods. Consequently, schools were closed in the capital, Tunis, and in the towns of Niboil, Sousse, and Beja, while court sessions were suspended and public and private transports crippled in some districts. Meteorological officials said the rainfalls levels in some regions were the heaviest recorded since 1950. And in Togo, Togo has extradited the former president of Burkina Faso, Paul Damiba, to his home country, where he is accused by the junta of plotting a string of coups and assassination attempts. A statement from the Togolese justice minister confirmed that he was arrested several days ago and has been handed over to authorities in Burkina Faso, with the latest accusation dating back to earlier this month. He explained that the extradition was green-lighted by Ouagadougou's guarantee that Damiba would have physical integrity and a fair trial. Damiba is being accused and prosecuted for a string of offenses, including embezzlement of public funds, corruption, and incitement to commit offenses and crimes. Damiba seized power in Burkina Faso in 2022 before being ousted 9 months later in the coup that installed the current country's GIF junta. Israelis' political and security circles have raised concerns about what they see as Egypt's accelerated military and diplomatic footprint in Somalia and the wider Horn of Africa, seeing it as a direct response to Israel's growing regional presence. Reports in Israel noted that Egyptian decision makers are closely monitoring Tel Aviv's expanding influence in the Horn of Africa, particularly following Israel's recognition of Somaliland. Cairo reportedly regards Israel's move as a strategic shift with far-reaching regional implications. According to Israeli security sources, Egypt has recently intensified political and security backing for Somalia's federal government under President Hassan Mahmoud, aiming to shore up stability in the fragile state and preserve its territorial integrity amid concerns over potential security fallout from Israeli maneuvers in the region. Israeli assessments suggest that Cairo interprets Israel's recognition of Somaliland as an attempt to establish a strategic foothold near the Bab al-Mandab Strait and the Red Sea, waterways of critical importance to Egypt's national security, global trade routes, and international maritime navigation. Meanwhile, Somalia's largest telecommunication company, Hamoud Telecom, has accused the Kenyan government forces of deliberately destroying its telecommunications equipment and facilities in the Hadyak-Garon area of the Lower Juba region. In a statement, the company said the incident has severely disrupted civilian communications and mobile money services. It disclosed that the destruction targeted its infrastructure serving communities in Hadyak-Garon, marking a repeat of similar damage first reported in January 2019. According to the company, the latest incident has left between 20,000 and 30,000 residents without access to essential telecommunications and financial services, and significantly worsened living conditions in an area already suffered from prolonged drought. Hamoud noted that the loss of services has affected business activities, access to financial services, and daily livelihood, particularly in a region where mobile money systems are critical for trade, humanitarian assistance, and household survival. You're still watching the African News right here on Voice of the People Television. We'll go straight to the analysis segment of the news. And joining us now to make sense of these stories and more, in the studio with us is Barrister Darlington Agumo. Barrister Darlington is a legal practitioner right here in Nigeria and also a public and political affairs analyst and commentator. Barrister, a very good afternoon to you, and thanks for coming.
Afternoon, David. How are you?
I'm fine, very well. Thank you, Barrister. All right, joining us also virtually, all the way from Kenya, is Professor XN Iraki of the University of Nairobi. Professor, a very good afternoon to you, sir, and thanks for joining the African News segment of the news. Well, we'd like you to unmute your mic so we can establish communication with you first, Professor. All right, then while we wait for the Prof to get his audio clearly, we also have joining us virtually all the way from Kenya as well, Honorable Mercy Ngota. Honorable Mercy is a cleric and also a Nairobi politician vying for the female seat in Nairobi. Honorable Mercy, a very good afternoon to you, and thanks for joining the conversation as well. All right, then. Well, I think we need to work a bit on that audio. But joining us from Ghana is Mr. Patrick Abankwa. Mr. Patrick is a public and political affairs analyst, majorly also financial advisor and a financial expert. Mr. Patrick, a very good afternoon to you, and thank you for joining the African News segment of analysis segment as well.
Thank you very much, and good afternoon from Ghana as well. I hope everything is well.
Thank you so very much for joining the conversation, and yes, we can hear you clearly. Well, let me start off from the studio here. Barrister, interestingly, we're seeing conversations surrounding the fact that in Kenya, as we speak, Somalia's largest telecommunication firm has clearly complained about and accused the Kenyan government, Kenyan government forces of deliberately destroying its telecommunications equipment and facilities in the Hadyak-Garon area of the Lower Juba region of the country. Now, again, this is an accusation hugely dependent on the fact that they have also said that the disruption clearly has made civilian communication and mobile money services go to a halt in Somalia. What do you think, or what do you make of this kind of story, and how much of an impact is this accusation coming from one of the largest telecommunications company in Somalia as against the Kenyan government?
If this is true, the Somalia government should make official complaint to the UN, because this is an attack on the territorial integrity of Somalia. There is no need for this type of attack. communication is very vital in the life of any nation. So for Kenya security agencies to do what I'm hearing now, it is wrong. Somalia should make official complaint to all the necessary bodies so that they'll be aware of what Kenya is doing in their country. They should tell us what is the reason for doing that, because it's deliberate. It's not an act of a mistake or something.
Okay. It's
deliberate. So they should let us know why attack their telecom infrastructure, knowing fully well the importance of telecom. Do you know that with what they have done so far, some renegades can take advantage of it and then disrupt governance in Somalia? They can take advantage of it. So they should tell us why they did what they did. And then the Somalia government should make them pay. They should repay it immediately.
Now, the fact that this company have complained is on one part. And you also did mention that they should go as far as complaining to the UN. Should the UN even intervene in this particular situation, Barrister? What do you think would be the necessary measures and sanctions that will be given to the Kenyan government?
This is an act of aggression against sovereign states. Why do you go and disrupt their telecom facilities? For what? This is an act of aggression. So they should make official complaint. Because if they don't, they may do other things. That's the truth. They may follow and do other things that may disrupt governance in Somalia.
All right, then. Let's take this conversation to Ghana, where Mr. Patrick is joining us from. Now, I'm going to come to you on the part of the finance, which you are a major expert on. There's a conversation about communication and mobile money services being disrupted as a result of this destruction. From your perspective, how much of an impact would that have on an economy as fragile as that of Somalia? Mr. Patrick, we would love you to unmute your mic so we can hear you better.
Sorry.
All right, go ahead.
Thank you very much. So I think that I fairly agree with the barrister on the distraction that has happened. I see it more of something that is beyond just economic challenge. We are looking at it also from the social point of view, because when an economy like Somalia is trying to put its acts together, anything that destroys the ability of people to create wealth is something that we should look at it carefully. The distraction of the telecom masts, as we rightly said, in the lower Juba, for me, isn't just a security issue. I think that is more of an economic blackout. If you look at the Somalian economy, mobile money is the primary financial system over there, where people use the mobile money to do business, transact business, personal, and then the corporate side.
Yeah.
So destroying a mast for me is equivalent to like burning the central bank branch of about 30,000 people. So that's how these things, for me, we have to look at it from. Security, for me, is synonymous with global trade stability.
Right.
And when communication towers fall, as we have seen, it means that in the era of financial inclusion, we are trying to retreat and we are trying to curtail the growth of that in a particular country. So we have to look at it in the very broader perspective. And I think that the various governments should begin to sit down to address this thing holistically and not just to channel it into a blame game. For me, once we make it a blame game, then we lose out on the trust of the matter.
All right, then. Let's take this communication and this conversation as well to Kenya, where I'm being told that Professor Etsen Iraqi has joined the conversation. Prof, a very good afternoon to you, and thank you for joining the analysis segment of the African News.
Good afternoon, and how are you?
I'm fine, very well, thank you, Professor. Well, again, the conversation surrounding the attack by the Kenyan government as being accused by the Somalia's largest telecommunication company is clearly an indication of security on the part of Kenya. In fact, the KDF, I beg your pardon, the Kenyan government have also said that the attack on telecommunication towers is because they believe that that tower is being used by Al-Shabaab for coordination and extortion. But the fact that the tower has been attacked, and I'm talking about a tower that clearly gives communication to thousands of Somalians, being attacked by the government of Kenya, how much of an impact, and of course security cautiousness, did Kenya take? Plus, looking at the bilateral conversation between the two countries, do you think that that particular move by the Kenyan government, if true, because this is an accusation coming from the biggest telecommunication company in Somalia, if true, how much of an impact is the bilateral communication deepening in a time like this?
I think, good afternoon, but we can look at it in two ways. You can look at it from an economic point of view and a security point of view.
Okay.
In the last several years, there's been a lot of insecurity along the Kenyan-Somali border. So if we look at it, at this attack from a strategic or a military point of view, we may argue that that is probably one way to stop Al-Shabaab and their allies from causing problems along the Kenyan-Somali border. And that border has been unstable for a very long time. Remember that the Kenyan forces have even gone to Somali to make sure that the Somali government is stabilized. And if you look at it from the military point of view, people see communication as very strategic. So if you can disrupt the military, if you can disrupt communication, then that gives you a very big advantage. That's one way to look at it.
Okay.
If you look at it from an economic point of view, as my colleague looked at it, it disrupts a lot of lives. Remember, a lot of money nowadays goes through telecommunications. In Kenya, we use M-Pesa. And I'm in Somalia, they also transact a lot in terms of using telecommunications, the electronic money. So if you look at it from both sides, it has both military and economic issues, and we need to know exactly why that is happening. Is it because of military implication, or is it because of economic sabotage? Both ways, it is something that we need to understand and explain.
Okay, now I'm still going to stay with you, Prof. Interestingly, this conversation surrounding the fact that on two angles, you've actually looked at it. On the part of security, concerns are being raised about the Kenyan-Somali border, which again, Al-Shabaab have been very visible. But on the part of bilateral agreements, do you think there was some level of communication with the Kenyan government and of course the Somalian government to the shutting down of the towers, the telecommunication towers of this company? Or do you think the Kenyan government just acted as a result of precautionary measures to not allowing Al-Shabaab take hold of the border, the Kenyan-Somalia border?
One problem we have in Somalia is that there are so many political military players. So if you go to the Kenyan border, you find there are certain political players. If you go to the national government, there are certain political players, economic military players. If you go to Puntland, if you go to Somaliland, there are so many political players. So unless we know exactly whether there was any discussion between Kenya's military and the Somali military, whichever function is involved, we cannot really tell the truth who was involved in this. So until truth comes out, we can only speculate for now.
Oh, well, let me bring this conversation back to the studio here. Barrister, this conversation surrounding the Kenyan-Somali border, again, like I did say to the Prof, it should have some level of communication between both governments. But we're talking about one of the leading telecommunication companies in Somalia, and concerns are being raised about the struggling effect that this would have on the economy of Somalia. Should the people pay for the inadequacies of government, particularly the part of the Somalian government?
The people from Kenyan side, the military that did this thing, they did it unilaterally.
You believe it's been done unilaterally with the Somali government?
Yes, it was done unilaterally, because if it was an agreed consensus by both parties, I don't think Somalia government will complain. I don't think so. And even if you want to carry out such a thing, it is something that you carry out in such a way that it will not hurt commerce. It will not hurt commerce and social life in Somalia. So you cannot just unilaterally take a decision that will hurt one party while the other party is enjoying the aftermath. This infrastructure is in the soil, in the land of Somalia. So for you to come into Somalia and do what you did for whatever reason, there should have been legal backing. You cannot violate the territorial sovereignty of another country under whatever disguise without agreement from that country. That's why I'm telling you that this matter should get to the UN. There is no need for Kenyan forces to do what they did. Somalia government can quietly dismantle it and redirect the channel if Al-Shabaab was using it. It is left for the Somalian government to decide the best way to address the problem. Is that not true? Instead of you unilaterally going there to attack the infrastructure, and now commerce has been disrupted in Somalia. Is that fair? It's not fair now. It's not fair.
Oh, well, this conversation truly will continue because I know for a fact that when the Kenyan government also issues out a statement, that also should corroborate with whatever the Somalian government would be bringing up afterwards, because this accusation was done by the biggest telecommunication company in Somalia. But then let's move to another conversation quickly, Barrister. And I'm still staying with you. Interestingly, as it stands, Togo has extradited the former president of Burkina Faso, Paul Damiba, to his country home in Burkina Faso. Well, he's been accused of plotting to string some series of coup and assassination attempts since, of course, he left power in 2022. Well, the extradition clearly, it's a green light as agreed with Ouagadougou, which again, they guaranteed that Damiba would have physical integrity and a fair trial. The issue of extradition, Barrister, I mean, he's going to a country that is not being led by a democratic president. Should this be of a concern, even though Ouagadougou also clearly has given their statement as concerning his trial?
Now, if this man is a fugitive or a wanted person, the onus lies on you as the responsible government to arrest him and hand over to the country that is needed.
Yes, which is what they are doing.
Good. And it shows cooperation among these francophone states. Are you getting what I'm saying here?
Right.
When there was a general for whatever reason, so what they did is right. Let him go back to Burkina Faso and answer for whatever charges they bring on his head.
All right, then. Let's take this conversation to Ghana, where Mr. Patrick is still with us. He's been extradited to his home country. Aside the fact that he's going to get fair trial, how much of a public confidence would these trial give to the citizens of Mali?
As a leader, you cannot make mistakes and get away with it. I think that's the clear picture that it will send to everyone who is aspiring to be a leader in future, especially the young one, because leadership is a mantle of responsibility. So if you are given the mantle and you do not do things in the interest of the people, no one should be given the leeway to escape in quote punishment if indeed he is found capable to have committed the crime. So at this point, whatever we are going to say is an alleged position. So if it's actually proving that he has done it, then that gives them the opportunity for him to be tried and requisites and appropriate sanctions applied to, so that in future the young ones will know that if I get the mandate to become a leader in future and I fail to do what's expected of me, I have no place to hide. And even if I run to a country, I'm going to be brought back to face the judgment that is a testament of mine reign as a leader. So I think that's the signal that you send to the young people, and to make politicians in that country sit up and know that responsibility given to them that comes with opportunities has to be accounted for in the future. So for me, that's a very good one. But what I would just say is that when these things happen, sometimes there is always the conspiracy of not giving the people the fair trial. And that's what I'm praying, that fair trial is handed over to the former leader, and not on the basis of prejudice. Once that is done, I think that that signal will not just stay in Mali, but it will transcend to other African countries to say that you have no place to hide. As a leader, make sure you take the right steps and do things in the interest of the citizens and not just your personal gain.
All right, then. I'm still staying with you, Mr. Patrick. Interestingly, almost same situation is happening with the former finance minister of your country. I'm talking about former Minister Ken Ofori-Atta, before, of course, the United States Immigration Court. What's the position with that story as well? And then do you have another forehand information, particularly if he would be extradited back to Ghana, or he will face and, of course, continue a trial in the United States?
Okay, so I think that the current trial in the United States, from my reading and my insider information, is more of his overstayed position with the American visa. So he has an American visa that expired, I think, somewhere last year, November, if I'm not mistaken.
Right. Yes.
And usually when your visa
Barrister, fair trial. Again, this is a concern raised by, you heard Mr. Patrick before he left. This is a concern even raised by members of the families of Mr. Damiba. Concerns have been raised about the fact that there is no democratic process in Mali as we speak. So should he get into Mali, would he get that fair trial?
Please, when this man did what he did, why did he run away? He has somehow indicted himself. So I don't know what is fair trial here. He attempted a coup. Is that not true?
Right.
So that alone is an indictment on his own part. So I don't think anybody is going to be unfair to him. The facts are already there, laid out. You know the consequences of a failed coup in any country. So I don't think anybody will be unjust to him, because what he committed is obvious to everybody. What other fair trial are you talking about? Is it that he will now be told to go, that the attempt he made was constitutional or what? Nobody should talk about that. It's a straightforward case. He carried out a coup against a sitting government, whether military or civilian. And so you will face the consequences. There's no two ways about it.
Well, Barrister, concerns also have been raised about the fact that Togo's cooperation with Mali is on one side being seen, I beg your pardon, Burkina Faso, is on one side being seen as authoritarian crackdown. Is this an indication that an authoritarian crackdown is being fully and holistically supported by the Togolese government?
It is a question of quid pro quo. Because all these francophone countries, they have a way of cooperating among themselves. If they didn't see any need and any reason, they wouldn't have extradited him back to his country. What he did is condemnable, and Togo cannot be seen to be harboring such a person.
All right, then.
It will now attract sanctions from Burkina Faso. In fact, it may strain their relationship, and Togo is not ready for that. What the man committed is condemnable, and everybody is aware of it. So why won't you go and answer for your crime?
All right, then. Let me take this conversation to a professor in Kenya, because I understand that the network seems to be a bit stable. Prof, this conversation about extradition of a former president back into the country, of course, to face the charges at which he's been accused of, is one that a lot of persons, particularly the families of the former president Damiba, clearly stated that, yes, we see that there will be trial, but how much of a fair trial is our family member going to get? Well, let's also state here that Mr. Damiba, the former president of Burkina Faso, is facing offenses including embezzlement of public funds, corruption, and incitement to commit offenses and crimes. In fact, there's also the part of coup plotting in these offenses. Do you think, again, like we've been stating here, he might just get a fair trial when it comes to the kind of trial he will face in his country presently, because again, there is no democracy in that country as we speak.
This is a very simple problem. If you are president, you committed some crimes or some omissions in your country, that's why you should be tried. You committed your crime, you committed your whatever you did was to the people of the country that you ruled. So it's only fair that if you're going to be tried, you go back to that country. As to whether it is going to be fair or not, that's another debate. We can have external lawyers, we can have external judges, because I'm sure across the West Africa, or across the East Africa, or across the Commonwealth, you can get judges from another country to come and be on the bench. So I think the first thing we should agree is he should be tried in the country where he is supposed to have committed crime or he is suspected to have committed crime. As the question of fairness, we believe that the justice system in Burkina Faso, in Ghana, or whichever country, should be fair enough to try not just the president, but even ordinary citizens. And I think that's very fair, whatever is happening. So that if you do something bad for your citizens, as a president, you know you cannot hide. We shall still bring you to justice. And that's how the rest of Africa should operate.
All right, then. Well, let me stay with you, Professor, before I let you go in less than a few seconds. Interestingly, as it sounds, the Gates Foundation has said that they will be looking clearly at having setting up a $50 million partnership to help African countries with artificial intelligence to improve their healthcare system. This has, of course, is called Horizon 1000. The partnership plans to work with African leaders to work out how best to use the technology, starting with Rwanda, and of course some sub-Saharan African countries estimated to have a deficit of about 6 million healthcare professionals. Well, Prof, the questions that are being raised about these kind of partnership is credibility on the part of these African leaders. Over $50 million in partnership on the part of Gates Foundation and OpenAI to setting up this, hub, artificial intelligence hub for healthcare system. Take us through the part of accountability when it comes to these funding and the realization of these kind of projects on African soil.
The starting point is that I would support that initiative, because when I go to developed countries and I'm going for a medical checkup or going to the hospital, one of the things that I find they are very good at is they correct out of your data. And depending on that data and your family history, they can organize your problem better. So in Africa, we have a shortage of data. We have shortage about data on diseases, data on how diseases and epidemics spread out. So in my opinion, it's very important that when this money is brought, it is put to the best use. As a question of accountability, I think Gates Foundation and other people who fund such projects in Africa can insist on accountability. And it's not hard, because you can use the same artificial intelligence to make sure there's accountability. But I believe artificial intelligence will leapfrog African economies, African healthcare to the modernity.
Okay.
Let's get data about diseases. Let's get data about where the diseases originate, how they spread out, and that's very, very important. Let's share among the countries. I hope African Free Trade Area or African Union is going to be party to that data sharing.
All right,
because diseases like pollution, no borders. The disease can spread from one country to another, as COVID indicated. Good initiative, but accountability should be built into that system.
All right, then let me take this conversation quickly to Ghana. Well, Mr. Patrick, interestingly, this same question I'm going to ask you. How much of an impact do you think this particular initiative is going to have on Africa? Plus, the fact that, yes, we are bereft and bedeviled of data, which is a major problem all across Africa. But then again, what's your position with this? Plus the fact that your country is clearly asking the Sekou Touré residents to be bought. And of course, there's negotiations with the Sekou Touré residents, which again, Kwame Nkrumah when he was in exile in Guinea was where he stayed. Ghana wanting to get that place fully a site of, call it a heritage site for tourists and of course, history enthusiasts. What's your position with this?
Thank you very much. I think that with the OpenAI that you mentioned, we are clearly seeing a move towards precision public health. And for me, these are not just social programs, but they are more productivity boosters. If you look at the sub-Saharan African region, we have about 6 million persons That's in terms of health workers, deficiency in terms of the gap between those that we actually need to be the health sector and those that we don't have. So the Gates Open AI, which is a 50 million partnership, for me, is a leapfrog strategy if you are looking at it from the broader perspective.
All right, then.
We're using AI to solve the issues of patients in about 1,000 clinics, can reduce the cost of care and also increase the workforce uptime. I think that President Samier's initiative is, for me, it's a massive fiscal reform by moving away from the out-of-pocket payment in Tanzania to creating a predictable health financing pool for the country. This, for me, helps to reduce the health expenditure of the country, and which in its larger picture keeps families that are in poverty afloat in terms of the cost that they need to look at it. I think that digital health is, for me, the new frontier for fiscal resilience as a country, and a healthy workforce, as we all know, is the backbone of a stable GDP. So I commend that, and I think that other countries should begin to look at such an initiative and copy it to a large extent. Now on to the moving of the Nkrumah's Guinea residents, for me, is also a critical component when it comes to tourism infrastructure for Ghana. Ghana has been diversifying the tourism industry as part of its economic growth away from cocoa and gold for some time now. So turning our first president's Guinea residence is, for me, into a heritage site becomes a Pan-African tourism play, and it builds on the success of programs that we have done in the past, like Year of Return that we did some years back, to create a permanent heritage corridor between Ghana and then Guinea-Conakry. So I think that legacy preservation is a high investment that you need in the creative economy, and it turns history into a more sustainable foreign exchange end.
All right, then. Thank you so very much for your submission there. Barrister, in less than 10 seconds, your position with the Open AI Gates Foundation funding 50 million on the health facilities in Africa.
I disagree.
Why do you think so?
If we continue to depend on Bill Gates and his medical intervention in Africa, we will not move forward. We will never move forward. Look, why don't we copy what is working somewhere? China and India, with their population, imagine if they were to depend on the Western world for their medical need. In fact, they would just die off in one day. China has complemented orthodox medicine with acupuncture. Acupuncture can do virtually everything for Chinese, and it's working for them. David is working for them. Why is it that everything that happens to come from Western world, we just buy it hook, line, and sinker? Was it not Bill Gates that said that during COVID-19 that Africans will be dropping on the street, dying on the street? Eventually, God did not allow that to happen. That means there is something about us. Our DNA is quite different. We are Black Africans. We should structure, formulate what is good for us health-wise. We cannot depend on Bill Gates for all the medical attention that we need. If we never work, in the next 1 million years, we'll still be dependent on him. For what?
Unfortunately, this is where we have to draw anchor on the analysis segment. And some would also disagree with you, Barrister, that if the leadership of Africa is truly working, maybe this particular suggestion that you brought up might truly find the light of the day.
We will tell them to make it work instead of stealing our money and keeping it in the Western world.
All right.
We should tell them.
Well, this is where we have to draw anchor on the analysis segment of the African news. We had with us on the analysis segment in the studio with us Barrister Darlington Agumor, who is a public and political affairs analyst and also a legal practitioner right here in Nigeria. Thank you so very much, Barrister, for being here.
It's my pleasure.
Also, all the way from Kenya, Professor XN Iraqi he's a professor with the University of Nairobi. Prof, thank you so very much for being here as well. And also joined us all the way from Ghana, our financial expert and advisor, Patrick Abakwa. Thank you so very much, Mr. Patrick, for being a part of the conversation this afternoon. Well, we'll take a very short break right now. When we return, sports and business will be up next. Please stay with us. Well, glad to have you back at the Studio African News right here on Voice of the People Television. Now to some business story. Caledonia's Mining Corporation says it raised $150 million via a 7-year convertible bond offering to fund its Bilbo's project. Once operational, it will be Zimbabwe's largest gold mine. Zimbabwe-focused Caledonia's debt issuance is the biggest international capital raising in over a decade for the country that had been shunned by global investors due to economic and policy volatility. Spot gold prices surged to over $4,800 per ounce by Wednesday morning, driven by investors seeking haven who are backing miners like Caledonia to lift outputs. And to wrap up the African news, we'll go straight talking sports. African Cup Women's 7 Championship, South Africa, champions South Africa will headline a glittering cast of global rugby nation when the World 7 Series Division 2 tournament storms into Nyayo Stadium next month, setting the stage for a thrilling showdown on Kenyan soil. South Africa arrives in Nairobi, fresh from clinching the Division 2 women's title in Dubai over the weekend, edging Argentina top 5 in a tightly contested final. Canada also sealed their place at the Nairobi leg after overpowering Belgium 28-10 in the men's final to confirm qualification. The men's competition at Nyayo Stadium will feature host Kenya alongside the USA, Uruguay, Germany, Belgium, and Canada. In the women's category, Kenya's Lioness will take on Brazil, China, Spain, South Africa, and Argentina in what promises to be a fiercely contested battle. After the Nairobi leg, the 3-day series will move to Montevideo, Uruguay on March the 21st and the 22nd before concluding in Sao Paulo, Brazil on March the 28th and 29th. At the end of the 3-leg series, the top 4 teams in both the men and women's competitions will earn promotions to the World 7 Series Division 1, joining 8 elite teams in the World Championship circuits. And with that sports story, we've come to the end of the African News. Do well to subscribe to our YouTube channel. On YouTube, we are at Voice of the People TV, and on all other social media platforms, we are at VOP TV Live. Thank you so very much for being a part of this broadcast. I am David Edwin. Do have a good afternoon.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz. from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
In a world where power shapes with every headline,
In a nation full of questions,
in a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing.
and together we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world, because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Dele Utomi, and this is the Maritime Frontier Show. On today's show, we have a guest, Mr. Emeka Obinali. He's the Vice Chairman of the Apapa chapter of the National Association of Government-Approved State Freight Forwarders, NAGAF. He's here to talk to us about the issue that happened over the week. There was a slight disruption of services at one of the terminals of one of the shipping companies, resulting from an increase considered arbitrary by stakeholders in charges that they pay to get their goods cleared. And so it has become somewhat incessant that charges are increased arbitrarily from time to time. And we have an economic regulator within the sector, the Nigerian Shippers Council. And today, we ask the question, arbitrary increase within the maritime sector, is the Nigerian Shippers Council, the NSC, a willing tool in the hands of shipping companies and terminal operators? And so, ladies and gentlemen, we have Mr. Emeka Obinali here to answer some of the questions. Mr. Obinali, you're welcome to the show, sir.
Thank you for having me, Pat. Tony, it's been a while. Let me say a Happy New Year to you.
Happy New Year, sir.
Thank you.
So, sir, earlier in the week, a particular shipping company, the Mediterranean Shipping Company, that's the MSC, had its premises encroached upon by, well, let me not use the word encourage, there was a strike action by stakeholders, clearing agents and freight forwarders, owing to the fact that there was there were increases in charges. And in their own defense, they said that the charges were approved by the Nigerian Shippers Council. What do you have to say about this, sir?
Well, but what you said was true, but I would not use the word encourage like you said. You know, in the time past, we've been having all these incensed increased by shipping companies and terminal operators. You understand? So, like, when this one happened from MSC, the freight forwarders in general said they could not take it anymore because you cannot just wake up one morning and say you want to make increments from 10% to almost 40, 50%, you know. You are making things difficult for freight forwarders. And already most of them have charged their importers. How do they go back and tell their importers as they've increased shipping charges?
Was it sudden, or were you given time to?
I don't want to know. Even if you said you are doing this thing from this time to this time, you understand? We should know what is happening in this country for now. You know, everybody's crying. The times are hard. There is difficulties everywhere. You know, like you shouldn't come and add more problems. You know, to the people, because either you like it or not, at the end of the day, this thing goes back to the final consumer. Because an importer that imported a container, we calculate its cost. Do you understand?
You never run at a loss.
Yes, but we don't want to continue in that light. You just wake up one morning and you increase terminal charges and you want people to be paying it. You know, and I don't know what the Shippers Council are doing about all these things. These people come to you to have discussions with you. What I expect them to do as a regulator is to call all parties on board. You know, like sometimes 2 years ago, 3 years ago, I keep telling people this thing. This is not the first time that this thing happened. It has happened then when even shipping companies and terminals, they increased charges by 200%. You know, something you are paying 18,000 plus, and they wanted to do it 100 and something thousand now. And I was like, no, this thing cannot go like this. I know what I did. You understand? I know what I did with the help of the president of NAGAF and Alhaji Ibrahim Tanko. You know, we stood up and said, no, we cannot take this thing. We even took the fight to Shippers Council. You understand? We took it to Shippers Council with our members and so on and so forth. NAGAF has been in the front in what has been happening in time past. Because if we keep saying it, they'll say NAGAF with their troubles. It's not trouble. We emphasize things. We see things before they happen. Do you understand? Something that we've seen 3 years ago. Now people are not seeing it now. You understand? We are not going to take it. We are not taking it from anybody. You understand? Because we don't have any country to call our own. Nigeria is our country. And we have to make it better, whether they like it or not. If you are talking about this increment, what is the essence? What led them to the increment?
So, yes. No, they didn't do this, make this increment. They didn't effect this increment on their own because they have there's an economic regulator, the Nigerian Shippers Council.
No.
And they insisted that they went through the mills of approaching the Nigerian Shippers Council, and the Nigerian Shippers Council approved this increment. Shouldn't it have been that you directed, you members of the stakeholders, directed your anger towards the Nigerian Shippers Council?
Well, that's what I'm telling you. Like, you know, the Shippers Council, did they tell agent directly that there will be an increment or call for meeting? You understand? There are different ways to take a fight to people. You understand? Because you can also go to Shippers Council and tell them, and they will tell you they are not aware about what is happening. You know the country that we are in. Or they will tell you they are in discussion, they are discussing. You understand? They are discussing, or they would have got to you people that we are looking for a time to call you people to address the matter with you people. So we cannot continue like this. You understand? That is the reason why they have to go to MSC, to barricade that place and tell them, you understand, you can't be doing these things to Nigerians. You understand? You can't be doing it. What is the essence of the increment? What is the essence of the increment? If we are talking about when dollar rate was very high, then you say, okay, dollar rate is high. But now you can see the dollar is coming down.
Did they tell you particularly why they had to effect?
I don't. They did not tell us anything in particular. What are they increasing for? Because they tell you that things are high in the markets, stuff like this, blah blah blah. If you're talking about things are high in the market, is it now that the dollar rate is coming down, the price of fuel is coming down, and everything is coming down? You understand? And you are now infecting things. You are bringing hardship to the economy, and we will not be part of that. You understand? It is our collective goal to make sure that things are stable. You understand? And we are not just taking the fight to MSC, we are taking it to every other regulators that are not doing things right. We take it up to them. Because if you, like in Naga, my president, I know over time he has been writing and also trying to make sure that he calls all parties on board to make things easy for freight forwarders. Because things are so difficult with freight forwarders. You find out somebody collected the job and you go and borrow money to make sure you deliver that containers. You understand? Because as a professional, you cannot collect a job and you go back and tell the person that gives you this job after you've charged that this happened, that happened. Things are not done that way. Also, I would like to thank the likes of Alaji Ibrahim Tanko, our founder. He's a big player in all these things. We find him like he educates us and tells us that when is this is what you do, when is this is what you don't do. You understand? So things are being taken in the right approach. Not to forget about my former president, who is somebody that is known in the industry, is a big player, Increase Uche. I knew what he did about these things. I know what he wrote to Shippers Council. He even wrote to MSC, trying to tell them that the things they are doing is very wrong. You understand? So we are learned people, and we have to do things the way learned people do things. Because I know letters flied before people even took to the streets to go and make sure they barricade that place.
Yeah, funny enough, as you people were embarking on the strike action, some members of the Nigerian Shippers Council joined you guys, because I saw a picture the following day. I think that was about until Monday, Tuesday or so, or Wednesday. They joined. What was their point in coming to join people now when they were the ones that approved the increase?
You know what is happening in our country. Do you understand? Even when things go wrong, some people, they cannot talk to their bosses directly. You understand? They can, but they are not approved of it. You understand? Because, like I say, if things go sour, everybody is going to suffer it. Yeah. You understand? So I believe they are also part of the union, and they should join. You understand? Because if that thing is happening to one person, if something affects your eyes, it will not take long. It is going to affect this eye before you know it affects the nose, definitely, and everything is on the face. You understand? So anybody that like good things would like to support. When you see one, you want to support. You understand? So that is the reason why I feel they joined this thing. Otherwise, if they are doing what is right, I don't think those people will have to join. You understand? So that is it. And sooner or later, what they see is just a tip of the iceberg. They are going to see more. Because I had a letter was written to us, like in APMT, they invited us and told us they want to increase. And I'm just looking at them. Yeah, they want to increase. They wrote the letter, they want to have discussion with us. They want to increase. What are you increasing for? You just increase how many years from now? Do you understand? And now you are talking about increments again. What are you increasing? You understand? So I don't know. These people are taking us for granted in this country.
Okay. Now, because I guess the strike action affected the Shippers Council. That's moved the Shippers Council to take action? Because they immediately wrote a letter the second day of your strike, and I have the letter here, which is dated 13th of January 2026. It says, part of it says, the council wishes to clarify that the recent adjustment was approved strictly in accordance with its statutory mandate as a port economic regulator. The council affirms that all tariff reviews were conducted in a transparent, structured, and well-defined regulatory process. These processes include detailed technical and consultative engagement with affected service providers, aimed at examining the cost drivers, operational realities, investment obligations, and regulatory compliance. Now, if they had gone through all this and knew that the increase is justifiable, why did they double down on it? Why did they go back on it and ask them to
I'm not a member of the Shippers Council. You know, I'm not a member of Shippers Council, but what I want to tell you is this for sure. You know what's right and what's wrong. If there had to be any form of increment, all parties should be called on board.
There must be a discussion.
There must be discussion.
Okay.
Do you understand? And reasons will be given. Do you understand? If those reasons are valid, we are not demons. We all run businesses. Do you understand? We also sit down and think of it and say, okay, if you had to do this, you can do adjustments here. You can do adjustments here to be able to balance it so we can meet at the middle. You understand? Not you just coming to increase something and maybe our boys that are on the field will come and tell us that they've made increments. The stakeholders are not being carried along. That is the paramount thing in this thing. Stakeholders are not being carried along. Before you do anything, I think you have to involve the stakeholders, relevant
policies and programs.
Thank you.
Regulator.
Yes.
Yeah, and why do you think the regulator, the Shippers Council, didn't do this? Because they are not saying, oh, you MSC, Nigerian Shipping Company, go and talk to the stakeholders before increase, which means that this increase is only suspended, it's still subsisting. It will still be affected sometimes in the future. They only said, let's suspend it, but go and talk to the stakeholders. Why don't you think that they are not, why do you think they are not talking to you guys?
Who is regulating who?
Because it looks like now the dog wagging the tail. The MSC is now regulating the NSC. That's Nigerian Shipping Company is now regulating Nigerian Shippers Council.
Who is regulating who? That's why I asked you the question.
It's supposed to be the Nigerian Shippers Council.
If things are properly done, I think the Shippers Council will call for a wider meeting, invite MSC, invite the freight forwarders. How do I put it? Invite let me say freight forwarders. Invite them, call them on a round table discussions. You understand? We're able to mediate within the two parties. You listen to these other persons, you listen to these persons, then you will not draw conclusion. You understand? That is how things have been done. You cannot tell the Shippers Council you cannot tell the MSC to go and discuss with freight forwarders because they are their clients, they are their customers. Now, I'm your customer, you understand? I'm getting something from you, and now they are not telling me and you to go and sit down on that. I don't think there will be an headway because me being your customer, I will have to dictate for you. I will tell you because the word says customers are always right. Then if you are telling me you have to increase, because me too, I would want to get the better part of you. You understand? I'm not allowed to tell you that if you increase, I don't think I'll be using your shipping company again. You know, I don't know whether you understand what I'm trying to tell you. So before you know what is happening, your business will be going down. So I don't think that is the right thing that Shippers Council did. The right thing is you call both parties together. You sit down in between them. You be the mediator among the both parties. You now tell them what is your complaint, what is your plight. You understand? They'll discuss. And you being a regulator, you will now tell them, okay, let's do it this way for both persons to be happy. You understand? So they didn't do the right thing. They didn't get it there. So for the MSC coming to talk to us, they are wasting their time. Let me tell you for free. They are wasting their time. It's either they revert to the normal or nothing. And I believe they revert to the normal. You understand? So that is just it. We should do things the right way in this country. Do the normal thing. When you do the normal thing, you find that things will fall in place for you. Understand? It is when you do things out of proportion, you have issues. So I think that is what they are facing now.
Okay. What's the action that the Nigerian Shippers Council, that's the NSC, has taken now? It looks like putting the cart before the horse. What they were supposed to do before, they are now doing it now. Now, people have been saying that the person at the head right now, the executive secretary, is not an industry person. He doesn't know what he's doing, and he should be removed. What do you think about the person of the executive secretary now?
The ESO. Now, let me tell you something about life. I don't pry into things that are not my business. If I'm calling for that person to be removed, me as a freight forwarder, will they replace that person with me? The answer is no. You understand? They know what they saw in that person. They know what they saw. You understand? So for them to have used that person as the ESO, so they know, they believe he's capable. Do you understand? That was why they appointed him. So
well, the man is a brilliant lawyer. He did well in a particular profession where he has grown over the years.
He has not stayed up to 8 months now. He has not stayed up to 7 months.
He has stayed up.
No, he has not. I think he came, June. I think it was June last year. That he came. Do your findings.
Okay, it's all right.
I think it was June last year.
But even 3 months is enough for one to have a grasp of what is to do at a particular place. Being somebody that is very well educated, I think he has a PhD in law. It's only that it's a lawyer and not shipping companies administrator. He has no prior experience in this sector before he was brought in. I think that is counting against him.
You are saying he doesn't have. You know, it doesn't take anything for you to go to courses. You understand? Me and you, now we are not saying he's a lawyer. We don't know the number of courses he has attained. We don't know he has attained. We don't know the number of lessons that he has passed through. We don't know how he has been brushed. You understand? So we are not talking on our own, based on our own idea and what we know. You understand? So I don't want to dumb into that because I don't want to say what I don't know because I don't know him as a person. You understand? I don't know the lessons and the things he has done as a person. You understand?
But people keep referring back to the man who was there about 3-4 years ago, Hassan Bello. He seems to be the standard. Virtually everybody in the industry, every stakeholder still talk about Hassan Bello. Why do you think that has persisted? Is it because of the standard he set, or because of his person as an administrator, or because of the fact that he was a company, he grew along the ranks to become the ES then, and then he did well?
My brother, to be candid with you, we all came into this life without professions.
Of course.
We don't even know what we'll become as persons. But I want to believe, regardless of what, anything one attain in life as a person, anything someone attain in life as a person is based on, one, your upbringing.
How many more minutes?
Your upbringing, you understand? One, your upbringing. Two, the things you've aligned yourself as a person with. Do you understand? Three, your readiness to do this thing. This is what I would like to do, and I want to get it done. You know, Hassan Bello, we are talking about, he did very well, yes, because this is what he wanted to do. You understand? He did not just start up one day and say,
along the ranks
yes,
within that.
yes, and you understand? So that is it. Even this other person can also do better if he's been given time. You understand? Because you have some people that are professionals too, that are there with him. The only thing he has to do if he wants to get it right, to me, the only thing he has to do is, those people that grew through the ranks, you engage them, you ask them the way the practice has been before now. Do you understand what I'm trying to tell you? Now, they integrate you with things that has been happening there. You sit down and you check. Then before you know what is happening, you also engage stakeholders in a meeting. You hear their plight, you ask them the way things have been done before now, ask them the differences. What is the differences with now and then? Then they will not tell you. You sit down and you accumulate everything. You go to your own crisis and you analyze. Before you know what is happening, you come up with something reasonable. That is how to do things. You understand? So, but like, I just believe they should just give him some time. Like, he's going to come up better. To me, I don't know.
But
So,
why do you think generally the Shippers Council right now is not? They are not playing their role as an economic regulator to the satisfaction of everybody, both stakeholders and Nigerians. Looking at it, why do you think they are not playing their roles?
Because if truly you as a person, because you cannot say one sector is not functioning, then the whole Shippers Council, because you have manager of this, you have manager of this, you have this manager, you have this department, you have this department, you have different kind of department there. If one department is not functioning, that doesn't make the Shippers Council not to be functioning well. But we have, if like 5, 6, 7 department is not functioning, you know that they are not taking their businesses, they are not taking their profession seriously. That is what is affecting. Like, there was a time we had discussion with them. Let me digress a little bit, sorry. We had a meeting with them sometimes last year, I think the first week of December. And what was the cause of this meeting we have with them? The engagement. Because of the rate of blockage that is affecting the industry. Do you understand? What guidelines say?
The blockage by, is it the customs or the police or
different kind of agencies? Different kind of agencies. But the worst one we are talking about now is the Nigerian Police Force, Maritime Police. The Maritime Police. Because even at that meeting, I was so angry. Because I was trying to let them know one or two things. Angrily, and I had to tell them that, come, you guys will hear from us, but by the time we barricade shipping companies, terminals, and the rest of them, then you guys will know we are serious. Because how can containers that have not been examined before you know what is happening? The Maritime Police, they blocked it. I want to ask a question there. How do they get the manifests? Because they are not part of the people that manifest is being given to. How would they get manifests to block containers that has not even gone to custom portal, that is still in traders portal? They blocked it. Something that you've not even done examination of. They blocked it. And
is that possible?
Yes, and I'm telling you, they go to shipping company, they also block. Do you understand? So we are in that meeting and we are trying to make them understand that this thing is not the standard. This is now how things is supposed to be done. You understand? And you have police in the ports that are also included in examination. Do you understand? They are also included. They get involved in examination, and before you know what is happening, you still block your container. You have to, after every other thing, maybe you've gone through releasing to write your TD or terminal delivering order, you now have to go to Obalende. Do you understand? Counseling house. You go there. You now have to go and start discussion, negotiation, or what have you. Do you understand? It will not take you days.
What are usually their reasons for blocking?
What are their reasons? Well, their reasons are not genuine. It's not genuine. What reasons? See, there is this adage that says, give a dog the bad name and hang the dog. Do you understand? They don't have any genuine reasons. Because all these things are containers that we are positioned to examinations conducted, police, Nigerian police force in the terminal, in ports, they came for examination. So why are you blocking the containers? What are you blocking them for? If you have any intel, what you're supposed to do is you inform the controller the controller of that command, that we have an intel about this thing. Let this thing be positioned. That we want to be part of the examination. So they will now position the container for examination, and you'll be called. You understand? So all these practices are things that are not normal. They are not right. It's happening in the industry.
Somebody also raised an alarm that it's like it's an arrangement between the police and the Nigerian Shippers Council. What do you say about that?
I told them bluntly there now. I told them in that meeting. I said, this thing is arranged between you and the Nigerian police force, the maritime police force.
Extorting money.
Yes.
Why do you think it's
And they said they were not aware. They were not aware that they are not part of it. And I said, if you are not part of it, why are you collecting? You are collecting this thing from them, and you now have to send it to a shipping company. You send it to terminals. So if you are doing that, you are part of it. Before you know what is happening, 250 containers will be blocked. So almost daily basis. So they are not facilitating trade. They are killing trade.
Now you're talking about Nigerian Shippers Council.
Yes, they are killing trade.
So why do you think they are not acting to defend you, the stakeholders, when the police does this?
That's best known to them. I don't know. I don't even want to know. But I promise them one thing. I have told them. I said, it's coming soon, and it will be sooner than later. Because we've been speaking, our voices is being heard all over the TV, in the radio stations. We've been trying to talk about all these things. But before you know what is going to happen, we'll hit the streets. And by the time we hit the street, we'll hit the street really hard. That is going to affect everybody. So at that time, I think maybe the government will now come in and now said, what is the problem? So maybe we'll now sit down and analyze and see if truly that is how things are supposed to be done. You understand?
I got I'm privy to a letter written by one of the associations within the sector to the presidency. I guess it's part of the reason why the increase in charges were suspended. What did NAGAF do in terms of writing letter, or apart from the fact that you guys were also involved in the strike action? Was there any kind of communication?
Like I said before now, like I said something before when I was talking to you earlier before now. I mentioned one person in particular. I don't want to mention names. In person of Increase Uche. I said he wrote even to Shippers Council. He wrote to MSC. I talked about my president, Tochukwu Akuye, of which you know is someone that doesn't take all these things for granted. Because once things are not being done properly, not to talk of the man himself, the writer, Alhaji Ibrahim Tanko. You know, they were not happy when this thing happened. You understand? And I told you now that Nagas are former people. They are educated people. They believe in writing. They believe in indulging. They want to indulge in conversation with you. You understand? Either through writing, orally, or whatsoever. They did that. They did it.
And moving forward, what do you think the Nigerian Shippers Council should do or should be doing in order that the sector becomes more stable and the growth that people envisage will be realized?
What else would they do? They should go back to the drawing board. They should go back to the drawing board. Because if you're a regulator and somebody walk up to you, a shipping company walk up to you to tell you that this is what they want to do, and you give the go, only for the people you are regulating take up to the streets and say they are tired. You should ask yourself some questions. Did I get this one right? If you find out that you didn't get it right, what will be the next thing for you to do? You trace your step. You understand? Because nobody is perfect. Nobody can be 100%. You understand? You trace your step, and the places you felt that you didn't do well or you are not doing well, you call yourself to order and make sure you do the right thing, do the needful. And those people you feel that you took decision against that is not right, you call them for a round table discussion and you apologize to them and tell them that going forward, you don't think this thing will happen again. You understand? So they can believe in you once again. So you people can now coexist. That's just the best way to go about it.
Okay. I'm not holding brief for the Nigerian Shippers Council, but I've heard from one of their or two of their staff saying things like they are handicapped by the fact that the law setting up the Nigerian Shippers Council did not give them the power to really punish offenders. So it's funny because you are a regulator, the economic regulator of the sector, and you're telling us that you do not have the power to punish erring players within the industry. Right now they've gone to the House to, for a review of the bill that set them up, and so that more powers could be added to them. And it's like they are having some kind of a pushback because what the new bill that they are presenting to be assented to by the president will now give them power even to regulate some of the agencies that are competing with them, some of the government agencies. So they are saying that if that power is given to them, things will be better. Do you think Nigeria should wait? So if we wait for the next 10 years and they are not giving that power, this is how we are going to continue to do things.
In all honesty, I don't believe in this philosophy you are just telling me about now. I'm in the school of thought that if you are put in a position or in a place, it is not mandatory for you to say you have to go by the books. Sometimes you make use of your initiative. Like my finder will always tell me something, Dr. Anebunam. He always say to me, Amy boy, it's better you take a decision and take the wrong decision than not taking a decision. Yeah. Do you understand? Now, someone knows fully well that if you go through this route, you'll be committing an offense. And that offense is punishable by the law. And you still went ahead and commit that crime. What do you think will be meted to that person? Do you understand? There are some things are so visible that ordinarily, even when you do this thing, you'll be applauded for doing it. You understand? You take your chances. Sometimes we take the bull by the horn. Even you doing that thing will now make even the relevant authority to say, oh, this thing that this person did is supposed to be in the arts. Do you understand? It's supposed to be in the arts. So next time, if somebody else try that thing, because this person has done this thing, that person will not even try it to know that, okay, doing this thing is wrong. You understand? So I wouldn't do it. You understand? The relevant authority will now say, okay, based on what this person is doing, let's include this thing in the bill. You understand? But if you just sit down there as this is what this I should do, and I will do it, you understand? You'll be making mistakes. Just like if it's in the Bible. You know, when Jesus gave them talents, one said, this master, a wicked person, do you understand? If I go use this thing trade now, I count the money now, he went and buried the talent. Now someone else said, okay, make use of that talent, made more profit, and the one that went and hid his own was taken from him and given to someone that made profit.
I invested in.
Do you understand? Now, God rewarded him for what he did. I don't know that you understand what I'm trying to tell you. So you don't just be comfortable on your comfort zone or with what is being given to you. Try to make some renovations. That is the reason why we go to school. You understand? You go to school, that doesn't mean going to school is, I will come and do this practice. You go to school because you know you can create things. Do you understand? That is the essence of going to school. Going to school, you have these innovations. You want to put this thing into this thing to get this result. So if you have given a particular role to play, be a big player. Make sure you do something that people, after you might have left, they'll keep talking about you. So that is it. So sitting on the defense and say that this thing, we don't have the powers to do these things, all those things are excuses.
Okay. Yeah, I think you have a point there, because we know that the Nigerian Shippers Council is the economic regulator of the industry, but also we have an agency that also regulates some certain aspect of the industry, like NIMASA, and they are also doing their own bit, and they are not giving any excuses about why they are not to perform. They are even going about bringing innovations like the Deep Blue project and Nigerian Customs is doing their own bit, and they are not complaining. So why is it that the Nigerian Shippers Council cannot perform? Because if they do well, if they perform creditably well, the industry will grow. Why can't they do their job?
It is left for them, like what I said to you.
Yeah, that's the reason why we are talking about it.
It's left for them, you understand, to sit down and check. You have three arms of government. You understand, the executive, the judiciary, and the legislature. If me, as a legislator, the people in the nation are complaining, and I now find out that this complaint is coming from my own side as a legislator, the judiciary and the executive, they are doing perfectly well. I don't have any other this thing than to sit up, because while I was going to school, my dad used to tell me then that, Amy boy, come, first or nothing. And even when you are not getting the first, you have to put in every other thing to say, okay, man, I had to go hit this first. Do you understand? Even when you are not getting that first position, they are looking at you. You understand? They are looking at the effort you are putting. The effort matters. You understand? Now, the Shippers Council should put up a fight. What is the fight? The effort. To make sure. And find out if there are people in that Shippers Council that is trying to sabotage their efforts. If there are people trying to sabotage their efforts, they have to remove the rotten eggs from the good one. Because I don't want to believe that it's all section of the Shippers Council that is bad. I don't want to believe that. Do you understand? So they should work on themselves. The bulk of the load now is upon them. The onus is within them to say, okay, enough is enough. We want to stand up for what is right. Do you understand? The Shippers Council from this time to this time will be the best sections that people would never ever imagine of. Do you understand? So, and once they get it right, man, the maritime industry will blossom.
You said something earlier that you've never met the executive secretary of the Shippers Council. Why is that so? Is it that you don't have businesses going there, or but do you speak with some of the?
Yeah, like I said to you, I said we had a meeting, I think earlier December. I'm the vice chairman of Apapa chapter. I have my chairman, which is in person of Ezo Uchendu. And we know how this thing rolls. Once the chairman is on seats, is the father of the family as at that time. Of the family, is the family. Is the father of the family in Apapa chapter. The decisions, the bulk of the decisions lies within his table. Do you understand? So he should be the one with the secretary to attend meetings. Yeah. You understand? You cannot go above your chairman.
No, actually, what I'm asking is this. So aside from association, is there no reason for you as a freight forwarder, as a stakeholder?
No, if I have business to discuss with him, do you understand? If I have any business to discuss with him, I will go see him and discuss with him. If I have anything to tell him that will help him, that will propel him as a person to be able to do better, I will go and meet him, do you understand, and have discussions with him. But for the now, I don't think I have any reason to go meet him. But going forward with what is happening now, I think I'll have to engage in a discussion with him, you understand. But like I was saying before now, my chairman, my secretary, they always have meetings with them. Now, the last meeting that I was privileged to go, that my chairman called me and said, very early morning, said, Emeka, where are you? I'm at home. So we'll be having a meeting with Shippers Council. I said, sir, I'm aware, and I know you'll be going. And I said, no, I can't go. I want you to go there and deputize for me. You understand? You go with SYZ, you understand? You guys should go there and deputize with me. You understand? And I said, okay, no problem, sir, I will do that. Unfortunately, the ES was not around. You understand? So that meeting was shared by someone else, by a lady. You understand? So and that was it. You understand? So if there's any room for conversation, I think the room will be created and we'll have to discuss, because it takes two to tango. And, you know, they always tell us this thing from our childhood, that two good heads is better than one.
Yeah, yes, two good heads are better than one. Then, people have also complained that the man is not actually available. So even if you want to go and see him, because of course we know that he has a political ambition. He wants to become the governor of his state, Benue State, in the next dispensation, that's the next year's election. And that is not always available, and that this is part of the reason why the Shippers Council is not functioning properly as it should. So if you want to see him now, how do you go to see him? Because it's not always available, according to some stakeholders.
But I don't want to believe you are in the back age. I think this age that we are now, you cannot just go to someone's office and say you want to see that person. You understand? We are in computer age. You understand? At least call.
Yeah, but you must see him if you want to see him. Even when you schedule appointments, if it's not available, it's not available.
No, it's not a must that you
see him physically.
You go see him physically. Do you understand? Yeah. It's not a must that you go see him physically. There are some things that can be discussed. You can also do meeting online. It's been done.
Of course.
You can do meeting online. Like now, if he's not around, and maybe a meeting has been scheduled within me and him, and he will not be around, at least it is my duty to tell them that, sir, if you know it's not convenient for you, I don't know your schedule. You understand? I don't know your schedule. I don't know if you'll be having a meeting over there with federal government. I don't know, maybe you are doing one or two things as a person, and I cannot question that. I think it will be better we go virtual. Do you understand? Virtual, me and you. So there are some things, some vital information I would like to give you. Or can we do it via WhatsApp call? Do you understand? And if he feels the need for him to see you as a person, do you understand? He will now have to be the one to say, no, this thing cannot go through virtual. This thing you are telling me is so important, and I want us to see one-on-one. You understand? And I want to believe, like I said to you now, with all these things going on, he's not a wood. He's not a wood. He has been hearing, he has been saying. Do you understand?
Like you hear and he see this one.
Yeah. He's hearing and he's saying. I think he will make himself much more available for people to be able to access him. You understand? Because he's well read.
He should and must do that, because the Nigerian maritime sector, according to experts, has the potential of making as much as between 30 to 90 trillion naira annually. But the record that we have at our disposal says that in 2024, the whole maritime sector only made about, that's on the government side, only about 8 trillion naira. Putting the customs, the Shippers Council, the NIMASA, MPA, all of them together, and NIWA, putting them all together. Now, that's just a scratch on the surface. The economic regulator needs to be up and doing, to wake up from its slumber, to stop sitting on its hands, and then do the necessary things. Don't you think that we should, when they do that, they should, we should be able to realize at least a large chunk of this realizable annual benefits?
Pat, in all honesty,
Dili
told me, sorry, with all honesty, and I have to tell you this, from the incites me. I don't think that one is the fault of the economic regulator. I don't think.
But they should share in the blame.
Yeah, no. 90% of the blame shouldn't go to them. Or let me say 60% of the blame shouldn't go to them.
Why so?
Now, let me tell you the reason why. You know, importation generally in the nation has dropped drastically. You find out people importing 5 containers, 3 containers, now cannot import 5 or 3 containers like they used to do. So one importing 5 is importing 1. And this thing happened when dollar skyrocketed. So most of them, they've gone to market, they buy their market, and only for them to import. Before you know what has happened, the price of dollar skyrocketed. Do you understand? And what they made from that, the proceed, was not enough for them to go back and buy. Now, if you are talking about that one, even the Form M issue that came up then, you understand? And most of them could not, you understand, meet up with the guidelines of getting Form M. So now it frustrated so many people out of business. So that is the reason why we are talking about the ease of doing business. Now, even after people have gone and they've sweated, they've even borrowed money from banks and so on and so forth, before you know what is happening, the consignments come into the country. Other relevant agencies, you are now making it very difficult for them to be able to carry their consignment. You don't have to blame shippers councils on that one. You understand? You don't have to blame shippers council on that one.
Yeah, the economic regulator.
No, listen, the reason why I have to tell you that you can't blame shippers council, for instance, customs, you understand? Something that maybe you are paying duty of 1,500,000 naira before, they now tell you that they've reviewed that you are supposed to be paying 6 million. Is it the fault of the shippers council? If you call customs will tell you from custom arts that this is YZ. You understand? This is the reason why this thing has to be like this. You understand? So you don't give them the bulk of the blame. There are places whereby you blame them. You understand? There are places whereby you know that these things are not their fault. The only thing that will make us to be able to get things right in this country is by the time we sit down and tell ourselves the honest truth. Once you tell yourself the truth, you find out that line will fall in places for you. Like, for example, let me tell you something. I'm a businessman. Now, I bought this watch, do you understand? 30 pieces. And I'm selling them for 1,000 naira. I'm selling them for 1,000 naira. I want to do away with the 30 pieces so that I will be able to rush down and get more and bring down. If I had to say, okay, I want to sell it at 2,500 naira, you find out that you might send 10 pieces. 10 pieces with 2,000, 10 pieces for 2,500. Multiply it by 10 pieces, 25,000. But if I'm selling 1,000 for 30, I've sold it under 1 week. I'm done. The cost of my transportation to go and sell, I've reduced it. Do you understand? My cost of feeding outside my house, I've reduced it. Everything has reduced drastically.
Yeah.
Do you understand what I'm trying to tell you? Now, if you want to do things right, they should make the costs of clearance very affordable for people. Do you understand? So, but when you increase things hike here and there, you are frustrating the importers.
You have a point there. But then, it's not only through importation that the government makes money or gets revenue. There are so many aspects of the maritime sector. They are not just regulating there are so many aspects of the maritime sector where the government can make money. That's what I'm actually talking about. Let them look at the maritime sector holistically and not just about the issue of imports and export and the whole other gamut of the maritime sector, so that they can make it more viable. And well, we are running out of time, sir. Mr. Emeka Obinali. Just give us your parting shot. Tell us what you think that they should do within the next 30 seconds, and let us round up.
Well, what I think they should do as regulators is call the people you are regulating, know what are their grievances, know what are their challenges, the bottlenecks in the industry, in whatsoever areas they are coming from. So you'll be able to tackle it, you'll be able to work on it and get a better result. And ask them the places you feel you guys are doing better, then improve on it. It's not only where you are not doing well, even where you are doing better, you have to improve on it. Where you are not doing well, work more to make sure you get your results.
Thank you so very much. This has been the Maritime Frontier Show on the VOP television. My name is Davido'S Utomi. Stick with us next week as we bring you another edition of the show. Have yourself a wonderful week ahead. Thank you so very much.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector, from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy. Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpillon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People Television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not going to the talk, please the sport.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I. From social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
Hello there, my name is Davido'S, also known as the Goldfish.
Hi, my name is Chiki Bright Emmanuel. I'm an actor and a filmmaker.
Hello peeps, my name is Yomi E. Adejimo.
Hi everyone, I'm Paul Utomi.
Hi everyone, my name is Stacey Benjamin and this is Voice of the People TV.
I need you to keep it locked to VOP TV. See, are you looking for good entertainment? You want to get good movies, good music, politics, talk shows, sports and entertainment. You really want a channel that gives you everything you need without you having to run around. VOP is where you are. That's Voice of the People.
If you're not listening to this, you're not one of us. And you deserve to be killed. Scrap chat. Don't be killed, but watch it. Or I'll find you. And I want you.
And you are locked on VOP TV. Don't go nowhere. This is where the juice is. This is where all you need for entertainment, politics, movies, and whatnot.
And keep watching VOP TV.
So keep it locked because I'm locked already, man, and it's money back guarantee. So you're gonna have a good time because I do.
And please keep watching VOP TV.
I won't want to actually, I beg you, subscribe, watch it. If not, whatever you see.
You better not touch that die because VOP is the plot.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpillon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People Television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, please discuss.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP-TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP-TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television. VOP-TV. Now you have more than a voice.
In a world where power shifts with every headline,
In a nation full of questions,
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world, because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues, on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
When I first heard VOP, I thought they were talking about me because I'm a voiceover personality. But no, this is Voice of the People TV, and you are riveted forever because this is the place to be.
Yo guys, your boy Chella. Shout out to VOP TV. I love you guys.
Salut, salut tout le monde. Suspect 95. Là, on est sur VOP TV. On passe un bon temps. J'espère que vous kiffez. On est au Afrima. On est ensemble. VOP TV.
Don't see me like a fool because I don't do giddy giddy giddy. VOP, you don't know somewhere from Ghana representing live and living color. Yeah, Beam Nation President. Outside with it. Bless up.
Hello, this is Milo from Ivory Coast. Keep watch Voice of the People TV. Regardez la voix du peuple, la télévision de la voix du peuple. Que Dieu vous bénisse. À très bientôt. Love you so much.
Hi guys, what's up? This is Gaze Baba. I am watching VOP TV. Usually you be told to not touch the dial, but I tell you to touch the dial and increase the volume. You're like, keep it locked. It's Afro Gospel. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Shego Aronzo. You're watching VOP. Don't change the dial.
My Joe, fine girl. My Joe, fine babe. Only are you, but on the Fuji was. Yes, don't touch the dial. This is me, Dr. Adiwala Iba. Keep watching VOP TV.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I. From social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
Hello there, my name is Davido'S, also known as the Goldfish.
Hi, my name is Chiki Bright Emmanuel. I'm an actor and a filmmaker.
Hello peeps, my name is Yomi E. Adejimo.
Hi everyone, I'm Paul Utomi.
Hi everyone, my name is Sis Benjamin and this is Voice of the People TV.
I need you to keep it locked to VOP TV. See, I'm looking for good entertainment. You want to get good movies, good music, politics, talk shows, sports and entertainment. You really want a channel that gives you everything you need without you having to run around. VOP is where you are. That's Voice of the People.
If you're not listening to this, you're not one of us. And you deserve to be killed. Scrap chat. Don't be killed, but watch it. Or I'll find you. And I want you.
And you are locked on VOP TV. Don't go nowhere. This is where the juice is. This is where all you need for entertainment, politics, movies, and whatnot.
And keep watching VOP TV.
So keep it locked because I'm locked already, man, and it's money back guarantee. So you're gonna have a good time because I do.
And please keep watching VOP TV.
I want to actually, I beg you, subscribe, watch it. If not, whatever you see.
You better not touch that dial because VOP is the plot.
Awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is African News on Voice of the People Television. We don't just bring you the news. We analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
From the views on the street
We go to bed empty hunger.
to the blaring horns of a hustling city, the loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lawn.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents,
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people.
Voice of the people, you can hear me now. My name is Patrick Doyle, and I wish that you continue to echo the voices of the people. Big up VOP TV.
My name is Suibifa Dokubo. Please keep watching VOP TV.
Hi, my name is Kwekumali Ikenda Onyekwena, and I am with the Voice of the People TV. Now, if you're looking for the veritable channel for information, politics, robust discussions, you don't need to go far. VOP has you. VOP will always have you. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Patrick Diabwa, aka Ibani Chuka. I'm an about the Eagle King, and you are watching VOP TV. Stay with us.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Hello there, welcome on board. Of course, it is People's Voice on Voice of the People Television, where citizen stories shape the narrative, and today we'll be dissecting a major story that is dominating the headline, and of course, sparking conversation across the nation. ADC risks internal crisis if Atiku clinches 2027 presidential ticket, says Baba Ahmed. This particular one is quite a controversial one, which we'll be dissecting in just a few minutes. Join the conversation with experts and citizen perspective. Share your thoughts with us. I am Savior Udo. Let's look into one on the stories with details. And of course, I will have here Masari's ex-aide dumps APC for ADC. Talking about the dumping situation, you would agree with me that some people are not done yet as regards to moving from one place to the other. And for someone to be coming from the ruling, All Progressive Congress to the ADC, it's quite disturbing Al-Mustafa Audu Saulawa, former protocol officer to ex-Katsina Governor Aminu Masari, has defected from the All Progressive Congress to the African Democratic Congress. Audu cited principle and the need to rescue the state as a reason for his defection. He expressed confidence in ADC's chance of winning in Katsina in the 2027 general elections. The ex-APC stalwart said he would work to strengthen the party in the state. If someone like that could actually be coming from the All Progressive Congress, I think I should know what that particular one means. But let's see how that would actually turn out in that state, to be precise. And away from that particular one, court dismisses suit over PDP national secretary position. A federal high court in Abuja has dismissed a lawsuit filed by Samuel Anyanwu seeking recognition as the national secretary of the People's Democratic Party. The suit, of course, which marked FHC ABJ CS 254/2025, was dismissed by Judge Muhammad Umar on Tuesday after Anyanwu's lawyer, UC Njemanze Ako, informed the court that his client's tenure as PDP's national secretary had expired in December 2025. The court did not award any cost in the suit, which sought to restrain the Independent National Electoral Commission and the PDP chairman at the time, Umar Damangu, from accepting correspondence from the party not signed by Anyanwu. The PDP national secretary position has been the subject of litigation, of course, with multiple individuals claiming the office. And for now, we don't even know who is the real PDP member and who's not a real PDP member, because, we have expulsion everywhere. This particular faction, that faction, and every faction, to be precise. I just hope that PDP would actually survive this particular crisis, before 2027. Otherwise, they would just need to merge with any other political party. And away from that particular one, court upholds exclusion of Labour Party candidates from FCT election. This is quite a very serious one there. The Federal High Court in Abuja has upheld the exclusion of Labour Party candidates from the forthcoming area council election in the Federal Capital Territory. The court ruled that the suit filed by the LP and, of course, its candidates was as status barred. And it actually said that it didn't feel within the 14-day time frame specified by the Constitution. The Independent National Electoral Commission had excluded the LP's candidates due to a leadership dispute within the party. And this is one thing that I've been talking about as regards to this internal crisis. When there is internal crisis in any political party, it would actually affect any candidate at all. Whatsoever you want to do from that party, it would always be null and void, because the structure of the party has been collapsed or tampered with. And this is what they will be using even for the ADC, if ADC is not careful, because we still have the situation of deregistering ADC as we speak. And now Labour Party has actually gone through this with Abure frustrating the party, and Senator Nadi on the other side saying that, of course, they are the real owners of, the Labour Party. But of course, you can see what has happened to their candidates as we speak. But let's move on from there. I just believe that my guest would actually, have one or two to say as regards to all of these news stories. Bauchi Commissioner, 3 others secure $400 million bail in $9.7 million terrorism financing case. The Federal High Court in Abuja has really granted bail to Bauchi State Commissioner for Finance, Yakubu Adamu, and 3 others accused of terrorism financing to the tune of $9.7 million. The court ordered the defendant to deposit $100 million each and produce 2 sureties, of course, one of whom must be a serving permanent secretary and the other a serving director in the civil service. The case has been adjourned till March 26 for hearing. This is not a very serious one here. If you actually granted bail to someone who was accused, who has a case of financing terrorism, with $9.7 million, and you are only asking them to pay how much? 400 million bail? Meanwhile, EFCC released Malami, DSS rearrested him as regards to the same terrorism financing. What is really going on in this country? I sincerely want to know, which particular administration that this commissioner has served under, or his political party presently, so would know if he has actually defected, because Oshomole actually said, if you move to the APC, your sins are forgiven. Away from that particular one, now this actually comes to the conversation we had yesterday, of course, with my guest analyst, Mr. Dele Fanimo, and I made this assertion as regards to underreporting. Kaduna abduction, police confirm incident after initial denial. I said this yesterday on air. The Nigerian Police Force has actually confirmed an abduction incident in Kumin Wali community, Kajuru, local government area in Kaduna State, days after initially denying reports of the incident. The police had earlier asked for evidence of the abduction, but subsequent verification from operational units and intelligence sources confirmed the incident. The Inspector General of Police has ordered the deployment of tactical units to locate and rescue the victims. Now, this is the problem. You didn't do your due diligence, you didn't do your research, you didn't do your investigation. You just came out to say, oh, these church members are exaggerating this particular thing. Christian Association of Nigeria are also blowing things out of proportion. Nothing ever happened. Initially, they said 175 people were adopted. Later, they said some got freed and 163. And the Nigerian police, the government, of Kaduna also said nothing of such actually happened in the state. And today, how do you feel to come back to say, oh, it actually happened, when you've not even made your research? And that was what I was telling Mr. Dele Fanimo. I have lived in that state, and I also face that particular insecurity. And I know what it means for them to tell us in the community not to even say it out. So it is there. It's happening. It's quite a very disturbing one, but I just pray that these victims are released on time. And of course, let's move to a particular public affairs analyst conversation. He made an assertion. He said Peter will be likely to leave ADC if he fails to win presidential primaries. Of course, this is actually a projection from Jide Ojo. He believes that former presidential candidate Peter Obi may leave the African Democratic Congress for another party if he fails to win the party's presidential primaries in the 2027. Ojo cited Atiku Abubakar's history of benevolent spending during party primaries as a potential factor that could give him an edge over Obi. Obi has expressed his intention to be on the ballot in 2027, indicating he won't play second fiddle. And that's the conversation here. He won't play second fiddle. And of course, nobody thinks Atiku would want to also play second fiddle. All right, perhaps that's the reason why, the former president, I beg your pardon, Olusegun Obasanjo, has also said that he doesn't want to support the former vice president Atiku Abubakar. Instead, he would rather fly Obi and Kwankwaso tickets. Away from that particular one, court affirms Nadi Usman-led committee as Labour Party's valid leadership. The Federal High Court in Abuja has recognized the Nadi Usman-led committee as the valid leadership of the Labour Party, ordering the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, to accord the committee recognition. The court declared that Julius Abure's tenure as national chairman had elapsed, citing a Supreme Court verdict. The Labour Party's National Working Committee has also recognized Usman as its national chairman, reaffirming the Supreme Court's judgment. To join the conversation, kindly call the number 090-447-32605, 090-447-32605. Follow us on social media at VOPTV Live. You can use the hashtag People's Voice on VOPTV. And of course, on YouTube, we're Voice of the People TV. Kindly hit the subscribe button, and together we can make our voices heard. It is time for us to go on a quick break. As soon as we return, we'll be dissecting the conversation. ADC risks internal crisis if Atiku clinches 2027 presidential ticket, says Baba Ahmed. Don't go nowhere. Stay tuned, please. I'll be right back. All right, thank you for always staying with us. Of course, welcome back to the program. It is still People's Voice on Voice of the People television. The African Democratic Congress may suffer internal dispute, internal crisis, of course, if former Vice President Atiku Abubakar emerges as the party's presidential candidate for the 2027 general elections. According to Akeem Baba Ahmed, a former special advisor on political affairs to the vice president, Baba Ahmed warned that Atiku's emergence could trigger mass defections as several party members are nursing similar presidential ambition. He also noted that Peter Obi, former governor of Anambra State, is reluctant to play a second role within the party and may not participate in a highly competitive primary process. We're now being joined by Nwoye Chijioke, a business magnate, astute political and social analyst, of course, a corporate consultant. Chijioke, good morning to you.
Good morning, Xavier. How are you doing today?
I'm doing very well. You're welcome on board. Chijioke is joining us from Canada. That's the reason why I'm actually greeting him good morning.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Xavier.
All right. Joining us live in the studio, we have Mr. Elvis Elimehele, a journalist, a political and public affairs analyst, and of course, a member of the Guide of Public Affairs Analysts of Nigeria. You're welcome on board, sir.
Yeah, good evening, Xavier. How are you doing?
It's always a wonderful time having you on Wednesday.
Thank you.
And one way or the other, PDP is always, entering the conversation.
Yeah.
Labour Party, and of course. Yeah. But today, they all enter the conversation. And, so I would want you to respond to any of the news story that you feel you want to talk about before we go straight to the
I'm happy that the court has finally told Anyanwu to step aside as a PDP secretary. So I don't know how his political godfather and his teammates will take that judgment today. I'm talking about Wiki.
No, but they went to one court and it was another judge. Yes. And they have a particular judge in Abuja. Yeah, they have. Once they go to that one would actually uphold it. So it might decide to appeal.
No, because we actually know that their tenure was going to end in December.
Okay.
So that tenure has ended. So everything that has to do with secretary matter, concerning PDP, has been laid to rest. So let's see, the next court judgment we are expecting now is the validity of the Ibadan Congress.
Yeah.
The national. To
see if it will be recognized or not.
Exactly. By the time that is cleared off, then PDP is good to go.
Mr. Ives, the way you talk about PDP, it baffles me. You are always so excited about them.
I'm excited.
I'm very concerned about the PDP.
Yes, I want to give you the reasons.
Why?
It's the only national outlook party in Nigeria we speak today.
Is it still standing?
No. Forget about it. If PDP gets their house together in order today, PDP will still grow. PDP is the only party where you don't see one person dictating the shot. You want to tell me APC is a political party? APC is not a political party.
Why would you say so?
No. There's only one man.
If they are not a political party, so why should they be winning election?
Forget about it. Winning election is...
Why are people defecting to them? People from the PDP.
People are defecting because of what they are looking for. It's not because of they want to serve
what
you.
What could they be looking for?
They want to remain in power. They want to stay glued to the national treasury. That's what they are looking for. One person will tell you, look at what is happening in Rivers. Everybody is waiting, want to hear where President Tinubu comes back and makes statements.
But Mr. Ives, you should also understand, you agree with me that if it were to be the PDP's administration, of course, everyone would have also waited to hear from what the president, because the president is the leader of the party.
No, even when President Olusegun Obasanjo was the president under a PDP.
Of course, he was also presiding over the affairs of PDP.
But they have standing platforms that also assist him to resolve.
Regardless, Obasanjo was also giving. He was always giving the final decree.
They have a national working committee.
Of course,
all these one were working. They also provide advice to
the APC. Also has
but unfortunately, it's the one you have in APC today. It's just dressmaking. They just put it there so that we just say, the party have other structures apart from the president.
So I think this is the only thing Mr. Ives wants to respond to as regards to the news story. When it comes to PDP, Mr. Ives does not want to hear anything.
It's the party that still has the structure. The structure is still in 36 states in Nigeria, including Abuja.
The structure?
Yes.
Have you forgotten that some states actually collapsed the structure and gave it to the ADC? Some gave it to the APC.
Let me tell you, we are going to the main discussion, which is after the primaries in ADC.
Okay.
We are going to see, before the primaries, PDP would have gotten their house in order. You are going to see what is going to happen.
When you say would have gotten the house in order, are you
waiting
saying...
for the only judgment from the court concerning Madaki's leadership? That's the only one PDP is waiting for now.
Okay.
By the time that one is sorted out, you see a tree that is cut down, that is not uprooted, has the possibility of growing again. Course, yeah. That's what you see in PDP.
Okay. I love that particular one from Mr. Elvis. He actually said a tree that is cut, from the middle, of course, the root is not uprooted, still has every potential, of course, and the tree can still grow back.
It can grow.
Let's just believe that that would be PDP's conversation, because this said party only has just 2 governors left, just 2. And the 2, we're not even sure if they're still really, PDP members. But
they still have 3. They still have Adamawa, they still have Zamfara, they still have Oyo.
Oyo? Okay,
yes.
Okay. All right, so let's but for that of Adamawa, I am really doubting that Adamawa's conversation.
Well, as we speak in this studio now,
because I know you know what I mean by that Adamawa. It's still shaking. But let's see how it goes. Okay, let's come back to the conversation as regards to the ADC, risking the internal crisis, if Atiku clinches, the ticket. And of course, as some people actually, gave the predictions, they are stating that if Obi does not, get the ticket, Obi would leave with his obedient group, which would not be good for the ADC. But let me go straight to Chijioke, who is joining us from Canada. Of course, Chijioke is one of the obedience movement. That was the reason why I brought the both of you to do head-to-head today. Chijioke, are you there?
Yeah, I'm always here, Xavier. I'm here.
Okay, so I want to ask you, how would you people handle the situation if Obi, is denied the presidential ticket from the ADC and is compelled or given the only option to be a vice president?
Well, like I've always told you, the politics is changing right now, and that ADC, first of all, is even existing, that we are able to talk about ADC as a political party that is forming coalition is because that they involved P2B in it. So that means that when they involved P2B, they gave ADC a chance to survive, a chance to exist, you understand, and to fight this presidential election.
I'm coming, Chijioke, why are you people always feeling this way? For every of the obedience movements I know, you people always feel that for every party you move to with Peter Obi, you people make the party work. ADC actually survived, of course. ADC was created, and so many, heavyweights joined the ADC even before Obi just joined in December.
Where was ADC until Obi joined? You need to understand.
ADC was already everywhere. You were making names. This is one thing about the obedience movement. But they're always feeling that they're the life of every political party.
Let me talk about myself and every other obedience. Let me talk about myself and
please go ahead.
I didn't know about ADC until we got P2B get involved.
Wow, I'm surprised.
People would say that. So I'm going to let me just use myself as an example. So it is just like Labour Party.
Okay. I know you were going there. Please go ahead.
It is facts and figures. I'm not just telling you exaggerating things. I'm telling you things with fact. You understand? It is there to check. I'm not making it up. You understand? So that ADC is where they are today. The relevance that ADC is getting today is because of Obi. And the political system in Nigeria is changing. The ADC, it's just like they are repeating the script that APC used in 2015 when they outseat PDP. The coalition of 18. But then, I want you to understand that then, people, the Nigerians, you are so fixed on political party. They were not interested on the politicians. They were so fixed. Also, everything that they were doing then is the political party, not the people. Until P2B changed that narrative during the last 2023 election. So you should understand that the APC had their people, PDP had their people, but P2B as a politician has his own people. That should tell you that the political narrative and how politics is being run, it's changing. So if the ADC still wants to stand a chance, it's not just about the APC doing it's the APC trying, like, knowing to put their own interest as a party first above the selfish or above the interest of anybody in ADC. It's putting their own interest first. And what is their interest? They have to understand the impact. Everybody that joined the ADC, the impact the person has made so far.
Okay.
Not just the impact. Not just the impact. They will also have to know the best candidate, the best person to put forward in this battle that will give them what they want. And everyone is there. Their track record is there.
Okay,
was once a vice president with under Obasanjo. His track record is there. So at the end of it all, the ADC had to put their own interest first.
Chijoke.
Yeah.
Now, I understand that for every obedient movement, you all almost sound, alike, which is fine, okay? But my concern here, everyone has been making these predictions and projections that if Atiku clinches the party, a presidential ticket, that Obi would leave the ADC. Do you think that is going to happen? Because all of you, the obedient, said that they don't want Obi as vice. It is president or nothing.
Obi himself said it, that he is contesting for president. He has always been saying it. Even though he's a smart man, he hasn't even been clear with the party he's going to contest the president under. So which means there is a very high possibility that if he loses the presidential primaries in the ADC, he's leaving to a political party that will give him
yes, I was waiting for you to get to that point. So if that particular one finally happens, that he leaves ADC for another party, can Peter Obi still win 2027 presidential election without the ADC ticket?
That is the problem. It's going to be difficult, just like what happened with the Labour Party. Peter Obi lost the election not because because people didn't vote for him, or not because he wasn't the right candidate, or not because he didn't do what he was supposed to do, but because he wasn't ready. The Labour Party, we are not prepared to fight this presidential election with the way APC were. The Labour Party, they didn't have the hardened criminals in them, just like the APC had that helped them, did what they did.
Okay.
But with this ADC coalition, I'm seeing every person, just like Elufai, who helped Tinubu in APC. He's a member of the ADC, and Amechi and the former Senate. So these people, it is just their presence and what they are capable of doing. You understand? Not, politics, like I said.
Okay.
It's a dirty game.
All right, thank you so much,
Chijoke. People to help us, So
thank you so much. All right, thank you so much, Chijoke, for your submission. You've made it clear, and we all know where the obedient people stand. Let's bring it back to the studio.
We start with Obi. That's
all. They don't start with any political party. They start with just the man. That's all.
That is it. That is the problem. That has been our number one problem.
All right, thank you so much.
We have been following political party, and nothing to show for it. At least let's try something else.
Thank you so much, Chijoke, for that particular submission. Let's bring it back to the studio. All right, Mr. Elvis, you heard the obedience movement.
Yeah.
And of course, I would like you to comment from, of course, you have some of, your party member or the PDP people. I know you are not a member of PDP, but you always make a case for them. I don't know, in one way or the other, every Wednesday, PDP is always,
stepping into a case based on my analytical ground.
Of course. But now let's come to Atiku. Of course, you've been following Atiku's trajectory as regards to his influence. Do you believe that Atiku Abubakar's benevolent spending will give him the edge over Obi's ADC primaries?
December 31st, 2025, when Obi decamped or joined, because they are not even talking about he joined the coalition. They still use that word, coalition, ADC. To me, I wasn't too happy about it. Do you understand? I was in our sister station that evening.
Yeah.
Then I was termed APC. The people, our callers started calling me names and was saying I am a card-carrying member of APC and all that. I said, well, I'm always speaking on the ground of analysis. And this analysis is going to start throwing out more by the time we enter the new year, 2026. That was the last day in 2025, and now we are in the new year. And another 3, 4, 5 months from now, the Harmattan breeze for primaries will be getting hotter.
Of course.
Then we will now begin to know where the pendulum swings. I'm still reserving that date. I've still told your colleague that anchored that program that day that we are going to play that script. We are going to play that tape again that day where callers were calling me names. Because if Atiku Abubakar is contesting the presidential presidency under ADC, and Obi has told the world that he is also going to contest for presidency now that he's in ADC, there is no way Atiku Abubakar will not defeat Obi. Yes. He has fatter pockets.
Because that was the same thing that made Obi leave a PDP for the Labour Party. Because he knew he was not going to finish the ticket.
Obi left PDP in 2022.
Yes.
Because of this same problem.
And now you're coming back to where the same man is.
Everybody were like, before he went back, it's not a baby. They would have gotten some agreement and all that. I said, we're good.
What we're waiting for.
I said, we're good. Savior, we cannot denounce that now. Probably there's still an agreement. But let's wait and see whether that agreement, whether there was also actually an agreement or Obi just went in to go and hang with them. Because if Obi didn't get that ticket, Obedient will not support Obi to be vice. Obi would have simply been vice in 2022 to Atiku Abubakar, and Atiku Abubakar, they would have won that election. They would have won 2023 general election. But Obi said did not want to be vice, and he left for Labour Party. You saw what happened. Within 6 months in Labour Party, the trajectory trend, Obi got 6.something million votes. Yeah. That was a good one. But unfortunately, Labour Party didn't have that structure on ground to some extent. There were some places they said they never had party agents.
Party agents, yes.
That rubs on them. That's why I keep telling you, a party that must win Nigeria must have that kind of structure. That's what PDP still stands for. Today, if PDP puts its house in order and say they're contesting for a presidential...
They have party agents everywhere.
Everywhere. All the local government, 74 local government in Nigeria, there is nowhere you mention PDP that you don't see people come out. Unfortunately, some other parties are not still like that. No matter the number of obedience cannot cover that up on election day. So if Obi moves out of Labour ADC after the presidential election, and he moves, where is he moving to? And Nigeria will not see him like, Obi, I'll be telling the world he's not desperate about being president of Nigeria. That kind of movement now will not show desperation. And people will not say, this same man that is telling, why is he moving? And where is he going to go to? He's going to go to Labour Party? Or which other party? Where is the structure on ground? It's not just moving, Savior. Do you have the structure on ground? You may have the number. If there are no people to monitor the vote, other political party who have the structure will steal it. That was what happened in 2023.
But just like talking about what you're saying now as regards to people speculating as regards to agreement, what agreement was made.
Yeah, that was what our callers were saying that day.
Everyone, and of course, people didn't even know if Obi had an agreement before.
Nobody knows.
Of course.
Nobody knows.
I remember what the aviation minister said.
Okay, Festus Keyamo.
Yeah, Festus Keyamo said. He wrote, it was quite a very indirect, post. He said, somebody that said he does not want to be a vice president has agreed to terms and conditions. Now he's looking for different write-up to prepare himself ahead to what he would tell his followers.
That's after the primaries of ADC. See what he's quoting? Is he referring to?
No, he quoted this before Obi joined the ADC.
Okay.
And it was just few days. I read it on here. And my concern here is that if Keyamo could say something like this, of course, someone has given him a first-hand information as regards to what was discussed between Obi, Atiku, Dave Mark, Aregbesola. I don't know how many of them in that particular room. But afterwards, Obi still stands, and of course, is still, standing his ground to say, I don't want to be a vice to anybody. And the Obedience group are saying, a president or nothing, we don't want vice presidency. If Obi would leave in the next 4 to 5 months from the ADC, which party would actually have that structure to abort Obi? Now everything would go back to what happened in 2023, where the votes were shared.
We're splitted. That's where they're going again. And that will give APC the
if
right.
Obi knew that he would have done, or he would have been a running mate to Atiku as a vice president, why didn't he do it then? That's my question now. Secondly, if Kwankwaso knew that he would accept to be a running mate to Obi now, why didn't he accept it then? So, and of course, Baba Ahmed has made a particular, prediction that if Atiku clinches the tickets of the party, that ADC would go into internal crisis. So if we're looking about, if we're talking about the internal dynamics, how will the ADC manage the, competition within the presidential ambition of its members? We have them, everybody saying that they just want the presidency.
That's where the crisis is actually going to happen in ADC. Because I don't even see anybody in ADC today that can look at Atiku Abubakar eyeball to eyeball and say, hello, sir, Your Excellency, we are not giving you these tickets. None of them.
Somebody that gave you office space?
Because everybody, in fact, the structure of ADC as we have it today is in his palm. Do you understand? So, right from Obiora, the former chairman, and I stepped down, and all of them, Atiku Abubakar has wet ground around everybody, whether you like it or not. That's why you see those ones. I say, oh, they only collapse the former structure into this new structure. Then new leadership emerge. Is it David Mark that will tell Atiku Abubakar, no, you are not the right person? So, Obi going to join those kind of hungry people, those kind of so difficult politicians, Nigeria so difficult, that plunged this country into where we are today. I didn't see it as a good move. He's too clean. Obi is too clean politically to be in that kind of midst of people.
He's only giving.
But people are saying no. He needs to be there because of you can. There's still no independent candidate in Nigeria. Yeah. Agreed.
But I think Obi is coming to them based on his one-term, offer.
If only I'm still coming there, Savior. If only Atiku Abubakar can agree to that. But did you know? I watched that interview yesterday by Baba Ahmed.
Yeah.
Did you say about this North and South matter? He didn't believe in it. He didn't believe in it.
He doesn't.
So they're not even going to, that's the card they're going to play to Atiku. Forget about this North and South matter. That Nigerians need a leader who can win election. But that was the same narrative they gave out in 2023.
Yes, no, but of course, Tambuwa said it, the former governor of Sokoto. He said it. He said we just want a leader. We are not talking about party here.
That is why you are still saying that ADC is still telling you today that they are going to, it's going to be an open
open ballot. Yes.
If
you remember, when they asked Obi, when are you going to join the ADC, he said, of course, after the Anambra election. But afterwards, when they asked him again, he said he wants to get the zoning situation clear. And Abdullahi responded immediately that we are not there yet, and we're not talking about anything zoning.
They're not talking about it. This was exactly how they killed PDP in 2023. And that's where we are going again.
For time.
And that is what is still going to lead to the crisis that's going to happen in ADC. Many people will pack their bags and leave ADC after the primaries. Go and mark it.
Okay. I think Mr. Evans is also in support of that particular one from Baba Ahmed. Chijioke, in just 3 seconds, can you just give me your final words?
Well, I just want to reply my big uncle. He said that Peter B is acting desperate. Of course, it's presidential race. Every presidential
everybody's desperate.
Obi said it's not desperate.
The question is this: what are you desperate for? When Tinubu contested for 2023 election, he was desperate. He wasn't desperate to see a Nigeria that would work. He was desperate to achieve his childhood's dream of becoming a president. Okay. That's why throughout his campaign, all he was saying is, it's my turn, it's my turn. But Peter Obi has always made it clear to us that he is desperate to see a Nigeria that works. Okay. And that is the word that I stand with and stand by till today. Until he's given the opportunity, then I can now decide on my judgment or what I'm.
All right, thank you so much, Chijioke. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Chijioke, for joining the program today, and of course, I thank you, Mr. Heavis, for being part of today's production. This is how we can actually go on the show this wonderful evening. Of course, I love the world of sport. I'd like you to stay put. Coming up next is Locker Room. Don't give up because it is not over. Tough time doesn't last, but tough will last. Whatsoever you're facing will soon be over, and you will definitely smile again. My name remains Savior Odo. Have a good evening. Rest.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpillon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not playing to talk, please discuss.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues, on Voice of the People television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People television, where your health has a voice.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is African News on Voice of the People television. We don't just bring you the news. We analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
Extraordinary. Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV, Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
In a world where power shifts with every headline,
In a nation full of questions,
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world, because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of
Mr. Ofamiloni, and here's to VOP TV. Keep watching, stay tuned, do not touch that dial.
Arara, my name is Made Kuti and you're watching VOP TV. Keep watching.
Welcome, my name is Zika Davis. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, boys, viewers, everybody, boys and girls. This is VOP TV. Do you know what that means? Voice of the People TV. You don't have a voice, don't come here. You better make sure your voice is heard.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice. In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television. Don't just react, understand. Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more, tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count. The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as they hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
All right, yes, the Africa Cup of Nations in Morocco has come and gone, even though the people in Dakar are still reeling over, the joyous activities that went down from the trophy parade of the Senegalese national team. But, well, like I said, it's come and it's gone. The thrills and the frills, we've seen all of that in Morocco, and now it's back to club football, and we saw the UEFA Champions League. Of course, yeah, it's kicked off again, match day 7. We saw the big games. Manchester City, unfortunately, losing right there to Bodo Glimt in Norway. Yeah, well, good evening and welcome to Locker Room. Of course, your beautiful football show, what happens behind the scenes and even on the pitch right there in the world of football. You know how we do it for the next 15 minutes or thereabouts. We'll be giving you the juiciest stories that's right there from the world of football, the Jogo Bonito. Yes, the beautiful game. I am Afiz Ogubanjo and I won't be doing this all alone. I have my main man here with me in the studio, Jerry Apelohai. Yeah, we'll be doing all of this together. We're breaking all the stories together from the AFCON to the UEFA Champions League and of course other stories in the world of football. Well, Maiwa also, I guess, is a bit under the weather, won't be able to join us, but then when he is with us, I will let you guys know shortly. Before we go on, yes, please don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe on our YouTube, on VOP TV and live, and of course VOP TV Plus, right there, where you can catch all the exciting episodes from the world of the Locker Room here, and also on other programs we have for you on those platforms. Jerry, yes, we saw the trophy parade in Senegal. I mean, it's like they are so joyous. They are not even, let me say, they are not caring about what FIFA or CAF wants to say about their suspension. We read that they suspended the coach Pap Chow, but then we don't know for how long, right? But the Senegalese, they don't look like they are thinking about that right now. It was fantastic on the streets of Dakar. Good evening, Jerry.
Yeah, good evening, Hafiz, and good evening to our viewers. We're still waiting to hear from CAF to really verify that story that he has been suspended, because those who I have spoken to, who are privy of the situation, have said that CAF has not officially released a statement that they are going to suspend him, but they've said.
So where are those stories coming from? They look like fillers.
People will, anyway, the Moroccans were already on, like, he has been suspended just to make people happy and so on and so forth. Because definitely what he did was wrong. and CAF has said that they were going to investigate the situation and come up with a resolution.
Yeah.
And we know how slow CAF is. They might just wait on, do the waiting game, and eventually.
For how long would they do that?
Yeah, just Africans, they are very. They have a short memory. Just give them 2 weeks. 2 weeks time, nobody will be talking about that situation.
Talking about that situation.
Nobody, even 1 month time, except it's FIFA. FIFA, it doesn't care whether it's 3 months, 6 months.
But does it deserve a suspension, a ban at least for a while? Those actions.
Yeah,
because I don't think it glorifies African football.
Yeah, it maybe suspend him for the AFCON qualifiers.
Yeah.
Maybe like 3 games. Give him a fine, and that a touchline ban.
Yeah.
That he will not be on the technical area when they play the CAF qualifiers, which comes up anytime soon. And then, if they can do that, fantastic. Then I think congratulations to all the Senegalese players. They are 115,000 euros richer right now. And they get 1,500 square meters of land in a choice area in Dakar, which is a very good one. And I think they've taken it a step further, talking about the Senegalese government, even making sure that all the FA members, the technical crew, even to the sport ministry, every one of them gets to benefit. You know, like unlike here, when the players do well, it's only the players and maybe the officials that benefit. Nobody remembers the administrators.
I wanted to ask you.
Nobody remembers the NSC, the sport ministers, and so on and so forth, who all contributed in making sure that the team get that effort. Because even the kids guys, everybody, at least share it around so that they will not feel
I don't think it's
left out.
Is it really necessary for them to bring news about the kidsmen getting paid into the media? I think it's all about just the players and the officials.
It's good they do that, because people who want to go into that profession will know that if they do their own quota, they will get appreciated.
But when they say officials, are they not talking about the kidsmen too?
Yeah, kidsmen should be part of the officials.
Of the officials,
yes.
Right? Exactly.
Both kidsmen, both those who, the security men, the media officers, everybody, gets to benefit. And a lot of money is going to be going around. People will be building houses at the end of the Nations Cup. Not that I was part of those who
actually did
running around
the
team, but at the end of the day, it's only the players that get all the glory and all the money. It will feel left out. I think Senegal has set a standard right now. I think I appreciate that effort. And this is a lesson for other African countries. When you want to appreciate the players, like the Super Falcons, they were the ones who were giving $100,000. What happens to the NFL? What happens to the administrators and all those who showed support? I'm not talking about the extra mosquitoes anyway, that didn't have any business there. They were just there to enjoy the lunges. Anyway, maybe because over here they know that they have a way of getting their own share.
So is that why the NFF is doing what they are doing sometimes?
Look, yes.
Are you trying to
when they know that there's nothing that's going to come out of it.
I try to give the reason why the NFF behave the way they behave sometimes.
They decide their fate before time. They don't have to wait for anybody to decide their fate. They already know how the sharing formula. Let's not forget, I heard the sharing formula from being in the semi-final. The NFF will be getting about $2.5 million for being in the semi-final.
Oh wow!
So I hope when that $2.5 million come in, we'll not hear tomorrow that the NFF is broke.
that they can't do the needful for the players, right?
It is what it is. You will see during the CAF qualifiers, they will say they can't take care of this. They can't take care of that. All those miserable things. And they'll start running to governors to help them host teams.
I mean, it's really sad. And of course, speaking about something really sad, I mean, I won't say really sad at this point because it happened before the AFCON, and that's where we'll be starting. It was a protest by the NFF, from the outcome. It's not sad.
When you say sad,
it's not sad.
Somebody died or something. Yeah, this is a joy to Nigerians.
I know it's joy to Nigerians. That's why I said using the word sad might not be the best at this point.
Maybe I'm part of DR Congo.
How many names do you want to call me? I've already I already like the one you've given me.
Congolese.
I already like the one you've given me.
You're okay with the Algerian.
See, Jerry, you're trying to make me look anti-Nigerian.
No,
I am Nigerian number one, and that is how it's going to be. But when I'm having extra opinions,
realize that in Nigeria.
At least my country came third at the AFCON.
Congratulations.
All right, so the protest by the Nigerian Football Federation on DR Congo fielding eligible players will no doubt be a full drawn-out case, owing to what we exclusively gathered. And the NFF protested against 7 players of DR Congo who have dual nationality as against the provisions of the country's constitution, which forbids having another passport. And FIFA is set to rule on the case in February before DR Congo take part in the intercontinental playoff, with Nigeria seeking for them to be disqualified and their slots handed to them. Top of what FIFA will seek to establish will be how the affected players were able to get the Congolese passports that they submitted for clearance without renouncing their other citizenship as contained in the country's constitution. And the argument that sporting eligibility trumps national eligibility will not stand before FIFA, because not all players who have roots with another country can switch and play. And also the manner which the passport was acquired is also key, as seen in the case that led to the fine and ban on Malaysia, according to a FIFA chief who was at the recently concluded AFCON. Jerry, this eligibility thing, I think it's taking a really, really long time to even be understood right now. I mean, FIFA right now, with all of these statements, where do you think they stand at this point? Does it look like a case that is still going to be looked at by FIFA, or they're just sounding a warning that, look, we don't know what has really happened, we are trying to sort out what has happened, but hey, don't let the protest by the NFF, make a large noise that we have to come and even look onto the case at this point?
Yeah, one thing I like about FIFA is they are not Nigerian judiciary or CAF, a CAF body that you'll be worried about whether they are going to make the right decision. When FIFA comes out with a decision, they look at the pros and cons, they look at everything before coming out with the decision. Let's not forget there was a situation of the 3 points and the 3 goals deduction for South Africa in the World Cup qualifiers. A lot of Nigerians, everybody all around the world, deliberated on it, talked about it, and at the end of the day, FIFA came out with the best decision. And I think even South Africans knew that FIFA did their homework. That is how FIFA works. As we speak, I know that FIFA has already sent delegates to check all the documents. They've also spoken to DR Congo's officials, and as well as the NFF, who sent the petition. They are doing their own investigation. And they've already promised that before the end of February, this is January, today is 19, or 20 if I'm correct. So there's still enough time.
But don't you think it should be done now? Because you mentioned that they still don't. It should be done now because the Intercontinental Playoffs is the March. Don't say because you have 1 month. You should settle it, because trust me, if they decide to look into the case and they ban the Congolese will want to come out on appeal. Won't that mar the excitement going into the Intercontinental Playoffs?
FIFA does not make hurried decisions because investigation has to take place. And there is a timeline before the playoffs. So the 2 teams involved, definitely, the AFCON is already at play. You don't expect them to carry out the investigation when the AFCON is really, really busy at the moment. So they will have to wait. So after the AFCON, give the countries who are concentrating on the AFCON to play out the AFCON. So there will be enough time to cross-check, because if they make a hurried decision and at the end of the day, they didn't cross their T's and dot their I's properly, it will be a slap on the face of FIFA. Because you can't just, yes, there's a petition that has been sent. They will have to arrange a committee who will go out and do their findings, come back with their findings, they will cross-check, make calls, call witnesses, and so on and so forth. Even go as far as looking at precedents before they come out with a decision. Because even if they come out with a decision, which is maybe say end of February or middle of February, there will be a week or 2 for whoever is not comfortable with the decision to go to the Court of Arbitration for Sport. So within that timeline, they can still decide. At least all the players, as far as DR Congo is concerned, their mindset is that they are going to the playoff. And the Super Eagles, once they know this decision is on board, they will also be preparing that if, for instance, they make a decision and it favors them, the Super Eagles will have no choice than to be ready.
But
so
Jerry,
there's no issue about that.
Is it not going to be a case of being unfair? Because I want to ask you, should this team also have been allowed, to go to the AFCON? Because they played AFCON qualifiers, maybe some of these players were not there at that point because they said they are up to about 9 players, right? That's what we are getting. Now, at the AFCON, they won some games. Is it not going to distort the trajectory of the whole AFCON that they want to take it back, the teams that they played against, that they won, and I love that take it back because the players were also there.
I love that question. Yeah. Yes, definitely we have to educate our viewers. The rules of CAF and FIFA are quite different.
Okay.
Yes. The rules that apply for CAF does not see any issue with whether you don't, as far as you've presented and you cleared.
Okay, yeah, I get this. So this is a FIFA case.
This is a FIFA situation.
It's a FIFA situation.
It applies
not
to all
CAF.
world federations. So
but it's a CAF team.
It's a CAF team. CAF may decide that there's nothing wrong. And they can go ahead.
Okay.
But FIFA frowns at it because their own rules are different from CAF. They're talking about the bigger stage. Talking about the FIFA World Cup. So if CAF decide not to have any issue with it, fine, well,
but should this be a situation where Nigeria should be the one fighting alone? Because these players also played against Cameroon. These players played some games against other teams in the group stages.
The thing is that
they played against other teams in the group stages before they now got to the playoffs.
The thing is that
don't you see that something is going to be a long discussion?
The thing is that for Cameroon, for instance, they might not fight because
they will fight. They will fight because look at that game.
The situation is different in the sense that
they defeated Cameroon to play the Super Eagles.
In the semi-finals. Yes, Cameroon may decide that they were not at the last
Cameroon
final.
Will not. Cameroon won't do that.
That is their choice.
It's an opportunity for them. It's an opportunity for them to play at the World Cup.
Let me paint the scenario.
Yes.
For instance, an armed robber goes to rob 2 homes. You get, and he eventually got caught. The first home might decide that he's not interested in pursuing a case.
Okay.
Because he doesn't want to go through the court process, bearing witness, and so on and so forth. While the second home that was robbed feels that there's a need to fight justice. You get, and feels it's important.
So Jerry, sorry to cut you there. So you think the Cameroonians will see an avenue to qualify for the World Cup and say, no, look, we don't want to go, we don't want to play 2 games, we have many games. What are they preparing for?
Is there anything
choice?
If Cameroon decide that they want to fight the case, nobody is stopping them.
Exactly. That's why I'm asking you that should it be a case where the Super Eagles should be the one, the NFF should be the one fighting alone?
The NFF decide that they have a case to fight, and they decide to go ahead. Because, for instance, Cameroon might not be privy to the information that the Nigerians had at the time they sent the protest.
But this is a full-blown thing.
Yes, people. Were you aware of this prior to the game? The playoffs. Were you aware
the
of
news
this?
Came out. When everybody saw it.
It came out because at the time it came out, the NFF had preview of the information and decided to file a petition.
Okay.
But before the playoffs, before the AFCON was played, nobody was talking about this.
That's what I'm saying. Now, with the way the NFF came out to say it now, the Cameroonians might have wind of it and say, okay, let's see where the NFF is going.
Yes.
When they win that, or should they win that, they might also want to come in and say, look,
they have a right.
They also played against us.
They have a right.
Is that not going to distort the trajectory of the intercontinental players? Because there will be games. There will be games to play.
Let me tell. We've
there will be games to play before they now play again.
We've seen situations. That one is very simple. Now.
Okay.
Look at the FA Cup, for instance.
Okay.
You've seen the 4th round draws will be done today, but they've not played like 3 games. But the draws will be done. Burnley and Liverpool will play, and because Wolves have already beaten West Ham, they will put them there ahead of whatever is going to happen tomorrow between Burnley and Liverpool. They will play Wolves because Wolves has already won West Ham. It's very simple. When the playoffs is done, if they've not decided, they'll say, okay, Cameroon still has a case, no problem. Cameroon play Nigeria. So whoever wins that game will play who won this play. So it's very simple. It's not hard.
But don't you think the Super Eagles are fighting a lost cause? Is it not looking at like we are trying to qualify for the World Cup by night, boss?
Any way you qualify, any way that way.
Jerry, I want to ask you a straight question.
Any which way.
I want to ask you a straight question. Are the Super Eagles deserving of a World Cup place?
See, the thing is that
I know
they don't deserve it.
You're going to be political about it.
There's no point painting it. They don't deserve to be at the World Cup qualifier because they failed to do the job when they needed to. All because the NFF mostly was the architect of the problems the NFF had.
So does it look like the NFF are trying to like redeem themselves by saying they want to fight for it?
Yeah, I don't blame the NFF. They're taking every advantage of any avenue to qualify for the World Cup. Bringing in a Rachel, writing the petition, and so on and so forth, which was very late. You know, I'm still of the fact that the NFF were sleeping from the moment the Super Eagles finished the last AFCON before this one. First of all, they should have gotten a manager. Because we already had a situation where we had 3 draws before the AFCON.
Yeah.
And I think the way the FIFA World Cup qualifiers has been done, I think I'm not too comfortable with it. Having a AFCON in the middle of the qualifiers, coming back to play, I think there should be a better window. Yeah, there should be a better window where it's easier, maybe more straightforward. And the way South Africa rigged that group, I'm still not comfortable. South Africa succeeded in doing that because the NFF was sleeping. Had it been the NFF was not sleeping, the way that draws was rigged in favor of South Africa, it wouldn't have happened.
But why is it now? Before we, let's wrap up on this one. The NFF now, it looks like they are not proactive. It looks like they are just somewhat reactive.
They are sleeping.
Because look at that now. They almost slept on this one too. Maybe someone just spoke about it. Because the case was, it was already like going clear that okay, Congo is going to play the intercontinental, playoffs. Now they didn't see that during the game. Before the game, they didn't see it.
The NFF
they are not seeing it after the game. If I were to be FIFA, I would say, look, you didn't talk early. Come on, you can't be doing this because that was what they did. No, listen.
The law doesn't look at issues that way.
But why is it taking FIFA? I know you said something about FIFA not doing horrid. They don't take horrid steps. They don't like doing that. But you have to do that now because there's no time. It's in March.
The law is
March 16 there. About
the law is there for you to take
played.
advantage of. It now depends on how they're able to decide the situation. So FIFA is there for make your report. No matter how even if it's as far as you are an interested party.
Yeah.
Because for instance, Cameroon cannot go and complain on behalf of Nigeria. Nigeria cannot go and complain on behalf of Cameroon. To complain on behalf of the Super Eagles of Nigeria. If Cameroon decide not to complain, the NFF will complain and have their way eventually. So if Cameroon like, they should complain. They don't like, they don't complain. So as far as the complaint is there, FIFA has to listen because NFF definitely.
Personally, I have my reservation about that.
I understand.
You cannot qualify. You cannot qualify through the night boss. I mean, you can't be doing all of this. It's like you are encouraging NFF to keep sleeping. And when a situation happens, you should wake again just suddenly like that. You should always be proactive.
There's no ignorance
in sleeping.
The sight of the law.
So you can sleep.
So
when they sleep and don't pay, when they sleep and don't pay the players, and the players now talk and they wake up now, you will like that, Jerry. Do you want this to continue?
Let me tell you,
Jerry. Do you want this to continue?
If everybody is rich, there will be no kid out saying this one is rich or is poor. You have to,
so there's levels in being rich.
Yes, there's levels in being rich.
Yes.
But if everybody is on the level of a billionaire, for instance, who will be a carpenter? Who will be?
There will be a trillionaire.
There will be a trillionaire.
Of course.
Okay, if there's a trillionaire, all trillionaires.
And a trillionaire might say a billionaire as a carpenter.
That is life. You take advantage of every situation.
There's levels.
Anywhere you find yourself.
Okay.
That's life. You take advantage of it. At least make something out of it, anything, no matter how little it is. So the NFF, they've been sleeping and everything. But if they feel that this is an opportunity, they should take it. And if the Congo is found wanting, they should face the music. I don't care whether if like the Super Eagles should not even go to that next playoff and go and play anyhow and not win. But let the law
they won't do that. I think Jerry has a big point right there. But for me, the NFF can continue to sleep. I mean, you can continue to do that. But yes, still talking about African football this time around. Yes, like I said, the AFCON, has come and gone. But yes, we mentioned yesterday about the teams of the tournament, the CAF 11. Yes, it's been officially posted now, where the Confederation of African Football (CAF) has unveiled its official team of the tournament. Yes, for the 2025 Africa Cup of Nations, recognizing standout performers from the competition, and the best 11 features champions Senegal and runners-up Morocco. Yes, with notable inclusions from Nigeria as well, and Senegal's dominance is reflected in the team with Sadio Mane. Of course, that's the player of the tournament. Yes, he was widely regarded as the player of the tournament for his leadership and influence and of course his skills on the football pitch. And Mane, along with teammates Idrissa Gueye, Papi Gueye, and Musa Niakate, yes, makes up 4 of the 11 players selected. Jerry, we have that on our screen right there. The CAF 11, of course, for the team of the tournament. Yasin Bono in goal, Calvin Bassey and Musa Niakate. The centre-back pairing, that's Nigeria and Senegal right there. Mazraoui, Hakimi, yes, of course, are the full-backs. And we have Idrissa Gueye, Papi Gueye, and Ademola Lookman in the midfield. And Sadio Mane, Brahim Diaz, of course, on the right-hand side, and Victor Osimhen. Jerry, what do you think about this list? Any removals or additions?
Yeah, fantastic list, but not 100%. Victor Osimhen, yeah, with his goals. And
was it the best striker at the tournament?
Yeah.
Look at the number 9.
He's the number 9, yeah.
As a number 9, you think he's the best? Okay.
He was the best number 9. He could fit into any team as far as the AFCON is concerned.
But he didn't score 2 overhead kicks.
Head-to-head against any striker. Yeah, Osimhen was something else. Was unplayable at this tournament.
He was unplayable?
Yeah, mostly with his assist. And
was
his
he unplayable?
Yeah, in his presence in that
okay.
attack.
I think he got 4 goals and 2 assists.
Yeah, that's
good.
I wish we could squeeze Akwa Adams because
no, you can't squeeze Akwa Adams. If you want to squeeze Akwa Adams into this list, who is he displacing? Because of course you want to put him as a forward, right? Yeah. Who is he displacing in that forward line?
Maybe on the bench anyway. And because
no, there are multiple mentions.
Mane and Brahim Diaz were also in this tournament. Brahim Diaz with his 5 goals, unavoidably he has to be on that list. And of course, Sadio Mane, being the captain of the Senegalese side, his second AFCON, he was really the master stroke. Yeah. Let's not forget his goal. Was it against Egypt? I can't remember.
Yeah, he scored the winning goal against Egypt. Yeah, beautiful.
Which was really instrumental to taking them to the final of the tournament. And of course, Ademola Lookman, his back-to-back AFCON performance, it shows that what happened in the last AFCON was not a fluke. It shows that he has the tenacity to prove that he is a big game player. He shows up when he needs him. We need him in the team. He was instrumental to the team making it to 2 semi-finals on the bounce, and just one shy of making the final. Then the guy is, unfortunately, interestingly, they are not brothers.
But they play like brothers.
They play like brothers for the same team. Yeah, and Idrissa Gueye, Papa Gueye, wow. Yeah, Gueye, the Man United guys, they understand what it means to play against Gueye. Fantastic player, fantastic midfielder. Yeah. Unavoidably, he has to be there.
35 years old.
Then Mazraoui, I don't know. Yeah, because he's with the team that made the final. Yeah,
I think he performed.
He did well.
I think he performed.
I still have
as a natural right back playing as a left back.
I still have my bias towards Bruno Imachi, who I believe did better
than Mazraoui.
For me, yeah.
No, I don't think so.
Yeah.
Imachi was wonderful. We said it yesterday.
Something else.
It was wonderful, but Mazraoui gave a good.
Then I have my big issues with Achraf Hakimi. Hakimi played less games. He was not effective. The Hakimi standard, it was not really Hakimi standard. It was just below. It was just below Hakimi standard. It was just an average tournament for Hakimi. And Hakimi doesn't deserve to be the right back.
Would you give him his flowers because he played, as a right back with injury? He came back from injury.
Yeah, that's why he doesn't deserve to be in the best team, the team of the tournament. That's why.
So which right back do you think outperformed?
I would have preferred Osayi over him. Osayi Samuel was awesome.
Osayi Samuel?
Yeah, in the right back.
Well, for me, I think I would have gone with a certain Crepin Diatta of Senegal.
Yes,
as a winger, a natural winger, coming to play as a right back, and he performed really well.
Crepin over.
But we don't want to overflood the team with Senegalese.
Hakimi should, yeah. If they deserve, they should get.
Of course, yeah. So, Calvin Bassey and Musa Niakate.
Yes, Calvin Bassey, unavoidably, he was the best defender in this tournament, whether you like it or not. As far as that box is concerned, he manned that box. He showed his presence. He showed he was a top quality defender, and yeah, fantastic.
Just when you were
player.
afraid I was not going to make it.
Fantastic player. It's something else. Else. And a lot of years to still see him. I'm going to see him in the next AFCON with the same performance. He's consistent. That's how good he is. And of course, Niakate was the biggest culprit for the Senegalese team, making sure that they stayed up to the final.
Very fantastic. Even in the absence of Koulibaly, he still went on to...
He made Koulibaly look like, it's time for you to retire. I'm not the man in the
He really performed. Niakate really performed for them.
The
goalkeeper.
Yeah, we'll talk about Bruno yesterday.
Yes.
I think it should be Mendy.
Eventually,
anyway.
CAF said is the Yasin Bono.
It should be Mendy anyway, but because they want to make Morocco happy, they have to bring
Come
four
on,
players.
come on. Now
Bono is a
they
very
have
good
good
goalkeeper.
players now. If they don't put Bono, if they don't put Bono,
He's
I mean,
a very
still
good goalkeeper, but I think Mendy was better. Yes,
Wow.
that's me. That's me.
Wow. Okay.
Just leave it that way.
So, who are your honourable mentions that are not here that you think should be here? Aside Osai Samuel and
Mendy.
Aside Osai Samuel, Mendy and Bruno Emeji.
Mendy in goal.
Okay.
Then Crepin Diatta, yes, right back. Then maybe I don't know Mazrui. I don't know. Mazrui is 50-50.
Okay.
Or the name who takes over doesn't really come to head. I would like to say the Senegalese left back right now. So
Yeah, El Hadji Diouf. Yeah.
It would be as if you just want Senegal to be everywhere, but Senegal really deserve it.
They do.
They deserve it. They should take all the back. Then Kevin Bassey will be there. The Gay brothers. Wow, something else. Yeah.
I like the fact that I call them gay brothers, and of course, 4-4-3. It looked like from the sharing of the teams. 4 from Senegal, 4 also from Morocco, and 3 from the Super Eagles of Nigeria. Ademola Lookman.
I'm not happy that no Egyptian make the cut. Yeah.
So which
because
Egyptian
Brahim Diaz
should
was
have been there?
awesome. Salah should have been there, but Brahim Diaz.
But I think Diaz had a better tournaments than. So I don't think you can really argue with that front line, to be honest,
because of that.
Except you want to put Salah as a 9.
The two best players for the Egyptian side are attackers.
Yeah,
so
Mamouche
it makes it difficult.
and Salah.
It makes it difficult. Who's Mamouche going to stop Mane from being in that team? Is Salah going to stop Brahim Diaz? Yeah, it's going to be difficult.
We mentioned a certain Rami Rabia, but he's a centre back. But I don't think he will have displaced Kevin Bassey and Musa Niakate. I mean, those two are just wonderful. And Diaz, deservedly winning his top scorer award. But the early shout was Ademola Lookman. He delivered player of the tournament performances, but he was third. Don't you think that even because you are third, you still deserve it because of what you played?
Are you talking about Ademola Lookman?
Yeah, I'm talking about Ademola Lookman.
Yeah, it would have been difficult for Lookman because if you take a look at the semi-final game, it was not really.
I think it sort of fizzled out.
Yeah,
even in the game against Mozambique, it was not
found
himself.
a way to make sure that Lookman was quiet.
Against Algeria, rather.
And that was the undoing of all his performances in the competition. But him making the CAF 11, definitely well deserved. Yeah,
yeah, of course. I don't think there's any Nigerian player that will be there if Lookman is not there. Maybe Calvin Bassey, of course. Maybe in future tournaments we'll be seeing a standard team of tournaments pairing of Calvin Bassey and Benjamin Fredericks. I think those two are the future of the Super Eagles of Nigeria. And also Igor Obu also came on to give.
Yeah, Igor Obu did well.
He gave a good account of himself.
Uganda.
Yeah,
and even the third place match
it was solid,
really
and it shows that there's future in that centre back.
Obu and Benjamin Fredericks.
So going forward, where should Eric Chels improve? If he's still the coach of Super Eagles of Nigeria, where should he improve?
If it's not the coach of Super Eagles, there's going to be problem. Serious problem. Definitely, even the Super Eagles players are saying they want him to stay. And they've told the NFF he must stay. And I even heard Wilfred Ndidi during an interview saying that he's going to stay. He was saying that he was convinced
because it's looking like they were bullying.
So journalists are not happy. Like, is it the NFF president? Is it the sports minister? Why should he be the one saying that Eric Chels is going nowhere? That means
I think
they've had a meeting.
They are playing for him.
The players have had a meeting that they want Eric Chels to stay.
Of course.
And I think the NFF understands. And the NFF has said they've sent a letter to the sport ministry that, okay, Eric Chels is staying, make it official so that his salary will.
But they are still not sure because I think if they are very sure about it, they should have come on to announce it.
They should write to FIFA too now because they know how to write.
The sackings are usually very fast. So why is the extension not fast?
That's how it is. It's paperwork because the salary. We are talking about his salary.
Yeah.
It's not, when you are sacking, you are not paying now.
You will pay. You pay the one you are owing.
NFF
is always different.
You know the story.
NFF is always different. But I think
it's
the
easy
players
to sack, very easy, because there's nothing much involved. But hiring, retaining, it involves a lot of paperwork because the NFF is not the one paying his salary.
Of course.
So Eric Chels should just make sure that he brings in new players into the team. I've heard that Chukwuemeka, Kani, the Borussia Dortmund midfielder is interested in playing. So a lot of players who still wants to play. Now the Super Eagles is doing well. They just moved up the rankings. That means a lot of players will be interested in playing for the Super Eagles.
Yeah.
And if, for instance, the Super Eagles makes it to the World Cup through the back door, he will need to improve
an avenue for
on
more
making sure that there are a lot of players from the bench. And I think I must give him kudos for discovering I'm talking about
Benjamin Fredericks.
No, Osimhen's second.
Akko Adams.
Akko Adams,
Yeah.
yes, which was very good because a lot of talk was who was going to partner with Victor Osimhen in the
Yeah.
attack, and he successfully brought in Akko Adams and he blended into the team. Benjamin Fredericks is also coming up.
Yeah.
So a lot of our younger players, so they should still do more.
Of course.
So that the team will have a strong bench as well.
Well, Alex Iwobi and you know, the other teammates, they spoke highly of him, and I think they want to continue, you know, playing for him. And still sticking with Alex Iwobi, let's move on and let's talk about the Nigerian king of pre-assist, where he shared a funny story about his penalty shootout against Egypt's goalkeeper during the third place. That's Ufa Shubert. And Shubert tried to psych Iwobi out, saying, Iwobi, I know where you are going to go. If I save your penalty, you give me your shirt. I don't think he got that shirt at the end of the day because Iwobi absolutely changed his mind. And Iwobi, who for me is not the best penalty taker out there, he still went on to do what he could do. And he won that battle of the minds between him and Shubert. And his calm and composed response to Shubert's mind games showed his mental strength. He had previously praised Morocco's tactics and was impressed by their discipline. And Nigeria's performance at AFCON 2025 was notable, with Iwobi playing a key role in the team's success. So I was hearing this thing that his AFCON performances are enough for him to get a big club. So in the Premier League, where do you think Iwobi will slot in easily without being benched? Quickly, Jerry.
Without being benched.
What team is he going to go in? Is he going to go into one of the big six as a starter now?
Yeah, Tottenham needs a player like Iwobi.
They have a James Maddison and Xavi Simons.
Yeah, those players you have mentioned, Maddison is more or less a hospital patient. He's never available. And Iwobi has shown
that. Say that.
Yeah, Iwobi has proven that he can stay the long run.
Yeah.
He's not an injury-prone player, which is a very fantastic one for a player in his own department because he's a player who pulls the ball much.
Yeah.
And avoiding injury, it's quite a lucky situation for a lot of players in that department of the pitch. So Tottenham, will be a very good and very decent side for a player like Iwobi. Then maybe Nottingham Forest, that is if they're still interested in making the top six.
Yeah.
Then teams like Aston Villa, those are also good teams where he can slot in without staying on the bench. Then
I'm looking at the big six. Arsenal. No, let me ask you like this. Arsenal. Does he
he
get
has already left Arsenal. He has played for Arsenal.
He can't go back to Arsenal. But is he also left as a youngster and he's back?
No, that was as a youngster.
Okay, so
he's already.
But is he getting into the Arsenal team if he comes back now? Let's suppose it's in that kind of situation. He's not starting.
Yeah.
Okay, Liverpool.
Florian Wirtz is already there, so
Florian Wirtz over Iwobi.
Anytime, any day.
Florian Wirtz over Iwobi.
Anytime.
All right, Manchester City.
Man
Sheki,
City,
Foden, Bernardo Silva.
Man City has proven that they like the big name players. And
he's a big name player now.
No, Iwobi is a very decent name player.
Okay,
right
he's
now.
a decent.
Very decent.
Okay,
very
Man
decent.
United.
Manchester United, yeah, of course. Man United.
Who is at Man United? He's not displacing Bruno Fernandes.
Bruno Fernandes is on his way out anyway.
So they should replace Bruno Fernandes with Iwobi.
No. But it will be a good addition.
All right.
Yeah, he's a player who add so much to any team. Because what he's doing in Fulham, if he brings it to the Manchester United team, I think they'll be better for it.
All right.
Yeah. So he can
So mention Tottenham. You already
Tottenham,
cleared
United.
All right. Newcastle.
Newcastle United too. Yeah. Though Gomes and Co, they're doing well.
Tonali, Joelinton.
Yeah, Tonali is a decent player, but Iwobi is a different kind of player. He gives you a lot of options.
Okay.
And he can surprise you anytime, any day.
So Alex Iwobi to Newcastle.
Those are his options.
Maybe in the summer. Still on the topic of the AFCON, this one is coming from Yaya Toure, the former Manchester City midfielder that even Iwobi would dream to be like. He's not going to outplace Yaya Toure, if he's still at Manchester City. And he has actually praised Nigeria Super Eagles as the most impressive team at the just concluded Africa Cup of Nations. He commended their attacking football and overall performances, highlighting their 14 goals scored and only 4 conceded in 7 matches. Wow, that's wonderful. A testament of Eric Chell's work, to be very, very honest. And Toure noted that Nigeria's style of play, which emphasized full attack, was a key factor in their success. And the Super Eagles campaign was marked by impressive wins, including the 2-0 victory over Algeria in the quarterfinals and a 3-1 win over Uganda in the group stage. And Toure singled out Nigeria's star players Victor Osimhen and Ademola Lookman, 2 of the players that were in the CAF 11 as the team of the tournament. He counted them as among the best in Africa, contributing to the team's success. I mean, I think everything he has said actually makes sense, right? He also said that they acknowledge the quality of other teams like Morocco, Algeria, and Congo. I think these are the top 10 teams in Africa. They are part of the top 10 teams in Africa: Morocco, Algeria, and Congo. And he praised Morocco's tactical discipline under coach Walid Regragui, describing their approach as very pragmatic, very direct, and playing counter-attack. I think that was how they floored the Super Eagles of Nigeria. All right, let's move on quickly and let's talk about Ako Adams also. After playing the third place game, he went straight back to his club. He scored 2 goals to get them a draw against Elche. And his coach, Matthias Almeida, has praised him for his dedication and impact after he scored a brace against Elche, securing a 2-2 draw. And I think good one from Ako Adams. He also played alongside his teammate, Chidera Ejuke. I mean, time is really fast spent, but Jerry, we can't conclude this show without talking about the UEFA Champions League. Club football is back, right? And we have our players, Victor Osimhen and Ademola Lookman. AFCON has come and gone. Now they have to, focus on their respective club teams. Galatasaray and Atalanta, respectively. And Nigeria football stars Victor Osimhen and Ademola Lookman are back in action for their clubs, facing tough Champions League fixtures. Osimhen's Galatasaray, they take on Atletico Madrid at Rams Park, while Lookman's Atalanta hosts Athletic Bilbao at the Stadio de Bergamo. Both sides are playing Spanish clubs, and both players had standout performances at the Africa Cup of Nations, with Osimhen scoring 4 goals and providing 2 assists, and Lookman scoring 3 goals and providing... No, he scored 3 goals and providing 4 assists. And Galatasaray, they are currently 18th in the Champions League table with 9 points, and they'll be looking to claim an automatic spot in the knockout round. While Osimhen, who has scored 12 goals in 16 games for Galatasaray, will be crucial to their hopes. And Lookman's Atalanta, on the other hand, they sit 5th in the table with 13 points and aims to snap a 7-match winless run against Spanish teams. Jerry, quickly before we move on to the results that went down yesterday, I want to ask you quickly on these 2 players. Do you think immediately their AFCON performance will resonate on their club football in the Champions League?
Yeah, it's already started with Ako Adams scoring 2 goals.
But it's not playing in the Champions League.
Yeah, it's not playing in the Champions League. Shows that there's no how form will surely rub off on you as a player. And you're as good as your last game. I believe in that, definitely. And they say class is permanent.
Permanent, form is temporary.
And of course, players like Ademola Lookman has proven their classic players alongside Victor Osimhen.
Yeah.
And Galatasaray knows how important Osimhen is, and they're already preparing for him against Atletico Madrid, which definitely since he left for the AFCON, there's nothing glamorous that has happened at Galatasaray. It has been just a topsy-turvy situation. It shows you that the brain box of the Galatasaray team is back, and a coach with the same mind, with that form, with that kind of zeal and panache, and of course the ideology of being the winning mentality already is coming. It's already coming with from the AFCON. I think it will be good to start him all the way against Atletico Madrid. I can't wait to see Osimhen score 2 goals tonight.
Right, wow.
As well as Lookman.
As well as Lookman, because I think Lookman as well. The new coach Rafael Palladino, has sort of given him fresh air. He has been dropping fantastic performance.
And he came up with a good form from Atlanta to the Nations Cup, which he continued.
He's taking that also back.
Without injuries.
I think he really has to perform. And yes, results from the UEFA Champions League, went down yesterday. We'll be, rounding off the show with this one. Let's look at the results, from yesterday between teams in the UEFA Champions League. Real Madrid against Monaco. We saw that one 6-1. Jerry, it ended. I mean, let's quickly look at the results. Kairat Almaty they lost at home to Club Brugge 4-1. Rafael Onyedika getting a win for his club as well. I don't think he got to play, but then he's going to share the victory with them. Bodo Glimt, in one of the shocking results of the night, 3-1 up against Manchester City, and Villarreal, they lost 1-2 to Ajax right there in Spain. Ajax with a late goal. Spurs up against Borussia Dortmund. I think Thomas Frank is still it's looking like he wants to keep his job. 2-0 against 10-man Dortmund. Olympiacos 2-0 also against Leverkusen. Sporting, another shocking result on the night in Portugal there. Nuno Mendes, it was not a good return for him to Sporting. 2-1, of course, they defeated the defending champions Paris Saint-Germain. And also Arsenal showing class right there, defeating Inter Milan, a ground where they lost last season. I mean, for them to win, good one for the Arsenal. 3-1 right there. Gabriel Jesus, 2 goals, and also Victor Gyökeres on the goal scoring sheet. Real Madrid up against Monaco. That man on your screen was the man of the night. 2 assists, first and own goal, and also got a goal. Good one from Vinicius Junior.
Assists for me.
That's 3 assists, right?
That Kera's own goal was an assist.
It was an assist.
This guy was unplayable. I don't know what Abelard told
him because he went to meet him straight after he got his goal.
Yeah, there's something that Vinicius Junior must have done. Abelard, I beg your pardon.
Abelard,
there's something he told Vinicius that he's just
go and be the man.
He just woke him up from where he was sleeping and told him, Mr. Man, your house is on fire.
Exactly.
Go and put it off.
Go and put it off.
He was on rampage. He was not only on rampage, he was a team player.
That passed to
even at a point.
Wow.
Even at a point, it was as if Monaco were owing him something. It's like his ex-girlfriend is from Monaco.
I want to show you people. I don't like the way they were booing me the last time.
You know what happened? Even when he made his 2 assists, which 3 assists anyway, he had to even get in on the score sheet. And when he scored his goal, he was not happy.
That I want to.
He's like,
I want to do more.
Okay, I made 3 assists. You think I can score? I've showed you I can score 2.
Absolutely.
He was the reason why Monaco lost by 6.
Wow.
And Mbappe was enjoying himself for the first time in a long time.
Exactly.
So he was scoring goals before.
Yeah.
But Mbappe was having fun and he was happy with Vinicius. It shows that there's no perceived rift. Even Jude Bellingham getting on the act, he was even feeling happy, like he was feeling lucky. So Haibu got a goal today.
I think they needed their star man to step
Monaco
up.
suffered at the Santiago Bernabeu. I think they will not forget that loss.
That beating, and
I
of
think
course,
that 1 goal was just a mistake.
Yeah, of course, like it was consolation, and 2 goals from their former player, their former star man, Kylian Mbappe as well. And he also said he showed respect after scoring 2 goals. That's disrespectful.
You didn't need to show any respect.
And of course, Copenhagen getting a draw against Napoli. And let's round up with the result, with the fixtures of today. Liverpool, they are playing Olympique Marseille. That's going to be a strong game. Galatasaray will be playing Atletico Madrid. Yes, we mentioned that, Victor Osimhen as well. There are also other big games. Atalanta also up against Bilbao. And quickly, yes, Galatasaray, they'll be playing anytime soon against Atletico Madrid. Karabakh up against Frankfurt. And of course, later tonight, Atalanta against the Athletic Club. Bayern Munich against Union Saint-Gilloise. That should be a straight win for Bayern Munich. And Chelsea up against Pafos, a return for David Luiz to the Stamford Bridge. But with Chelsea, you don't know what you can expect. Juventus up against Benfica. Those two are also looking like they are struggling, especially Juventus. Marseille against Liverpool. Oof, at the Velodrome.
Yeah, the Zerbi. And this
a shaky Liverpool
guy is on fire.
Mason Greenwood,
Greenwood is on fire. And Aubameyang and co.
Aubameyang also.
That's
and they are just signing Ethan Nwaneri from Arsenal and also Quentin Timber.
I feel for Liverpool tonight.
They play beautiful football at Marseille, but Liverpool, the Champions League, they know how to find their way. And of course, Newcastle against the PSV should be another strong fixture. And Slavia Prague rounding up against the Football Club Barcelona. Should be a straight win for Barcelona.
Yeah, Barcelona is on form at the moment.
Yeah, even though they lost at the weekend.
It might be ugly, but let's see how it is.
All right, with that, we'll be coming to the end of the show, the locker room, yes, on this beautiful Wednesday evening. And of course, up next, yes, will be Political Lens with Chukwuma Okorio. I'm Hafiz Ogubanjo. Thank you, Jerry, for being a part of this show with me, and also to the guys in the back as well. Thank you so much, for making this show a success. Yes, like I said, Political Lens is coming up with Chukwuma Okorio. Stay tuned. Bye for now.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues, on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand. Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
The Ikogosi Warm Springs is a tourist attraction located at Ikogosi, a town in Ekiti State, southwest Nigeria. Flowing abreast the warm spring is another cold spring which meets the warm spring at a confluence, each maintaining its thermal properties. These attributes make the spring a tourist attraction in Nigeria. Research suggested that the warm spring has a temperature of about 70 degrees Celsius at the source and 37 degrees Celsius at the confluence. In 1952, Southern Baptist missionary Reverend John S. McGee, from his mission base in the nearby Ekiti town of Igede, went to the source of the hot and cold springs, about which he had heard from the Ikogosi people. Initially, he was discouraged from doing this, and the reasons given were based on the tradition of the local residents, which was that nobody should ever visit the source of these two streams because of the idea that to do so would be to invite death from the supernatural forces that were responsible for this strange and most unusual feature of nature. In spite of the warnings, Reverend McGee made his way through the forest, up the hill to the source of the two side-by-side springs. According to Reverend McGee's brief written account, he's quoted as saying, "After seeing it, I felt that it could be used for a good purpose. I discussed with the people. I discussed the possible use of it with some of the Mission and Nigerian Baptist Convention friends. With the growing interest of Royal Ambassador work and youth work, we felt that it could best be used by building a youth camp. I took it up with the Ekiti Association and we decided to build a camp for our residential areas and government areas. The land was secured through the convention." End quote. Having had the water from both springs tested to ensure its purity, Reverend McGee with support from the Ekiti Baptist Association of Churches and the Nigerian Baptist Convention, who secured 28 acres of land, which was the original camp, began planning for the building of the camp. By the early to middle 1970s, the Nigerian government took control of the swimming pool and built some guest chalet adjacent to it, with a separate entrance road from that which the McGee's had built to the camp entrance. From that time forward, there was also the hope and intention of developing that area for tourist purposes. The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before. Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is African News on Voice of the People Television. We don't just bring you the news. We analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs the voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world, because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Shifts with every headlines. News breaks and events happens. We'll bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is African News on Voice of the People Television. We don't just bring you the news. We analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
From the views on the streets,
we go to bed empty hunger,
to the blaring horns of a hustling city, the loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lodge.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents.
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
Representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people.
Voice of the People, you can hear me now. My name is Patrick Doyle, and I wish that you continue to echo the voices of the people. Big up VOP TV.
My name is Suibifa Dokobo. Please keep watching VOP TV.
Hi, my name is Kwekumali Ikenda Onyekwena, and I am with the Voice of the People TV. Now, if you're looking for the veritable channel for information, politics, robust discussions, you don't need to go far. VOP has you. VOP will always have you. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Patrick Diabwa, aka Ibani Chuka, Amayanabo the Eagle King, and you are watching VOP TV. Stay with us.
2564 is coming up on Burning 9 right now. 2564 Atlantic Tower.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world, because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Mr. Ofamiloni, and here's to VOP TV. Keep watching, stay tuned, do not touch that dial.
Arararara, my name is Made Kuti and you're watching BOP TV. Keep watching.
Welcome, my name is Zika Davis. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, boys, viewers, everybody, boys and girls. This is VOP TV. Do you know what that means? Voice of the People TV. You don't have a voice, don't come here. You better make sure your voice is heard.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television. Don't just react, understand. Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more, tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count. The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not speed. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is African News on Voice of the People Television. We don't just bring you the news. We analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
From the views on the street,
we go to bed empty hunger,
to the blaring horns of a hustling city, the loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lawn.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents.
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
Representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people.
Voice of the People, you can hear me now. My name is Patrick Doyle, and I wish that you continue to echo the voices of the people. Big up VOP TV.
My name is So Ibifa Dokobo. Please keep watching VOP TV.
Hi, my name is Kwekumali Ikenna Onyekwena, and I am with the Voice of the People TV. Now, if you're looking for the veritable channel for information, politics, robust discussions, you don't need to go far. VOP has you. VOP will always have you. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Patrick Diabwa, aka Ibani Chuka, Amayanabo the Eagle King, and you are watching VOP TV. Stay with us.
2564 is coming up on Barney 9, right? 2564 Atlantic.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world, because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Hello there, good evening and welcome to Political Lens. This is Voice of the People Television, VOP, and I am Chukwuma Okoro. Well, on the show today, ADC will fail if it gives tickets to Atiku. This is coming from Hakeem Baba Ahmed, former political advisor to President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. PDP zones tickets to South, was Jonathan and Sambo again, as court declares Nenadi Usman as new Labour Party chairman. Well, we've been joined in the studio in our Abuja outstation by Mr. Romeo Omweke. Mr. Omweke is a politician and chairman of Rao Evolution Limited. Good evening to you, Mr. Omweke, and thanks for joining us on Political Lens. We appreciate your presence. Hello, Mr. Omweke, can you hear me?
Thank you for having me.
Beautiful, beautiful. How have you been, sir? Good to see you. Okay, let's get into it.
Yes, I can hear you clearly.
Okay, now let's get into it. Former presidential advisor Hakeem Baba Ahmed has warned that the African Democratic Congress, ADC, could face serious internal crisis if Atiku Abubakar emerges as its presidential candidate for the 2027 election. Speaking on a national television program, he argued that Atiku is strongly positioned to win the party's ticket at a convention, but such an outcome will likely trigger mass defections, as many key figures in the ADC joined primarily to pursue their own presidential ambitions. Baba Ahmed also suggested that Peter Obi's political style may clash with a competitive primary process, noting that Obi is more accustomed to being adopted as a consensus candidate rather than contesting conventions. He warned that the rising rival ambitions within the ADC, especially between Atiku and Obi's camps, could destabilize the coalition and cause the party to bleed after its convention. Reacting to the growing tension, Atiku Abubakar cautioned against internal attacks, saying divisions within the ADC only benefits the ruling APC. Meanwhile, political analyst Umar Ado echoed Baba Ahmed's view, insisting that Atiku could defeat Obi or would defeat Obi in any ADC primary unless he steps down, adding that how Obi's supporters respond could significantly shape the opposition's chances in 2027. Now, Mr. Omweke, this is out of the ordinary. Highly regarded eminent person from the north saying this, talking about Hakeem Baba Ahmed. What weight does that statement carry in the aspiration of Atiku Abubakar? Can you help us make sense of where he is coming from? Hello, Mr. Omweke, can you hear me?
Yeah, thank you very much once again for having me. You don't need to know what I came about, just the truth. Yes, I can hear you clearly. I said, thank me the soothsayer to know that what Baba came about is very good. Because Atiku has a bylaws, a very ethical party, and Nigeria that will lead Nigeria. Now, look at it. How North will rule for 8 years, South will rule for 8 years. And now they just completed their 8 years and the turn of the South. You discover that as a good politician that want unity of Nigeria, that want a conducive atmosphere, definitely you should be able to play a big brother or a godfather, if I may use that word, to support somebody from the South, for the South,
okay.
their 8 years in office.
Mr. Romeo, can you hear me loud and clear? Mr. Romeo, can you hear me?
Critically.
Hello. Mr. Romeo, can you hear me? I'm struggling to get...
I'm hearing you. I get you. I hear me.
Unfortunately,
very well.
Unfortunately, I'm struggling to get your audio feed. We might need to take a short break. Let's try to fix the audio problem because it's very floppy, and I'll come back to you. Please do join us again.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV, now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice. In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television. Don't just react, understand. Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more, tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count. The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
Now, welcome back and thanks for staying with us. And if you are just joining us, this is VOP station and the program is Political Lens. We've been speaking with Mr. Romeo Omoike. He's a politician and chairman of Raw Evolution Limited. Good to have you back, Mr. Oreke. And I think the network is friendly now, so let's see if we can get your audio feed. I'd like for us to go back to where we started from. Like I asked you, what Hakim Baba Ahmed said is out of the ordinary. You know, he's a highly regarded person from the north, served as political advisor to the president. So for him to come and say, look, if ADC gives their ticket or its ticket to Atiku Abubakar, it might spell some form of doom for the party in the 2027 general election. Help us make sense of that comment coming from Hakim Baba Ahmed.
Yeah, thank you for having me. I think Mr. Hakim Baba Ahmed has said it all. You don't need the soothsayer to know that what he said is very correct politically, because politics is about a game of giving and take. It's about dialogue. That is why they call it democracy. And as a result of that, in Nigeria, there's a gentleman agreement. The gentleman agreement is zoning formula between the North and the South. And as a result of that, the North just completed their 8 years, while all political parties have zoned their presidential candidates to the South. And the President Bola Ahmed Tinubu is just trying to complete his fourth tenure in office. So definitely a good Nigeria, a gentleman Nigeria, a responsible Nigeria, and the well-meaning Nigeria that believe in the unity of this country. We want to support the South for them to complete their 8 years in office. Then, collectively, all political parties will zone their presidential candidate to the North again. And Hakim Baba Ahmed, because of his words of knowledge politically. And we know quite all right that if Atiku, who have been a ballot office since, if I'm not mistaken, since 1993, and up to now, he have not been able to get it right. That shows that something is missing in so political chessboard. And what is that is missing? You must learn how to give and take. Let's look at it holistically. When late President Muhammadu Buhari, when he was contesting, he was always having the North to himself. But he discovered he cannot win the South. He went into an alliance with President Ahmed Bola Ahmed Tinubu. So, okay, what do we do different? They put the chairs on the table and look at it critically. We need people from every zone. I'm going to bring my zone, you are going to bring your zone. As a result of that, they were able to make the difference. Now, if you look at what plays out when Peter Obi was privileged to be the Labour presidential candidate in 2023, what affected him was that he was not having somebody in the North to be able to bring the North together for him. And today, if you look at it, that ADC, the only way they can be able to be relevant more is when they have a joint ticket. The presidential candidate is coming from the South, while they have a running mate in the North. And if you look at it critically, ADC, Association of Deadly Criminals, there is nothing they are going to tell Nigeria today that will be different. Because there is nobody in ADC today that have not been a politician. Majority of them are old politicians from 1999, from PDP, and some of them from APC. And this group of politicians and those people that have it at the back of their minds, either me, I, and myself, they want to remain in office. And as soon as they have failed to remain in office, they will begin to see the negative aspect of the government. In one way or the other, all of them have occupied sensible positions in Nigeria that they would have been able to make difference in their various offices as a result of their wealth of knowledge to bring development to Nigeria. But they've all failed. But because they want to still be connected to the federal port, to be tapping from their personal gain, that is why they decided to pull out from PDP and the APC to go and form ADC, which is Association of Deadly Criminals.
Well, I don't know where that you got that acronym from. You know, what we know ADC as is the African Democratic Congress. So if you are talking about Association of Deadly Criminals, I don't know where that's coming from. But you've said quite a few things that need further interrogation here. So let's take it up from here. When you talk about the gentlemanly agreement between the North and the South, is it cast in concrete? Because we also see when it was the turn off, you know, the North, we saw people from the South contesting. And now that is the turn of the when it was the turn of the North, we saw people from the South contesting. Now that is this turn of the South, is there anything wrong in Atiku stepping into the fray to say, look, I want to be part of this arrangement. I want to be president of Nigeria. And if you say that there is something missing, that probably because he's been a contestant since 1993, we also have it on record that Buhari tried for 3 times and the 4th time he succeeded. And again, you said that, look, Peter Obi, despite this massive support he had, you know, in the South, that he didn't have more like somebody that is prominent in the North to represent him. Look at the Yusuf Baba Ahmed, Uben, very well educated, middle class, from a very prominent family. What else will Obi have needed to gain the support of the North? If you can briefly talk about these 3 things that I talked about now so that we could move on. We are out of time. We started late.
Okay. Let me correct you. I did not say that have prominent somebody from the North. What I said, I see they don't put the chessboard in order. If you look at it, what affected Labour Party in 2023 elections is that you discover there are some of the states, there are some states in the North, they doesn't have president, they doesn't have governorship candidate, they don't have senatorial candidate. And the way party plays out in Nigeria, if me and you were on a joint ticket, if irrespective of the zone I'm coming from, as a result of my influence, whoever that is supporting me, if I'm contesting for councillor or local government chairman, is going to support my party at the national level. Because they don't have some of this whole house of persons contesting for some various seats like governor, senator, house of rep. As a result of that, it affected their arrangement. So that is exactly what affected Labour Party in 2023. because they did not have candidates to fill the old slot, mostly in the northern part of the country. That is what I mean. Now, we talk about, that's why I call it, with Nigeria, politically is divided into two, north and the south. And as a result of that, you look at it that we have few political that are major political parties in Nigeria. Before now, we have PDP, APC, and others. So, even irrespective of whatever any other person is contesting, me and you knew quite alright that those people, they are not ready for presidential election, because there are some of those people contesting for president, they don't even have campaign office in any state. Maybe they will have a campaign secretariat, a party secretariat in Abuja and the Lagos alone. So that automatically means that person is not ready for presidential election. There are some of the presidential party we don't even know. Now, what I'm trying to say in essence is this. Peter Obi, one of the things that also Nigerians are looking at, take for example, if Peter Obi could not face the crisis in Labour Party, are you sure, what is your assurance that he can manage the diversity of Nigeria, irrespective of our political differences, ethnic, religious differences? So the first test which he has failed was he will be able to manage Labour Party, which is just one institute out of 100 institutions that is Nigeria diversity, in order to be able to manage Nigeria affair. So since he could not put Labour Party in order, that means he cannot manage Nigeria. Okay, all right. Let me ask you, what was Peter Obi's position in the Labour Party between 2022 and 2026? 2026, yes, December 31st. 2025. What was his position in the Labour Party? My brother, Peter Obi was the presidential candidate of Labour Party. Okay. By being the presidential candidate of the Labour Party automatically means he was the leader of that party. Is that what the party's constitution says? Listen, my brother, I just asked you a question. The constitution of the party is the president's aim of affair. Me and you, we know quite all right. No, you know. Don't say you and I know. Just say that you know. Okay. Excuse me. Now, okay, right. I'm telling you now. Okay. I'm telling you now that Nigeria party constitution is the person's aim of affair. Is the constitution of the party. Okay, that is how Nigerian democracy is run. Okay. Now, let me finish. Mr. Moeke, allow me to finish. Allow me to make my point. I'm the one asking the question. I asked you a question. Yes, if you asked me a question, you did not allow me to finish the statement. How will you understand? Mr. Moeke, no, I'm not answering to you. I'm talking to Nigeria, not Mr. Moeke, I'm the one moderating this show, so you listen to me. Good, but I'm talking to Nigeria, not you alone. Mr. Moeke, I asked you a question. You said something, then I want to ask follow-up questions. I moderate the show, so you listen to me. Now, you have said that the role of that Peter Obi's role in the party was that of a presidential candidate. Now, does he as a presidential candidate of the party, is he a member of the National Working Committee? Does he have executive power within the party? Thank you very much. Can Peter Obi convene a meeting of the National Working Committee, of the National Executive Committee of the party? Thank you very much for your question. Now, why I said that whoever is the for example, now, like the APC today, the ruling party, President Ahmed Bola Tinubu is the leader of the party. Because he has listen. Now, when you ask a question, allow me to talk. When you ask me a question, allow me to talk. If you don't allow me to talk, what is the essence of calling me here? If you ask a question, I'm telling you that President Bola Ahmed Tinubu is the president of Nigeria. He has an executive position. No, if you already know the answer, you don't need to ask me. Okay. If you know the answer, you don't need to call me and ask me. If you ask me a question, come sit the man, you listen to me. I'm not talking to you as a person. I'm talking to Nigerians. Will you moderate yourself? If you like, do you want to ask yourself? Do you want to ask yourself the questions? Do you want to ask yourself the questions and answer the questions? Is that what you want? No. Do you want to ask yourself the questions and answer the questions? Excuse me. When you ask me a question, Copsy demand you allow me to answer the demand that you listen to me if I want to ask follow-up questions as well. Isn't that? I've not answered my first question, why are you asking follow-up questions? No, you have answered.
I have the right to ask you follow-up questions.
Can you tell me I've asked her? You don't need to. You are not the one to tell me if I've asked her.
Because I'm the one that asked the question. Because I am the one that asked the question.
The question is not yes or no question.
Can you go ahead? Mr. Omeke, can you go ahead?
No, it need an excuse me. If you want us to continue,
can you go
please.
Ahead? Please, can you go ahead? Just
no,
go ahead.
You are not talking to a baby. You can't come here and tell me what to do. You are not remoting me. It's not yes. It's not a question of yes or no. When you ask me a question, consider the man. You listen to me. I give my explanation.
For how long will I listen to you? Our time is perishable. You came late to the studio. We didn't start on time. So I have to moderate this show, Mr. Omeke.
No, listen.
No, you listen to me. You listen to me. This is my show. You listen to me. No, you are talking to me because I'm the one asking you the question.
No, I'm not talking to you as a person alone. I'm talking to Nigeria. I'm talking.
So, Mr. Omeke, who is moderating the show that you are talking to Nigeria? Who is moderating the show that you are talking to Nigeria?
I should be able to explain myself.
And when I say you are done explaining, what happens
you don't ask
next?
me question and tell me I've answered, then you follow up question. If you ask
Mr.
me, well,
Omeke, can you go ahead?
If you know the question already,
can you go ahead?
If you know the question already, you don't need to call me.
Mr. Omeke,
if you already
have
answered to the question, you don't need to call me here. So if you ask me a question, please consider the man, you allow me to explain myself. If you don't want to allow me to explain myself, there's no need to go further. If you know the answer already, you don't need to call me here to ask me questions. Please, with due respect. If you ask me a question, allow me to answer before you go ahead with the following up question. Yeah. Now, our President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, being the presidential candidate of APC, and become the president of Nigeria, automatically is the leader of the party. With the former presidential candidate of Labour Party, Mr. Peter Obi, being the presidential candidate is not an ordinary member of the party. He has a say. Any political party he joins tomorrow is a member of the National Working Committee caucus meeting. So as a result of that, he has the power, he has the ministry. Even though he can go into, that is why they call it democracy. He can dialogue with the national chairman and the National Working Committee for them to come into a dialogue and say, this issue we have passed it through. How do we resolve it? That is what makes him a leader. In Nigeria that he wants to govern, Nigeria have a lot of crises. You cannot be you must be able to settle your home before you cannot solve the problem of Nigeria because every day one problem or the other is coming up. So first of all, you must learn how to manage yourself, to manage your family before you can manage a community. That is why in Nigeria today, there are some sensitive position you want to occupy. They will say you are not yet married. Or somebody that cannot manage a woman, cannot manage a family, cannot manage an institution. So if as far I cannot be able to manage the crisis of Labour Party, I pull out from Labour Party. That means if ADC have problems tomorrow, it will still pull out from Labour Party. It will still pull out from APC, ADC, I mean. So automatically means he cannot resolve issue. It's only waiting for a soft ground. And Nigeria is not a soft territory for anybody to come and govern. Because there are a lot of crises that is going to solve, both administratively, ethnic, and politically. So you should be able to manage the party. You should be able to manage the administrative affair of Nigeria to provide solution. A good leader provides solution. A good leader doesn't run away from problem. Leaders don't lament for crisis. Leader finds solution to problem. That is what makes you a leader. Are you not telling me if he becomes the president of Nigeria tomorrow and there is crisis in Nigeria, he's going to leave Nigeria to go and nationalize in another country? The answer is no. You must be able to find solution to problems. That is what makes you a leader.
Okay. Is that all?
Yeah.
Okay. Are you aware that in Nigeria, the highest ranking elected officer in a political party assumes the position of the leader of that party, either at the state or at the national level? In the Labour Party, the highest elected officer in the Labour Party hierarchy is Alex Oti, and that makes him the national leader of the party and not Peter Obi. Are you aware of that?
Now, by proxy, Alex Oti will also give Peter Obi his due respect as their presidential candidate. That is why it's a collective responsibility for all of them to come together to find a solution to the problem of the party.
Alex Oti, he can be the leader of the party at national level by constitution. But when it comes to resolving issue, there is no way he can resolve national issue that affect Labour Party without needing the presence or the support of Peter Obi as the presidential candidate. They collaborate each other. It's as a result of collective effort. No one man have a solution to a problem, but collectively they can provide a solution to the problem, irrespective of whatever it is. There are people that will listen to Governor Alex Oti to share their sword, while there are some persons that will listen to Peter Obi. So as a result of together, that is why they have leadership, that is why they have hierarchy. As a result of that, they comes together to say, what do we do different, irrespective of this problem we are passing through? Solution, even if Peter Obi becomes the president of Nigeria today, there is no way you can find a solution. If problem is happening at the state level, that is why we call the governor of that state and say, what am I hearing from your state? How do we find solution to this problem? That is why a president will not play the role of the military man. He can only give directive. They can go into dialogue. A policeman's duty, responsibility is different from the function of army. Army is different from Air Force, but they are all security operatives. So definitely it's a collective responsibility. No one man can do it all. So in as far I could not call other people to say, let's find a solution to this problem, he pull out at the middle of the ocean. That means if he's also the president of Nigeria today, if all foreseen circumstances come up, that means he will not be able to call people to say, how do we resolve this issue? That means he's going to abandon Nigeria and look for a nationality for another country. That shows that.
Okay, according to you, it's a collective responsibility between Alex Oti and Peter Obi. So, in your estimation now,
at the National Working Committee.
Oh, okay, at the National Working Committee. So, yeah. Peter Obi shouldn't take sole responsibility for the problem in the Labour Party, contrary to what you said earlier, that he couldn't fix the problem in the Labour Party. Now, your position has changed that, look, it is shared responsibility between Peter Obi, Alex Oti, and the National Working Committee. Am I correct?
I said he could not provide leadership. I did not say he could not provide leadership. You provide leadership as the father of your house. If problem is up on your house, your wife have a role to play. Your children have the role to play. It's not one person's responsibility. Collectively, you as the father of the house, if you decide to pack out of the house, how will that problem be resolved?
Okay, is Peter Obi the father of the house when you just admitted a few minutes ago that Alex Oti, being the highest ranking elected officer in the Labour Party, is the national leader of the party?
That's according to their constitution. But collectively, between me and you, we know that the most popular person in Labour Party.
Why you say collectively? What do you mean by collectively? Okay, where should the buck stop at? On whose desk should the buck stop at? That we are trying to get at something now. Who should hold the sole responsibility for the problem in the Labour Party?
The Labour Party problem is not a one-man problem. It's as a result
it's not a one-man problem.
It's a power tussle. It's a power tussle. It's a power tussle between members of the political party. And as a leader, you must call them together to listen to both parties to say, how do we find a lasting solution to this problem?
Okay, talking about who, Alex or Peter?
Peter Obi have a role to play. Alex Oti have a role to play. That is why I say they must come together. You don't run and leave it because Labour Party was already in existence. They gave you a platform to come and benefit. So as soon as you did not benefit from them, you left them. Leaders don't behave that way. Leaders don't behave that way. Leaders don't run away from some problem. Leader provides solution to problems. That is what makes you a leader. Even in Nigeria, you want to govern. There are issues in Nigeria that are bothering Nigeria that me and you, we are not privileged to know today because we are not the aim of affairs.
Okay, so who is Nigeria's leader now? Who is Nigeria's leader?
Today, the president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, is the leader of APC. He is the president of Nigeria.
We are talking about Nigeria. He's the leader of Nigeria by virtue of the fact that he is the elected president.
Yes.
Correct? So who is the leader of the Labour Party by virtue of the fact of being the highest elected officer of the Labour Party?
You see, you are asking a question as if it's 1 + 1. Politics is not 1 + 1.
Okay, politics is
diversified. Politics is not 1 + 1. Are you getting it? Politics is that we all have, there's no permanent friend, no permanent enemy. We all have permanent interest.
Okay.
There are problems that will come up now. That is why even the president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, there's a responsibility we give to the vice president. There's a responsibility that you give to his minister. There's a responsibility that we give to the state governors. That is exactly what I want you to understand.
Okay, are you aware? Do you remember when President Bola Ahmed Tinubu was asked why he allowed things to fall apart, the government of Buhari, things to fall apart in the government of Buhari, while he served as the national leader of the APC? Can you recall what he said at that point?
Now, let me tell you, you've answered this question before, that the president is the national leader or the highest office holder. As at that time, Buhari's style is different from President Bola Ahmed Tinubu's style. Okay. President Ahmed Bola Tinubu can only make a suggestion, but he cannot implement. Are you getting it? He cannot give directive. He can only, that is why they have caucus meeting. That is why they have national working committee. That is why they have leadership meeting to dialogue to see how they provide solution to problems. Did you see President Bola Ahmed Tinubu left the party? Or that did you see late President Buhari left the party? No. What I'm trying to make you to understand about leadership is this. Are you indirectly telling me that tomorrow, if ADC have problem, instead of them to come together to find a solution, that means it's going to leave ADC as well? That is what it simply means. So if you cannot find a solution to where you have issue, okay, so definitely it will continue to live.
Unfortunately,
it will continue to live.
Okay, I didn't take a position. I'm not in position to take a position. I was just asking you questions, and apparently you have answered the questions that we are looking for. Our viewers understand what is happening. Unfortunately, this is where we have to draw the curtains because we're out of time. We've been speaking with Romeo Omweke. Thanks for being part of the show. Now, on behalf of the backroom staff, talking about the Ingest manager, the sound engineer, and the technical director, I am Chukwu Makoro. Up next is Issues with Nana and Demdioto. See you again on Monday. Sorry, tomorrow, 8 o'clock on the morning show. Bye for now.
Igbo man.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpillon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People Television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, please discuss.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV, channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
When you say, make Nigeria no happen to you, me sef go say, make you no happen to Nigeria.
You dey bypass your light meter. You dey jump queue.
Yet, you dey wait make Nigeria change for you. My brother, my sister, you sef change.
Oh yeah. See that Naija pikin wey pack dirty wey block gutter wey dey cause flood.
Haba, Naija pikin, make we dey care for our environment.
Gen Z is no one work. Now quick cash them dey find.
Just like that, boys don't turn Pablo, and girls
Hablets.
Wetin dey happen?
We dey argue online, spread fake news with our full chest, divide ourselves on top religion, tribe, and politics matter.
But we go dey shout, no unity for Naija.
My brother, my sister, unity begins with you.
Someone japa, nobody wants stay. But who go fix Naija if no be you?
Omo, you go stay o.
Naija dey wait for us same way we dey wait for Naija. That's why National Orientation Agency don bring this better ogbonge plan wey go change the game. That na 7 for 7 agenda. 7 promises from leaders and 7 citizen codes.
Equality, democracy, entrepreneurship, employment, peace and security, inclusivity, justice, meritocracy. Now the Naija promises.
But without our own discipline, duty of care and tolerance, respect and true leadership, transparency we all need, environmental awareness, resilience in no go walk.
7 promises, them don't talk am. 7 codes, now we go do am. No dey wait, no dey look face, join body make we run the race. Now you and me, now you and me, now you and me, go fix our Naija. Leave bribery, wash your hands, come out from a government. Security concern now all of us.
No dey complain about Naija, complaining no dey change am o. If you be true Nigerian, if you be ogbonge Naija, if we want better tomorrow, now we go make am work today.
7 promises, them don't talk am. 7 codes, now we go do am.
If we be true Nigerians, we go rise hand in hand, uphold the 7 for 7 agenda for Naija, our home, our pride, and our strength.
Powered by National Orientation Agency.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People television, where your health has a voice.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
This is African News on Voice of the People television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeats, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People television. Stay with us.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations, but who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories. From missing funds to policy failures, we ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People television.
A very good evening to you and welcome to another exciting episode of The Issues on Voice of the People television, where we bring you the most important and pressing issues shaping our nation today. I am your host, Nenna Ndomdioto. Today on The Issues, we're examining the complexities of Nigeria's politics and governance. From Northern Khan criticizing police for denying Kaduna abduction, to court granting 100 million naira bail to Bauchi Finance Commission. Also, ADC may suffer mass defections if Atiku gets ticket, and that is said by Hakeem Baba Ahmed. And finally, court orders recognition of Labour Party Nenadi Usman's chairmanship. Join us as we break down the fact and provide context to help you stay informed. We'll take a short break, and when we return, we'll dig deeper into these topics. Don't go away. Glad to have you back. Let's dive straight into today's discussion. We begin tonight with major developments in Kaduna State, where authorities have confirmed the abduction of worshippers from a local community in Kajuru, reversing earlier denials and drawing sharp criticism from religious leaders. After initially denying the incident, Nigeria Police Force confirmed that worshippers were abducted from a community in Kajuru in Kaduna State, explaining that an unspecified number of church members were taken after gunmen stormed the area. Reacting to the police confirmation, the Northern Christian Association of Nigeria, NCAN, has issued a stinging rebuke of security agencies, calling them a total failure for initially dismissing reports of the abduction, a move the group says undermined public confidence and delayed emergency response effort. NCAN leaders said initial denial compounded the trauma of families waiting for news of their loved ones, urging a more transparent and proactive security posture in Kaduna and other troubled states. Today, I'm delighted to be joined by two distinguished guests. Here in the studio, we have Dr. Peter Anosike. Dr. Anosike is a philosopher, development economist, and best-selling author. He's also an erudite commentator on economy, finance, politics, and power. He's also the author of the most talked about book titled Abuse of Power, How Democracy Turned into Tyranny of the Few. Glad to have you join us, sir.
Thank you for having me.
Yes, sir. Joining us virtually, we have Andrew Ajayi. He is a public affairs commentator, a peace and development expert. Also, he is the lead advocate, Character Reformation Nigeria. Glad to have you join us, sir.
It's my pleasure, and good greetings to our viewers.
Thank you. Let me start with you. This particular case of kidnap or abduction, yesterday we heard that so I think started from Sunday night. It happened on Sunday, actually. There were cases of, there were three churches, persons were abducted. And then we saw a back and forth. We saw a denial by the police and, of course, the state government. And now they have come out to say that, yes, truly, almost 2 days after, they're coming out to say that, yes, there was an abduction. And now Northern Khan is actually criticizing the police and all of that. What do you make of this new development about the turn of event?
Thank you very much. As far as I'm concerned, I have been, as I watch Nigeria, our country, and all the various agencies of government that are in the country, and their operations, I want to say that what the security agents do, especially relating with the question you've asked, is, to say the least, very, very sorry, appalling, and not giving us much to be happy about. It leaves much to be desired, because how can we be a people in a nation that has different types of security agents, be it police, army, Navy, Air Force, DSS, NIA, just name them. And when something happens to Nigerians, wherever they are located in the country, maybe because these security agents are not actually on ground doing their job, because of a truth, the Nigerian police is the one that ought to be policing us in the civil society that we find ourselves. But from what I see of the Nigerian police force, they are not even interested in the security of lives and properties of members of the public, in the sense that they don't take their duties seriously. In Port Harcourt, where we are, you see policemen from morning till night. All they do is mount roadblock, collect 200 naira from motorists, as if that is the primary thing for which they were employed. And I used to say, even when I'm driving my private car, or when I'm even in a public transport, I see all these things, and I'll be wondering in my heart of hearts to say, if anything is even happening in the country now, look at what police are here concentrating on, that the real security for which they were employed to take care of, to develop, to think tank, to reason critically so that they can have plan A, B, C, or even D or X, Y, Z of plans to counter any type of insecurities against the Nigerian citizen. But what are we talking? All these things are not there. So if such is happening, and at the end of the day, you are hearing one comment of approval or one comment of denial from the Nigerian security agents, it is because they are not on ground. If they are actually on ground, they will be the first to either nip that thing in the bud. That insecurity that wants to happen. It is also in the purview, responsibility of our security agencies to nip all these things in the bud, rather than allowing them to happen to citizens before they will now be reactionary. They will now be doing reaction or reactionary, security. What Nigerian security people do is that they react to an already committed crime and criminalities against the Nigerian. And it is not good enough. So if they are hearing me today, I am advocating clearly to say enough of all this reactionary type of security over the lives and properties of Nigerians. But rather, if any terrorist group, any ISWAP, any Boko Haram, any armed robber, or any kidnapper, before they are coming out to say they want to carry out this crime and criminalities against Nigerians, these security agencies too should have gotten this information firsthand, whether you like it or not. If they like, let them say that they are not spirits. Why are they employed? They are employed so that they can become spirits to know what crime and what criminals are actually planning by getting involved in new communication gadgets, satellite, everything that has to do with fighting of crime. So for me, it is not the first time we are seeing Nigerian security agencies, when things happen to Nigerians, excruciating things, life-depriving things, they will come out and be speaking from the two sides of their mouth. They will deny before they will now come to agree. They may even come to agree first before they even deny. That has been the story of the Nigerian security situation. But I can only hope and believe and pray to God that as we move on in this country, the people who are in our security agencies should borrow a leaf from what is happening in Western world and now begin to do the needful so that the hitherto lost confidence in our security agencies will now be, properly done. Because there is supposed to be good synergy between the police, the DSS, before even now having to come to talk about the army. What is the responsibility of our DSS people? A lot of them are following politicians up and down, wearing those big jackets and carrying guns. That is one of the reasons that they can't get intelligence. They can't get it. But if they truly concentrate and focus on their job, other than following politicians up and down, and police too, not collecting money from motorists, but focusing on their job, new best practices, I tell you, it can only be better if they did all these things that I'm telling you.
Okay, I was actually going to ask a follow-up question, but you responded a bit about it while you were talking. But I don't mind if you can speak more about it. While you were talking, you talked about the police being able, having the knowledge about any activity before they are actually being carried out. But with this initial denial, and then, of course, followed by confirmation that we get to see all the time in our society or in the country, what does this say about intelligence and communication within Nigeria's security architecture, the police, the DSS, the military, and all?
Thank you very much. You see, even in my book that I wrote, that I entitled The Nigerian versus Corruption, Who Wins? I had explained some of these answers or comments I am making here long ago, in addition to the ones that I already told you earlier that is prompting you to re-ask me the question again. It is very simple. They are not focused. You can imagine police officers who are employed to protect lives and properties. That is their basic responsibility, but they are not doing it. Come to Port Harcourt here. Pass from Port Harcourt as if you are going to Edo State on the road. Also pass from Edo State as if you are going to Abuja. Then up to the point of as if you are getting to Kaduna. You will see that the Nigerian police officers are not interested even in the security of lives and property. They just pretend to mount roadblocks. Those roadblocks, what they do there majorly is money collection. Search around the bush area, search around their pockets, you will see what we are saying. A security agent who is on the road, who claims to be protecting lives and properties, have monies filled in their pockets. During the course of filling their pockets with this money that they collected from drivers and motorists, do you know that someone could have been kidnapped and kept inside the boot? Someone could have been kidnapped and put in a tinted glasses vehicle, only for the people to hand out 200 naira, 500 naira to these same police persons on the checkpoint. Even these army officers too, who mount checkpoints. At the end of the day, the criminals will just move away smoothly because they've already given the security agents what they truly want by mounting these various roadblocks. Apart from this, you see, to even be mounting roadblocks in these recent times has become obsolete because Nigeria as a country is refusing to do the needful in terms of high-tech security apparatus that is provided in society to secure lives and properties. So for me, it is anything that they do, but I only just believe that as we gradually come to this consciousness, maybe we will have, a better security situation. The main thing is all our security agents, be it the military, the armed forces that comprises of Army, Navy, Air Force, then now talk of DSS and the police, civil defense, NSCDC. It is high time for them to refocus. Let them get their focus right and now begin to actually do their responsibility, in the sense that if they do, they will now see that they have more than enough capacity to nip in the bud crimes and criminalities that have been perpetrated, planned and perpetrated in our country against Nigerian innocent citizens that lose their lives every now and then. What is wrong, for instance, that criminals are planning? Before they even rise up from that their planning room, they are just surrounded by police officers, by DSS, who says you are under arrest. Raise your hand up, drop your weapons, you are under arrest. Any move that you move, you will be gunned down. And you surround all these people, and you take their arms and ammunition, you send them to jail. But no, that does not happen. It is only when all these crime and criminalities have happened that you will see police drive down to the place. What happened? What happened? What happened? The people will now start explaining to the police, to the security agencies. They will now start arresting anybody that they see or they find in that place, who will now come back again to now be bailing themselves of huge sums of money before they can leave the police cells. That is the ugly story of the security agencies we have in our land.
Okay, thank you for your submission. Let me come to the studio now. Dr. Anosike, we talked about this particular story yesterday, and we talked about the fact that you had some narratives about all of this, and now the police has come out to say, according to Benjamin Hundeyin, he said that the reason they denied at first is for them to at least, he said it was intended to prevent unnecessary panic. And then again, he went ahead to say that it was not a denial of the incident, but a measured response, pending confirmation of details. But if you are trying to investigate, even if, Andrew had already said, he talked about the fact that the police should even get to know about these things before they come up. But if at all they didn't know anything about it, and you want to confirm, should you vehemently deny, like we saw the Cardinal commissioner vehemently deny? He actually said that those people who were saying that the abductions happened did not know what they were saying. That's paraphrasing and now they're coming out to say that yes, it actually happened. Let me even hear your opinion. What do you make of this?
Well, for me, what the Nigerian police did was very, very shameful. And they should start by apologizing to Nigerians, because it is not everything that you cover. It is not, these are human beings with relations abducted from churches. It is not everybody in the church that was abducted. So there's no way it will not leak. So this shows you that the Nigerian police that they are not intelligent. There's no iota of intelligence in them. We are human beings with relations, both nuclear and extended family. You cannot cover it, you cannot hide it. So what they should, and Hyundai's response was even stupidity of his own part. We don't have enough police to guard everybody. The truth is that by Monday, the names of those that were abducted has already been published. And this is what they don't know. The American congressman has already condemned this before 12 noon on Monday. Roy Monday has already condemned this by 12 noon. And Nigeria police are still living in denial, trying that to cover what has become an international news. So the issue is this: they should apologize and then find a way to get those people released. Understand? Either by calling their phone numbers because they know them. Understand me? Either by calling their phone numbers and begging them to release those people for the sake of their image. For the sake of their image. Because it's not everything that $9 million can cover. These governments are their weaknesses are being exposed on a daily basis. Their hypocrisies are being exposed on a daily basis. So what they should do, especially the commissioner of police in Kaduna State, what he should do is to apologize to the people. And this is going to affect the intelligence gathering between communities, between organizations and the police. Understand? Since it's so obvious that they are not transparent, they are not sincere. When something as open as more than 150 people being kidnapped, and you are saying that nobody was kidnapped, that's just a propaganda. So if another thing happens, nobody will want to give you that information. So I thank God for social media, because if it's only the legacy media, understand, Nigerians would not have known what happened. Because Tinubu has held meeting. In 2 years, he has held meeting with Newspaper Owners Association of Nigeria, their chairman. Understand? So that's why most of the things that are happening in the country, the legacy media, the traditional media are not reporting them because they are now in the pocket of the president. And if not because of social media, you would not have heard this. If not because of social media, 1 million people will be abducted in Nigeria. No national newspaper will say anything about it. So, but there's no way they can shut social media up. So, denying when their social media and other forms of communication cannot help. So, the only thing for them is to become transparent. I have said over and over, I don't trust Nigeria police. I don't trust them because from their from their training ground, they are trained how to lie. From their lying is one of the trainings that policemen receive how to lie. Just like senior military officers are taught deception. Understand me? As a junior officer, you are taught obeying orders. As a senior military officer, you are taught deception. Understand? So these are part of their training. But it's not everywhere that this thing works. It can work in your police station, it can work in your cell, but it cannot work in public space.
Okay, one of the things that the CAN chairman said is that these denials had actually slowed down responses or rescue operations rather, because really if they had acted upon that information, probably as like they would have maybe if in Senna climb, maybe they would have actually gotten, gotten track of these people.
It will slow down the rescue because it's a wrong information. I said, just like maybe fire is burning somewhere, fire servicemen are preparing that to go and stop it. You hear, it's not true. Understand me? It's not true. So you have that to wait that to get another order. So that information must have aided their escape because every 10 minutes, every 20 minutes, will help in their escape, even though they operated for more than 5 hours without being confronted. Understand? Because 3 different churches, understand? And they were able to comfortably, I don't know whether or they are putting them in their pockets and escape, understand? So, one, Bayo Ononoga should tell the DSS that to call them and release them. That's all I want.
Okay, let's come to you. Let's come to you, Andrew. With all of this, how do you think security agencies can begin to rebuild trust with communities when even their own statements are inconsistent? Because really, there's a need for communities to be able to trust our security agencies. But now we see that we don't even have trust in the security agencies anymore, and Nigerians don't even have trust in them. But how can they begin to rebuild trust to ensure that their own statements, or when their own statements rather, are inconsistent?
Well, thank you very much. I know that we can have a new Nigerian nation. There is a time in the life of a nation where things will start, run smoothly, and everybody will be happy. According to one of the great philosophers, who says that the essence of government is nothing more than the happiness, bringing about the happiness of the greatest number of the people in the society, which also include bringing about hope, bringing about support, bringing about welfare, and of course, security, if government can make it happen can prevent the losses of lives and properties the way it has not done, or it has not been able to do so far so good. If government can begin to do well in this regard, then our governments can be regarded as a good government, as a better government, as a best government. Okay? Because we can't continue to, be hanky-pankyous, hanky-panky to our citizens. The truth of the matter is, if 165 persons were taken away, just like the way Chibok girls were packed inside vehicles and taken away into Sambisa's forest, that they eventually now became, unfortunately, wives or girls who now were being slept with to produce children for the Boko Haram ISWAP people. Oh my God. And the government of the day that time, the security agencies of the day that time that existed in Dikwa, Dapchi, in Borno State, couldn't see those people. This one in Kaduna now, the one that is happening in Kebbi, the one that happens in maybe Sokoto, Zamfara, Plateau, Benue, our security agents don't see all these people. The one that happened in Kwara, where they killed a lot of people inside the church, our security agencies didn't see it. Then the question now is, where is the Nigerian police? Where is the NSCDC, the civil defense that ought to be defending us? Police securing us. Where are they? Where are they, for God's sake? So the issue of confidence, Nigerians don't have any confidence in any security agencies now. The confidence that we used to have is, of course, on the Nigerian army. We don't know whether we even have confidence on the Air Force, because we've not seen them throw any bomb. Any bomb is reported to have been thrown by Air Force on our behalf, so that we can begin to clap for them and appreciate them. We don't also know what Navy is doing with our waterways, whether they are indeed doing their best to secure us from territorial aggressions. Because people can come in from all other parts of
Okay, we seem to have lost connection with our guest. We'll get to connect with him when the connection gets better. Let's move on to the next story, still on security. Justice Mohammed Umar of the Federal High Court, sitting in Abuja, has granted 100 million naira bail to the Bauchi State Finance Commissioner, who is standing trial on allegations of $9.7 million terrorism financing. The accused was arraigned on charges that include alleged facilitation of funds linked to terrorism-related activities, which he claims, or which he has actually denied. In a ruling, Justice Umar held that Adamu and his co-defendants had placed sufficient materials before the court for the court to exercise its discretion in their favor judicially and judiciously. Dr. Anosike, before we move on to other things, let's just quickly talk about this this particular story. Should people cases of terrorism financing case, should they be granted bail? Isn't this being stalled for too long? Now the trial has been adjourned till February. Isn't it pushing this thing and making this thing more like elongating it? Well,
the governor has said that the charges are neither here nor there. And the governor is the chief executive officer of the state, the chief finance officer of the state, and he has said that this is that they are trying to use his commissioner for finance to get at him. Understand? And he has pointed at Nyesom Wike as being behind it. So the issue is this: one, every accused is deemed innocent until found guilty. And the judge said that they have put that enough material on ground to ensure that whenever they are needed, they will be in the court. So they are not running away. And the 100 million naira fine, understand, is a big one. And mind you, that was also 100 million that they gave to Nnamdi Kanu then, which engineer that Abarebe stood there for the the issue is, I'm sure that they must have seized his international passport and other relevant documents. But the message, his principal said that those allegations are business. So it is the court that would determine whether the young man is engaged in terrorism and financing
or not.
But I always ask, for what purpose? Understand me? That is always my question. I remember many years ago when somebody that's as an editor with the Sun newspaper, somebody sent a mail to me that Babangida is our sponsor. Understand me? The purported written by a Boko Haram person that Babangida is, that Ibrahim Babangida is their sponsor. So I asked myself, what will Babangida benefit by sponsoring Boko Haram? One, he doesn't want to be president. So why should he sponsor a sergeant? So it is the court that will decide whether the guy is guilty or not. But my concern is, let the trial or whatever be free, fair, transparent.
But do you actually see the trial being free, fair, and transparent, like you mentioned?
The governor has said that the guy is being used to get at him. So it depends on who is on the other side. So in Nigeria, we don't have any justice system. What we have is a legal system. And personally, I don't believe in the Nigeria judiciary. I don't believe in the Nigeria judiciary at all, because what they are reading in the court is opinions of some people. What they are reading in the court is opinion of some people. Some time ago, Nelson Wike boasted that they influenced the local government autonomy in Osun, which means what the judge read in the court was Nelson Wike's opinion. And that's what has happened in many of the judgments in the country.
But you wouldn't really have proof for that, of this accusation or allegation on
he
the court.
Says so.
I'm talking about you saying that they are reading like somebody else's statement or somebody else's.
When Wike told the National Secretary of APC that what they are enjoying in Osun now, that he didn't know how it come about, that it was them that influenced it. What does that mean? So most of the judgments being read in the court are opinions of some people, just like the one that James Omotosho read on Nnamdi Kanu. The judgment was not based on the evidence before the court, but rather opinion of some people. And that's what has been happening in most of the judgments in the country.
Okay, let's move on to political matters. Our former special advisor on political affairs in the vice president's office, Hakeem Baba Ahmed, says the ADC could suffer mass defections if Atiku emerges as its flag bearer following a national convention. Speaking on a televised interview, Baba Ahmed argued that Atiku is strongly positioned to clinch the ticket should the party proceed with a convention, a process the former vice president reportedly favors. But Baba Ahmed warned that ADC's current strength lies in its image as an open, consensus-friendly platform. With multiple high-profile aspirants eyeing the nomination, he said a formal convention dominated by Atiku's candidacy could fracture that balance, prompting disgruntled members to walk out. He also pointed to the expectations surrounding Peter Obi, suggesting that Obi's supporters prefer him to be a consensus candidate rather than compete in a crowded primary, a situation that could heighten tensions if he feels sidelined or outmaneuvered. Baba Ahmed said it is not the convention itself, but aftermath that poses the greatest risk, predicting that many could leave the party if Atiku wins the ticket, damaging the ADC's cohesion and electoral appeal. Meanwhile, former Deputy National Chairman of the African Democratic Congress, Jide Ojo, says he sees Peter Obi potentially leaving the ADC for another party ahead of the 2027 presidential race if Atiku gets the ticket. While no official move has been announced by Obi, the prediction adds to ongoing speculation about coalition strategies, party loyalty, and platform leverage among opposition players in a run-up to 2027. Dr. Anosike, what do you make of this? He's saying that ADC, that's Baba Ahmed, saying that ADC would be on fire. That there will be many defections, mass defections. What do you think about it?
The question is defecting to where? Because there's only two parties in Nigeria as they speak, ADC and APC. So where are they defecting? Are they going to defect to APC? If they defect, they are still on the problem with Nigeria. So, but the issue, both of them spoke, that's their own opinions. But Baba Ahmed spoke his own opinion, and the other guy also speaks. These are their thoughts. Understand? So, that everybody is pushing theories, narrative, and so on and so forth. David Mark has said that they don't have automatic ticket for anybody. That whoever wants to contest must go to the field. Understand? And today I read that Rotimi Amechi held a very long meeting with Northern elders. So I am also in support of a presidential candidate emerging through a transparent primary. Understand? And whoever emerges, then the other one should throw their weight, their structure behind him. Because what we have now is for and against. So, assuming if Rotimi Amechi is to defect, is he going back to APC or where? If P2B is to defect, is he going back? Where is he defecting to? So my concern is let their primary be free and fair. Let it not be mad with the issue of the person with the deepest pocket. If it's free and fair, whoever emerges, I strongly feel that others would work with the person.
But do you actually see their primary being free and fair, like you said?
It is still my mind. It is still my own opinion. Understand? So I say that I want a free, fair, transparent primary, and whoever wins, let others support him. If Obi wins, let others support him. If Atiku wins, let others support him. Even if Rotimi Amechi wins, all we need is a very popular and credible candidate.
But I won't ask you, why do you think that a consensus, having a consensus candidate would not be... Okay, yes, I know you already said that, David Mark already said that, but why would you think that... Don't you think that would be like the better option for them?
No, No. Candidate, it is not democracy. Understand? Consensus means everybody coming together. Understand? But we may not know the influence or the weight of those people. If there's a primary and the delegates vote for who they want, understand me? That's it is okay. Whoever wins, then others will exercise the spirit of sportsmanship. So people are saying that P2B is always scared of primary. It's just in 2019 that Labour Party adopted P2B as their presidential candidate because every other person there was a shoe shiner. Understand me? So he has to emerge as their presidential candidate. In 2019, P2B ran as Atiku's VP. So those who are saying that he doesn't like primaries, he has not been tested before. There was no primaries in 2022. It was a collective decision because he was the most popular, the most credible person in that party at that time. So people are saying that Atiku has all the money in the world and can buy everybody. Then whoever allows Atiku that to buy him, or whoever allows Atiku that to change his mind, is an enemy of the country. It means that the person is happy with what is happening with the situation of the country today. It means that even that the person is a mole in the ADC.
Okay, let's move on to our last conversation for tonight. The Federal High Court has affirmed the leadership committee headed by Nenadi Usman, ordering the Independent National Electoral Commission to recognize the group as the lawful leadership of the Labour Party. The judgment follows a long-running dispute over leadership control in the party, with rival factions contesting internal authority and INEC's recognition. The court held that the committee's authority is valid under the party's constitution and directed INEC to update its records accordingly. And let's quickly speak about this. I don't want to just go into the entire, because I'm sure that you know this, you know about this development. What do you make of this? Nenadi Usman has now been upheld as.
Well, the truth is that INEC and judiciary are playing Tinubu and the Nyesom Wike games. INEC and judiciary are playing Tinubu and the Nyesom Wike games. So Nigerians should not be deceived. Tinubu and Nyesom Wike want Atiku and P2B to be separated. That's the game that is going on now. So yesterday was court rejecting Samuel Anyanwu, as national secretary of PDP. Nyesom, he belonged to the Nyesom Wike faction. So now the game is to make because the Toraki faction of PDP says if this judgment does not go to their favor, they will join the coalition. Understand? So the judgment was given so that they will not join the coalition. The judgment was given so that they will not join the coalition. And understand me? Mind you, but this is a court of first instance. They still have an appeal court and Supreme Court. Understand? So if they fail that to join, appeal court and Supreme Court will make them up when it's already too late. Understand me? When it is already too late, then for P2B and Nenadi Usman, P2B belongs to the Nenadi Usman faction of Labour Party. Understand? So, and where our next OT is too. So, and P2B has crossed over to ADC. So, the game now is, since your own faction has been recognized, you can come back. And going back to Labour Party means Atiku should run under ADC. So what happened in 2023 will not happen in 2027. Understand me? So this is a game that the judiciary and INEC is.
But let me come in here before we go, because we're almost out of time. But do you actually really, even if Nenadi is being upheld as the chairman, and even if he gets to the point of the Supreme Court, but do you think that Peter Obi would actually go back to the Labour Party?
It will be stupidity on his own part. It will not show seriousness for him jumping from here to this thing there. You've taken membership card of ADC just in less than 1 month. Then dropping it and going back to take Labour Party will not make you a serious person. And again, Abure has said that he's going to appeal the judgment. And I know at the end of the day, court will give judgment in favor of Abure.
Why do you say so?
It is a game, it is a script.
Okay. Well, Dr. Nosike feels that what is happening is a script.
It is a script by INEC and the judiciary. So nobody should rejoice over what happened yesterday and what happened today. It is deliberate.
Wow. Well, thank you very much, Dr. Nosike, for being a part of the show. And thank you also to Andrew Ajayi, who joined us all the way from Port Harcourt. And that's all we have for today's episode of The Issues. We explore the challenges facing Nigeria's politics and, of course, governance. Thank you for being a part of it. Don't forget to tune in next time for more in-depth analysis and discussion. Follow us on social media to stay up to date on the latest news and insight. Until next time, stay informed. Remember that the views and opinions expressed by our analysts are solely their own and do not reflect that of VOP Media. I am Nnenna Ndomdioto, and this has been The Issues on Voice of the People Television, where the future faces forward. Please don't forget to stay tuned for Hashtag with Vivian by 8 p.m. Don't go away.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging 1-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us. The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as they hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
From the bustling streets of Lagos to the quiet corners of rented apartments, the relationship between landlords and tenants has always been a delicate balance. But that could soon change. I'm Maureen Ogolo, reporting from the Lagos State House of Assembly, where today's public hearing could reshape how rent, eviction, and property rights are handled in the state. It was landlord versus tenant inside the Lagos House of Assembly today.
But landlord should give tenant at least 5 years before any increment of apartment fee.
Government is to provide housing for all. Unfortunately, when government build houses, people now buy these houses, invest in them, some buy 2, 3, 4 flats, now sell. And government is concerned about high rents. You cannot control rents outside. I will want a situation where when you build houses, Honorable Commissioner for Housing, ensure that people do not sell them and people who are going to live in there are owner-occupier. But when they do now want to rent, control the rent in your own houses before controlling those people outside.
There are several areas in which the House of Assembly has looked into that they deem as fitting. However, it is not commendable in the fact that they did not make use of the legal and the enacted professionals who should guide them.
The purpose of public hearing is for professional bodies to come around and guide us and tell us and the public to come and tell us what we need to know and what you want. Laws are made for the people, and that is the purpose of the public hearing.
As the Tenancy and Recovery Premises Bill 2025 came under public scrutiny, the one-day hearing at the Latif Jakonde Auditorium in Elausa brought together landlords, tenants, legal experts, property developers, and house advocates.
So we are here to support the bill, but we have concerns. And our lens, the lens at which